Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. Gala at the Tuileries Palace. You can search Make France Great Again, search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Jérôme Bonaparte, you shameless thief. You stole France with vulgar tactics and deceived Paris with lies. The half-drunk and half-awake Changanier yelled at Jérôme Bonaparte, and the depression for many days turned into the most vicious words to attack Jérôme Bonaparte. The officers present all changed their expressions. They focused their attention on Jérôme Bonaparte. The two officers who were responsible for lifting Changanier away even quickened their pace and wanted to escape with Changanier. Although Commander Changanier was dismissed by the president did not intend to kill Commander Changanier. However, Commander Changanier's nonsense would really cost him his life. The officers who supported Changanier could only pray silently in their hearts that the president would not let them stop, otherwise it might be the death of Commander Changanier. But things did not develop as they hoped, and Jérôme Bonaparte's voice sounded from behind the officer. Wait a minute. Seeing this, the two officers could only stop and stop. Behind them, Martin Boots stepped on the floor and the sound of crackling footsteps was getting closer and closer, and Jérôme Bonaparte spared the officer and appeared before them in front of heh. Under the influence of alcohol, Changanier showed a smile of Alzheimer's disease. With a flushed face, he pointed at Jérôme Bonaparte and burped. The strong alcohol smell combined with the sour smell made Jérôme Bonaparte frown. He looked at the drunken alcoholic in front of him, and for a while he couldn't tell whether he was really drunk or fake. Jérôme Bonaparte, you really think you are just a despicable imitator? You imitate a great man, and you will never become a great man. Changanier said to Jérôme Bonaparte intermittently. The index finger, which was drooping over the officer's shoulder, pointed at Jérôme Bonaparte. General Changanier, can't we leave some respect for each other? Jérôme Bonaparte did not show a trace of anger. He said to Changanier in a flat tone, in the end, you lose this political game. That's it. The loser should automatically quit the game, just like you did with the Republicans. Game. Changanier raised his head and looked at Jérôme Bonaparte with hazy eyes in a voice that was about to roar. That's right. It's a game for you. You and yours. The partisans are trying to turn the whole of Europe into a battlefield of games and let the soldiers of all France accompany you to fight together. Let France go to the brink of collapse again. Let countless people pay for his ambition. You want to do it again. What are you going to do to the whole of France before you can stop? Changanier's hoarse cries almost made Jérôme Bonaparte feel that he was not facing a warlord who was obsessed with interests, but a real patriot. When Jérôme Bonaparte looked at Changanier carefully, he determined that Changanier had not been taken away. Jérôme Bonaparte clapped his hands. He seemed to be amazed by Changanier's wonderful speech, but there was a disdainful smile on the corner of Jérôme Bonaparte's mouth. He looked at him coldly. Changanier said, wonderful, wonderful. General Changanier, how did you say this in a righteous and awe-inspiring tone? Who inspired me to launch it? And who dispelled the Mountain Party? And who was the first trample the democracy of the Republic and lead the army to occupy the Bourbon Palace? Have you forgotten all this? Is it possible to criticize the commanding heights of the present morality that one can feel at ease after a defeat? Wake up. General Changanier, your morals are no higher than mine. At least I know that workers will rebel if they don't have work. Workers don't have enough rest, which affects their fertility. Soldiers should give them love and dignity. How about you? Are you not going to solve the trouble? Instead, you create troubles one after another. What else do you have other than killing people? Jérôme Bonaparte also roared at Changanier. Living in this *** era, all he could do was making the train of France accelerate at twice or even faster speed than his opponent. During this period, some labor capital conflicts will inevitably arise, and his position can only allow him to adjust the conflicts between the two sides as much as possible. 100 years later, I may be criticized by a certain textbook, but all I can do is have a clear conscience. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is justice. Jérôme Bonaparte said the most classic line. General Changanier, who was sprayed with spittle by Jerome Bonaparte, looked at Jerome Bonaparte. A ray of sunlight shone through the glass window of the Tuileries Palace on Jerome Bonaparte. On base body, Jerome Bonaparte's figure was a little dazzling. Changanier subconsciously wanted to cover his eyes with his hands. "Take it away," Jerome Bonaparte ordered the officer. The officers who received the order went from being a big enemy to feeling relieved, and they hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "Yes, Jerome Bonaparte, I will watch you." These were the last words of Changanier. From this moment on, Changanier will forever say goodbye to the army, and there will only be one sun in the sky of the same point. Jerome Bonaparte, who stood there for a while, smiled again, and he slowly said, "Can any of you introduce me to the Tuileries Palace?" Seeing this, the regimental commander hurried to Jerome Bonaparte and said that he had come to lead the way for Jerome Bonaparte. A word made them smile again. "Come along too." Under the leadership of the regiment leader, Saint Arnault, and the officers of the 1st Regiment visited several study rooms in the Tuileries Palace. According to the regiment leader's introduction, each emperor and king would work in a different room. Immediately afterwards, the head of the regiment led Jerome Bonaparte and others to a gilded throne, inlaid with gems. It is said that Emperor Napoleon, the uncle of Jerome Bonaparte, once also made it here. "Your Majesty, you are tired too. Why don't you take a rest?" General Saint Arnault politely asked Jerome Bonaparte to sit down. "Yeah," the head of the group said immediately. Jerome Bonaparte glanced at the remaining members of the officer corps, and the officers also said that it was time to rest. Under the encouragement of the officer corps, Jerome Bonaparte stepped onto the throne with steady steps and sat down slowly. As far as Jerome Bonaparte is concerned, this throne has no other feeling than a little cold. The corps of officers lined up neatly on both sides under the leadership of Saint Arnault and the regiment commander. They shouted with serious expressions, "Long live! Long live! Long live!" Such a scene reminded Jerome Bonaparte of a certain world-famous painting, the background of which is the Palace of Versailles. The owner of the famous painting is William I. When Jerome Bonaparte got up from the throne, the officer corps also changed the name of Jerome Bonaparte. They no longer called Jerome Bonaparte Your Excellency, but Your Majesty was used instead. In their hearts, there is no difference between Jerome Bonaparte and proclaiming emperor under the mutual asterisk of the officer corps. Jerome Bonaparte and Saint Arnault left the Élysée Palace. On the evening of October 2nd, 1850, General Changanier left the Tuileries Palace and refused to take up the post of Jerome Bonaparte. It can be said that now Changanier has become a homeless person. On the evening of October 2nd, Montalembert went to the Élysée Palace to seek a meeting with Jerome Bonaparte. After the two sides talked for a long time, Montalembert just left. On October 3rd, under the suggestion of Montalembert, the standing committee that remained at the Bourbon Palace decided to return the Tuileries Palace to the president as the president's office. The Élysée Palace and the Tuileries Palace became the residence of Jerome Bonaparte. In order to let more people remember the shadow of the empire, Jerome Bonaparte invited celebrities from all walks of life. Former generals of the First Empire, current Bonaparte generals, and ministers from various countries to the Élysée Palace. At the same time, Mocha was appointed as the interim director of the Tuileries Palace, responsible for the arrangement before the ball began. The dance is scheduled for October 7th. Mocha spent 3 days cleaning the inside and outside of the Tuileries Palace. On the evening of October 7th, candles were lit in the resplendent Tuileries Palace. Your Excellency President, I'm really happy that you reading www.urkanshu.com can see Bonaparte's son appear in the Tuileries Palace in his lifetime. Archuna, a lady of the Republic and the widow of the First Empire, said. Amarin hugged Jerome Bonaparte excitedly and said, looking at the aged old woman, Jerome Bonaparte responded kindly, Ms. Archuna, before long, you will be able to see an empire re-established in this country. Then, Jerome Bonaparte added, under the unanimous referendum of all the French people, I have always believed God will not abandon the Bonaparte family. Thank God for his mercy on me, so that I can see this scene in the waning years. Archuna Amarin became speechless due to excitement. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and looked at the old woman. He personally helped arch an armor into the side of Prince Montfort, and the former generals of the First Empire. Horses and carts kept pouring into the gardens of the Tuileries Palace from all directions, and entered the Tuileries courtyard under the detection of the guards at the gate of the garden. The Tuileries Palace, once used as a social place for the royal family, has been resurrected once again, but this time it has ushered in a new owner. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https, Make France Great Again. Mobile read, https, / For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 252. Gala at the Tuileries Palace, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 251, Dance's Diplomacy. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. The banquet of the Tuileries Palace started around 8 o'clock in the evening. All the rooms were lit by the order of Jerome Bonaparte. From the outside to the inside, the entire Tuileries Palace seemed to be enveloped by light. In this splendid hall, generals, parliamentarians, businessmen, and ministers from various countries gathered together to participate in the dance. For the foreign ministers, it was the first time they had attended a ball at the Tuileries since the Revolution of 1848, and the keen ministers seemed to sense something unusual. After all, the combination of the words Tuileries and Bonaparte is to provoke the nerves of the entire European country. Jerome Bonaparte, the protagonist of the ball, wore a tight suit and still wore a Legion of Glory medal on his chest. He shuttled through the crowd to receive the blessings of the guests in the hall. Occasionally he would stop to chat with the ball guests. The whole ball became a social place for Jerome Bonaparte alone. Of course, not everyone revolved around Jerome Bonaparte. The Russian imperial minister and the British minister were rarely together. Mr. Minister, would you like to have a chat? The Russian minister said to the British minister in a slightly rude French accent. The British minister glanced at the Russian minister who appeared in front of him. He hesitated for a moment and then nodded. The Russian envoy and the British envoy came to a remote place to talk. Mr. Minister, look at his clown-like performance. Those who didn't know it thought he had become an emperor. The Russian minister complained to the British minister. That's impossible to say. The British envoy responded with a smile, seemingly casually saying, who knows if he will be crowned like a great man. A look of consternation flashed across the Russian envoy's expression, and he immediately covered up the past with a smile. It shouldn't be possible. His uncle relied on military exploits one after another to be able to make up for his bloodline disadvantage. His bloodline is better than his. His uncle is indeed a little more noble, but he builds up the same feats as his uncle. Even if it's half, then, I don't know. The British minister shrugged, with a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth. Maybe, which unfortunate country will become his stepping stone? The Russian envoy looked gloomy, and the British envoy seemed to be alluding to the Great Russian Empire. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for the Great Russian Empire to fail. The Russian envoy murmured a few words in his heart, and he quickly changed the subject. I heard that the alliance between your country and France seems to have become a stranger. What? The Russian minister said, was exactly what happened in late May, when Admiral Parker, the commander of the British Mediterranean Fleet, was invited by Don Pacific to sail into Athens on his way back from the Dardanelles. In order to support the dubious rights and interests demanded by Don Pacific, the Kingdom of Greece was reluctant to accept Don Pacific's request, and could only ask the Protector of France for help mediate. Helpless, Palmerston categorically rejected the French mediation, and his representative in Athens responded to the mediation with a rude attitude. In the era of Philip, a lesson of national resentment for being too weak, Jerome Bonaparte decided to withdraw the French ambassador to Britain, and at the same time, condemned Britain anonymously. By the time Britain settled the dirty deal, July 26, 1850, the quasi-alliance between France and Britain ceased to exist. Britain had to stand alone against the foreign policy of the Russian Empire. Fortunately, the Russian Empire did not show any signs of overreach during this time, and they seemed to be distracted from other things by the Prussian-Austrian struggle. The Kingdom of Great Britain and the French Republic are just a relationship between neighbors, and there is no alliance between the two countries. The British minister denied the Russian minister's alliance statement. Although Palmerston in London has repeatedly called for the restoration of relations between Britain and France, the British minister does not believe that the British cabinet should bow down to France, not to mention that there are many candidates in the cabinet and in the opposition who oppose the French Republic. I just said, how could a kingdom like Britain be united with a heretic like the Republic? The Russian envoy showed a sudden realization expression, but an uncontrollable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The reason why he succeeded the previous ambassador was to break up the alliance between Britain and France. What he didn't expect was that the alliance between the two countries would be dissolved without his intervention. However, he still needs to repair the relationship with France. The last Russian ambassador left him with a big hole. He would not have been willing to travel to Paris if it had not been forcibly assigned by the foreign minister, Nacherody. Of course, cooperation is cooperation, and he still looks down on the upstart family in his bones, since Mr. Ambassador thinks that the French Republic is a heresy. Why do you want to attend the banquet of President Jerome Bonaparte? The British minister asked the Russian minister with a smile. Tsar's Majesty believes that France, as one of the most powerful countries in Europe, should be accepted by the whole of Europe. He should become an indispensable part of European countries, the Russian imperial minister said casually, while observing the British ambassador's expression. They are trying to win over France. Those damned Slavic barbarians. There was a flash of horror in the eyes of the British envoy. In his impression, Tsar Nicholas I should have hated the heresy of the Republic. Afterwards, the British minister's expression was a little flustered. If France and Russia, the two European army powers, really want to unite, there will be no place for the Kingdom of Britain in the whole of Europe. The British envoy believed that no matter how arrogant the British were, they would not think that only one country in Britain could shake the system of the entire European continent. The British minister's panicked expression made the Russian minister a little proud. The dignified British minister was actually frightened by such a news, and the Russian minister went on to say, His Majesty does not like Jerome Bonaparte, but it does not mean that we are against the French Republic. The French Republic deserves due respect. Of course. The British envoy showed a reluctant smile. Okay, it's time for me to leave. The Russian envoy left the British envoy with satisfaction. Only the British minister was left standing alone until a lady extended her hand to invite him to dance, and the British minister responded. Just when the Russian and British ministers parted ways, the Württemberg minister came to Jerome Bonaparte and said respectfully to Jerome Bonaparte, Mr. Take back your Tuileries Palace from General Garnier. For the compliment from the minister of Württemberg, Jerome Bonaparte smiled and corrected the mistake of the minister of Württemberg. This is not my private product, but a treasure of the whole of France. Mr. President, can I take a few minutes of your time? I have something to tell you. Upon seeing this, the minister of Württemberg said to Jerome Bonaparte, Of course. From the expression on the Württemberg minister's face, Jerome Bonaparte could tell that there was another wave in the German region, and he looked at de Louis subconsciously. At this time, de Rouge was dancing with his wife, and Jerome Bonaparte, who was inconvenient to disturb, entered a room in the Tuileries Palace together with the envoy of Württemberg. After entering the room and closing the door, the Württemberg minister opened his mouth and said, His Royal Highness. No, I should call you Your Majesty. You don't have to compliment me so soon. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and emphasized to the Württemberg envoy, I'm still the president of the French Republic. The envoy of Württemberg certainly understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant, and Jerome Bonaparte would decide to rebuild the empire in the near future. Your Majesty, the envoy of Württemberg still addressed Jerome Bonaparte. Tell me, what happened? Jerome Bonaparte asked the Württemberg envoy. That's right. The Austrian Empire will sign a military alliance with Our Majesty in the near future. The envoy of Württemberg whispered to Jerome Bonaparte. Huh? Jerome Bonaparte looked at the minister of Württemberg in mock surprise. Is there something big going on in the Austrian Empire? It's not about last year's Hesse Marquis. The Minister of Württemberg sighed and responded, "Now the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia can't wait to work hard to kill each other." Riyadh1.com. Now the friction between the two sides, it's getting bigger and bigger. This is the tragedy of a small country. A big country only needs to show its muscles, and a small country will face turmoil. Even if the Kingdom of Württemberg is the second largest country in southern Germany, it can only follow the trend in the face of Prussia and Austria. Do you want France to mediate? Jerome Bonaparte, who wanted to let both Prussia and Austria die immediately, said frankly to Württemberg, "With all due respect, France has no ability to mediate between Prussia and Austria." The war in Austria. The last mediation almost caused France to fall into a diplomatic predicament. Mediation in the Greek incident, Britain and France temporarily cut off diplomatic relations. No. The Württemberg minister shook his head and said, "His Majesty does not expect a truce between Prussia and Austria. We just want to ask France's attitude towards this war. Or, which side is France on? Whoever is in our favor, we will stand on whose side." Jerome Bonaparte responded to the minister of Württemberg, and then added, "Prussia has rejected our olive branch. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https, Make France Great Again. Mobile read, https, / For the convenience of reading next time, you can click / favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 253. The Dance is Diplomacy, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 253. Constantine's Dream. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. In a way, the attitude of France represented the tendency of the vassal states of South Germany. How could any emperor of Shinra be able to raise the flag for the German vassal states like the original Emperor Napoleon? The original electors of Bavaria, Saxony, and Württemberg suddenly became kingdoms. The Rhineland region, which was once broken into one place, forcibly integrated and abolished the relationship between feudal vassals. Until now, the Rhineland still uses a Napoleonic code and believes in Catholicism. It can be said that France's kindness to the whole of Germany is many times greater than that of the original Emperor Shinra. What's more, the southern German vassals have always appeared in history as 2 or 5 boys and traitors. The envoy of Württemberg, who knew the attitude of the French Republic, decided to report France's tendency to the country immediately after the bull, so that the Kingdom of Württemberg could sign a contract with the Austrian Empire as soon as possible. However, he still needed a little guarantee from Jerome Bonaparte, even if it was just a verbal assurance from Jerome Bonaparte, His Royal Highness. If the Kingdom of Prussia and the Austrian Empire really want to start a war, the envoy of Württemberg asked tentatively, "Please rest assured, if there is a war between them, the Kingdom of Württemberg can deal with it with a neutral attitude, and the French Republic will help the Kingdom of Württemberg under appropriate circumstances." Jerome Bonaparte told Württemberg Fort Minister issued a bad check. Jerome Bonaparte, who has mastered the Parisian armed forces, has preliminarily possessed the power of buying the country. Whether or not the empty check can be exchanged depends on his own mood. The value of Württemberg is second only to the coveted Rhineland in Jerome Bonaparte's heart, and he must keep this scumbag that stirs up the German situation. But what if the Austrian Empire insisted that we send troops? Even with the guarantee of the French Republic, the minister of Württemberg still had some concerns about the attitude of the Austrian Empire. "Mr. Minister," Jerome Bonaparte said with a sly smile, "I heard that Hesse-Kassel has a special product. Do you know what it is?" The minister of Württemberg was stunned. He shook his head, as if he did not understand what Jerome Bonaparte meant. In order to enrich his treasury, the Marquis of Hesse-Kassel chose a group of subjects to fight around. Jerome Bonaparte reminded, if the Austrian Empire really insists, if Württemberg is asked to send troops, Württemberg can secretly form a volunteer army to help the Austrian Empire. In this way, neither the Austrian Empire nor the Kingdom of Prussia will be offended. If the Kingdom of Prussia insists on punishing us, Although the Minister of Württemberg did not think that the Kingdom of Prussia could achieve the final victory, the Minister of Württemberg asked Jerome Bonaparte again out of prudence. Then the French Republic will be the most loyal ally of the Kingdom of Württemberg to help ensure the security of the Kingdom of Württemberg. Jerome Bonaparte said righteously to the Minister of the Kingdom of Württemberg, and then added, if you don't want to believe it, Mr. Minister, then I can ask Minister de Roos to sign a defense secret agreement with you. As long as the minister of your country and my uncle agree. Having said this, the envoy of Württemberg finally put his heart in his stomach. Sometimes the envoy of Württemberg has to sigh. Luck is more important than strength. No one could have imagined that the Bonaparte family, who had been expelled from France, would one day return to France. His Royal Highness, I wish you to take that seat as soon as possible. The envoy of Württemberg sincerely wished Jerome Bonaparte. In his opinion, as long as Jerome Bonaparte ascends the throne, the safety of Württemberg can be more guaranteed. In the mid-19th century, the affection between monarchs could often determine the political direction of a country. It can be said that the monarch is the personification of a country. Even the Kingdom of Great Britain is no exception. It's just that the political system of the Kingdom of Great Britain makes the monarch reluctant to show his likes and dislikes easily. Just like Prince Albert hates the Russian Empire for the benefit of Britain, but he will also not easily express his opposition to the Russian Empire. He will only push the flames on certain occasions to replace the candidates who are inclined to the Russian Empire, and those who oppose the Russian Empire will come to power. In this way, the entire people of the Kingdom of Great Britain are opposed to the Russian Empire. In fact, the vast majority of the people of the Kingdom of Great Britain don't want to take care of it at all, and they don't have time to take care of the Russian Empire. They just want to be able to eat more. After talking with the Minister of Württemberg, the Minister of Württemberg went out first, and Jerome Bonaparte also walked out of the room after a while. Before Jerome Bonaparte could return to the ball, he ran into the Russian Imperial envoy in the corridor of the Tuileries Palace. Your Excellency. The Russian Imperial Minister hurriedly stepped forward and introduced himself in French. I'm replacing the previous Russian Imperial Diplomatic Ambassador, Kirill Vladimirovich. After a self-introduction by the Russian diplomatic ambassador, Jerome Bonaparte looked at this tall man with a 50 thick traditional Russian brown beard, who looked about 40 years old. From his clothes look, he is not a person who is very particular about details, and he doesn't seem to be a famous family. Ah, you German, said Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte's words caused a flash of anger in Vladimirovich's eyes, and Vladimirovich suspected that the guy in front of him was mocking him. Vladimirovich, who came to repair the relationship between the two countries, suppressed his anger and said to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Excellency, I'm a native Russian aristocrat. Oh. It turns out that there are diplomats who are not of German descent in Emperor Nicholas' foreign ministry. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly realized. He said apologetically, I always thought that there were only Germans in the Russian Empire diplomats. Your Excellency, I deeply apologize for the unpleasantness that the last diplomat brought you. Vladimirovich bowed to Jerome Bonaparte and apologized. His Majesty Nicholas I is hearing the news. After that, I'm very angry. Now Count Turoviv has been sent back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs by His Majesty to take up logistical duties. So that guy's account. Jerome Bonaparte asked Vladimirovich in a tone of indignation. So, this gentleman, what is your title, Count? Vladimirovich said proudly with his chest raised. My family has served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for generations, Mr. Count. Jerome Bonaparte was different from his cousin Napoleon III's envy of famous families. He didn't care about Vladimirovich's aura of famous families. I don't know. You are looking for me. What's the matter? Your Excellency, can I take some of your time? Vladimirovich said to Jerome Bonaparte. Out of the corner of his eye, Jerome Bonaparte, who was going to the ball for a while, must have taken Vladimirovich to the room where he was conspiring with the Württemberg minister just now. Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting on the sofa, folded his legs together, put on a relaxed posture, and asked in a frivolous tone, Mr. Ambassador, I don't know what you want to say, vulgar man. Vladimirovich, who considered himself a traditional European nobleman, was somewhat disdainful of Jerome Bonaparte's behavior, and he sat opposite Jerome Bonaparte in a manner that was almost religious. Vladimirovich cleared his throat, reorganized his language, and said to Jerome Bonaparte, "We are deeply sorry for Count Turovid's frivolous remarks. Although I'm a monarchy country, but Our Majesty did not mean to reject the Republic. Tsar Nicholas I welcomed the Republic to Europe with an inclusive attitude. What Turovid did before was just the fear of some people in our country about the Republic system." The translation of Vladimirovich's words is, the previous things can be written off, and now the Russian Empire hopes to be able to unite with the French Republic to do something. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Vladimirovich with a sarcastic look. Vladimirovich decisively ignored Jerome Bonaparte's eyes and said, "You have to understand how a monarchy country has an impact on revolution of fear, and by the grace of God you have tied the reins of the revolution. Made France return to reason, so the Russian Empire has finally recognized the French Republic." Jerome Bonaparte still looked at Vladimirovich sarcastically. Riyadh1.com, as if to say, "France does not need your recognition. We welcome any rational country to join Europe." Count Vladimirovich said to Jerome Bonaparte, "We also agree with you, President, that Europe should be built on a peaceful order. Go. At this stage, our order has suffered an unprecedented crisis, and that revolution has overwhelmed the inherent order we established." Vladimirovich was still talking to Jerome Bonaparte in countless complicated diplomatic terms. "Count Vladimirovich, what are you trying to say?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Jerome Bonaparte directly. "Our Tsar's Majesty hopes that the French Republic can act together with the Russian Empire to safeguard the European system." Vladimirovich said, "Now the power of Prussia and Austria has weakened, the Kingdom of Britain hangs high overseas, and France the Republic should join hands with the Russian Empire to maintain order in Europe and the Mediterranean. Let the crumbling edifice of reason bloom again, and the people of Europe can enjoy prosperity and abundance again. Make France great again." Latest chapter address, https. Make France great again. Read the full text at https. Make France great again txt. Download address, https. Make France great again. Mobile read, https. // For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorite below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 254, Constantine's Dream, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 254, Russian-French Alliance. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Vladimirovich's remarks convinced Jerome Bonaparte that Nicholas I felt isolated in the absence of a rivalry between the Kingdom of Prussia and the Empire of Austria point as the ruler of the country. Although Nicholas I was far from being as brilliant as Queen Catherine, he would not play bad chess like Tsar Paul. Otherwise, Nicholas I would not have lived in the imperial village near St. Petersburg, but lay directly in the coffin board. In Russia's land of coups and bloodshed, any emperor without means faces the risk of death. The loyal guards will break the imperial village that imprisoned the Tsar, drag the Tsar out and hang him, and then pull the crown prince out. After the crown prince issues a pardon order, support the crown prince's pardon order. This model is somewhat similar to the succession law of the Praetorian Guards of the Ottoman Empire next door, and more coincidentally, the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire both call themselves Rome. Throughout the entire European continent, the only helpers Nicholas I could find were Britain and France. However, Palmerston of the Kingdom of Britain was not friendly to Nicholas I. The contradiction between the two sides on the Dardanelles made Nicholas I only choose to win over the French Republic. However, Nicholas I probably didn't know that Jerome Bonaparte had already given birth to the idea of teaching the Russian Empire. "I myself want to work with you to maintain the prosperity and stability of Europe." Jerome Bonaparte said Vladimirovich's words and continued, "It's just that my term of office is only 1 year after I leave office. How a French government will treat the Russian Empire is beyond me, as long as Your Excellency the President lays the foundation for the cooperation between the French Republic and the Russian Empire, then I believe that the next president will cherish the hard-won peace. You will become a greater person than your uncle." Vladimirovich worked hard. The touts of Jerome Bonaparte for Vladimirovich, as long as he can achieve his goals, let alone touting Jerome Bonaparte. Even if he is asked to flatter the demons in hell, he will not hesitate to praise the demons as angel. Vladimirovich also does not believe in eternal friends. As long as he can divide and stabilize European countries in a short period of time, so that they cannot form a stable and unified whole, then the Russian Empire can calmly do what he wants to do matter. For example, some disputed lands in the Near East. Of course, just boasting is not enough. Vladimirovich seduced Jerome Bonaparte, and His Majesty the Tsar also promises that you will receive a gift from the Romanov royal family after you leave office. Jerome Bonaparte deliberately pretended to be in denial. He sighed and said to Vladimirovich, "I don't want to covet any rewards, I just want to seek happiness for the French people as much as possible. When I step down, France will remember me. In that case, I'm already satisfied. You are really a qualified monarch." Vladimirovich praised against his will. If the monarch can also vote, then I believe that the French Republic will definitely choose you to be the monarch. Vladimirovich's words made Jerome Bonaparte unable to hold back for a while, and he couldn't help laughing. Vladimirovich looked suspiciously at Jerome Bonaparte, who seemed to be telling a funny story. "I remember happy things." Jerome Bonaparte stopped smiling and responded to Vladimirovich. Then, Jerome Bonaparte quickly changed the subject and said, "By the way, I have a suggestion. I wonder if Mr. Ambassador can listen to it afterwards." Jerome Bonaparte specially emphasized, "It's just a suggestion. I would very much like to listen to a great man," said Vladimirovich to Jerome Bonaparte with a smile. "I know that Your Majesty Nicholas I is planning how to restore Constantinople." Jerome Bonaparte threw a bomb at Vladimirovich as soon as he opened his mouth. "We are just maintaining European peace." Vladimirovich retorted to Jerome Bonaparte awkwardly, "European order is." Before Vladimirovich could finish speaking, Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand to stop Vladimirovich. "Mr. Vladimirovich, you don't need to hide anything. This is from the Tsars of the Russian Empire. A dream that started with Peter the Great. In 1848, you took the opportunity of the European Revolution to occupy the two principalities of the Danube River in the name of preventing the spread of the revolution. Don't you have no heart for Constantinople at all?" Vladimirovich was silent. He didn't like Jerome Bonaparte's straightforward speech, which was like stabbing a lung tube with a wooden stick. "Mr. Vladimirovich, I'm the president of the French Republic, not a diplomat. I hope we can be a little more candid. You just need to answer yes or no." Jerome Bonaparte asked candidly. "That's right. His Majesty the Tsar indeed intends." Vladimirovich confirmed Jerome Bonaparte's guess, and then defended his monarch. "We just want to maintain the Orthodox Church of Constantinople disciples' interests." Jerome Bonaparte smiled non-committally. As for Vladimirovich's remarks, he could only say that whoever believed it was a fool. "Mr. Minister, if the demands of the Russian Empire are Constantinople, the demands of France are the Rhineland," Jerome Bonaparte said to Vladimirovich. Vladimirovich's face changed greatly, and he said to Jerome Bonaparte in a solemn tone as much as possible, "Your Excellency, the Rhineland region has been determined after the Vienna Conference, and no country can overthrow it. This decision." "What about the Treaty of London? Will the Russian Empire also abide by it?" "If Tsar Nicholas is willing to abide by the Treaty of London, then in order to ensure the safety of the Ottoman Empire, I hope that the Russian Empire will withdraw from the Danube as soon as possible." Roma Bonaparte immediately retorted. Jerome Bonaparte's rebuttal left Vladimirovich speechless, and Nicholas I was also not a man willing to abide by the treaty. "Mr. Minister, France has no intention to overthrow the Vienna Conference." In order to avoid overly stimulating the British ambassador, Jerome Bonaparte emphasized, "The demands of the Rhineland region are only a small part." Having said that, Jerome Bonaparte called the attendant in the corridor and ordered the attendant to fetch the map of the study. After a while, the squire handed the map to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte, who spread the map on the table, pointed to the Saar basin on the map and said to Vladimirovich, "France hopes to get some compensation. This is the territory of the Kingdom of Prussia." Vladimirovich said flatly to Jerome Bonaparte. Judging from his expression, the division of Prussian territory seemed to have no psychological burden on him. "Prime Minister Schwarzenberg has promised me." Jerome Bonaparte showed a sly smile. He wanted to plant the seeds of distrust in the Austrian Empire and the Tsar. Sure enough, there was a flash of surprise in Vladimirovich's eyes, and he had to report this situation to St. Petersburg. Seeing that Vladimirovich did not move, Jerome Bonaparte connected the Danube Principality on the map with Bulgaria and Serbia. In addition to the Duchy of the Danube, the Bulgarian region and the Serbian region can be merged into one country, and Nicholas I can appoint a person to be the king of this newly established country. The Constantinople region needs Nicholas I to fight for himself, and the French will support all demands of the Russian Empire for the Black Sea region. The Constantinople region needs Nicholas I to fight for himself, and the French will support all demands of the Russian Empire for the Black Sea region. Conditions proposed by Jerome Bonaparte did not violate Vladimirovich's bottom line, but the return given by Jerome Bonaparte made Vladimirovich extremely excited. If the French Republic could really support the Russian Empire, it would undoubtedly make His Majesty Nicholas I one of the greatest Tsars. Vladimirovich believed that Nicholas I could not be unmoved. Mr. Minister, if there is no accident, I still have to step down for more than a year, so I need to use the shortest time to make the French people remember me completely. Jerome Bonaparte smiled reservedly. He tried to dispel Philip Rakimirovich's doubts. You will definitely become the greatest president of this country. Vladimirovich sighed to Jerome Bonaparte, feeling a little bit of affection for Jerome Bonaparte in his heart. This is a ruler who is not greedy for power. Compared with him, our Tsar's Majesty is really. Vladimirovich recalled the Decembrist coup 25 years ago, when he was in his early 20s, and he almost participated in the riot with his blood. After the riots subsided, he saw with his own eyes that the Decembrists were pressed to the execution ground and beheaded. Riyadh1.com I just want to seek benefits for France as much as possible, said Jerome Bonaparte, still blushing and heartless. Your Excellency, your suggestion is very good. Vladimirovich responded to Jerome Bonaparte. It's just that this plan is not something that my little envoy can decide. I need to work with Russia. Talk to His Majesty Nicholas I of the Empire. Only with the consent of His Majesty Nicholas I can we proceed to the next step of cooperation. Of course, I sincerely hope that the French Republic and the Russian Empire can join hands to maintain the European order. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and nodded. He had a casual attitude towards this plan. Kimirovich said, I believe that with the joint efforts of the Russian Empire and the French Republic, the European order will be able to restore stability. Vladimirovich also responded. After the cooperation intention was reached, the two parties left the room together. They entered the ball with a smile side by side. The ministers from various countries saw it, and many ministers showed surprised expressions on their faces. European diplomacy is on the rise again. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https:/Make France Great Again txt download address. https Make France Great Again mobile read. https:// For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorite below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 255 Russian-French Alliance, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends. Questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 255 Double Bet, Win. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Mr. President, congratulations on taking back this palace that belongs to you. Not long after parting with the Russian minister Vladimirovich, the British minister met Jerome Bonaparte by chance, and the British minister expressed his congratulations to Jerome Bonaparte. No, this palace does not belong to me. It belongs to the great French people. Jerome Bonaparte said humbly in the face of the British envoy's compliments. Every room here, every brick is the crystallization of the wisdom of the French people. I'm just a passerby living here temporarily. Your Excellency the President is still so approachable. Jerome Bonaparte believed that this sentence should be a compliment if the meaningful smile on the lips of the British minister was put aside. But with a smile, the British minister instead, there is an inexplicable sense of humor and irony in the praise. Your Excellency Ambassador, I don't know what you have to do with me. Although Jerome Bonaparte didn't like the British minister's smile in his heart, he still kept the smile he should have, and responded to the British minister. The British minister responded, "Nothing. Mr. President, I'm here just to express my blessings to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the British envoy turned and left, stopped less than 5 meters away from Jerome Bonaparte, and turned around again and said, "I hope the French Republic will prosper more and more under your leadership." Jerome Bonaparte was a little confused by the nonsensical remarks of the British minister. Could it be that the Kingdom of Great Britain is not at all worried about any deal between the French Republic and the Russian Empire? Jerome Bonaparte puts himself into the situation of the British minister. If he were the British envoy, his would probably be far less patient than the British envoy. Since the British minister made this event an ordinary dance, there is no need determination for him to trouble himself and make some nonsensical inferences. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte was no longer struggling with his sudden clarity. The brief conversation between Jerome Bonaparte and the British minister was also seen by some people present, and the ministers from various countries speculated whether there was a possibility of resurrection between Britain and France. It can be said that due to the participation of ministers from various countries, a simple dance has turned into a large-scale foreign exchange department. The dance ended at 11 o'clock in the evening, and the envoys, generals, and parliamentarians of various countries left one after another. The huge Tuileries Palace is only left with some members of the Bonaparte family and the attendants who serve the Bonaparte family, plus the first regiment of soldiers responsible for the defense of the Tuileries Palace. The once bustling turned into deserted in a blink of an eye. Jerome Bonaparte strolled leisurely in the long and narrow corridor after the dance was over. There was silence all around, except for the rustling sound of his Martin boots stepping on the floor. Wherever he passed, the attendants and guards held their breaths for fear of disturbing the president by their disrespectful behavior. No one knows what he is thinking now. People can only watch Jerome Bonaparte walk from one corridor to another, and then turn back again. After pacing back and forth a few times, Jerome Bonaparte's indifferent voice reached the ears of the guards around him. "Where is Walewski now?" After the surrounding guards looked at each other, one of the guards stepped forward and said cautiously, "Your Majesty, Secretary General Walewski is now." "I don't care where he is. You must call Walewski." Before the guard could finish speaking, Jerome Bonaparte forcibly interrupted the guard's words. "Yes." The guard hurriedly straightened his body and responded unswervingly to Jerome Bonaparte. Before the guard left the corridor, Jerome Bonaparte's voice sounded from behind the guard. "After you find Walewski, let him go to the office. I will be there waiting for him." Jerome Bonaparte looked up at the starry sky, left the corridor, and returned to the Tuileries Palace alone. The guards finally found Walewski, who was staying at the Élysée Palace, and informed Walewski that Jerome Bonaparte had summoned him. Walewski hurried to the Tuileries Palace by carriage and came down to the study, where Jerome Bonaparte was under the guidance of the attendants of the Tuileries Palace. This study should have been the office of Emperor Napoleon back then. Walewski held the handle and gently pushed the door in. In the dimly lit room, only half a burning candle was placed on the mahogany desk. Sky vaguely saw a bust of Napoleon hanging on the wall behind the desk and Jerome Bonaparte on the landward seat under the bust. At this moment, Jerome Bonaparte was laying his head above the desk, supporting it with both hands, so that it would not fall. "Your Excellency." Walewski looked at Jerome Bonaparte and responded. Walewski's talk made Jerome Bonaparte look up at Walewski with those deep eyes that seemed to dissect Walewski's whole body. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte withdrew his aggressive gaze and said quietly, "Cousin, what do you think of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Diplomacy is our most cautious department in France, and they undertake the most important task in France." Walewski responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a standard official tone in a low voice. Then, "Cousin, are you interested in going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? I remember that you once held such a position in the Orleans dynasty." Jerome Bonaparte asked Walewski again in an unpredictable tone. For Jerome Bonaparte's sudden inquiry, Walewski was stunned for a few seconds, and then said loudly, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm willing to follow your will." Jerome Bonaparte got up and broke free from the dark corner with a smile. "Excellent. You will be dispatched to London as a secret ambassador." "London?" Walewski was stunned and replied, "Your Majesty, our relationship with them seems to be, no. said Jerome Bonaparte with a smile. There are no eternal friends, only eternal friends' interests. Some time ago, we had some small differences in interests with Britain, and I believe it will not be long. Disagreements will disappear in the face of common problems. Common problem? Walewski was a little confused. What problems could France and Britain have in common? Of course it is the Russian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte said to Walewski, Nicholas I of the Russian Empire has never been very honest. Britain is finding no reason to teach this greedy guy a lesson. Your Excellency, do we want to join too? Walewski asked about Jerome Bonaparte's diplomatic line point now in France. The direction of Jerome Bonaparte is the direction of the whole of France. That's right. We must fight a war with them. Only in this way can we eliminate the shame they brought us. Jerome Bonaparte said loudly, the Russian army has been through more than 50 years of experience. The corruption of the world has already become a group of frivolous bells and whistles. We only need a slight push and they will fall to the ground. Working together with Britain can guarantee our sea power in the Mediterranean, and we will ruthlessly in the Balkans destroy the ambitions of the Russian Empire. In terms of the army, the French army can hang the entire European army, although the Prince of Prussia and the Duke of Wellington do not think so. But in terms of the navy, the British Kingdom is the undisputed overlord of the entire earth. Even though Jerome Bonaparte has chosen to add an additional budget to the French navy on the original basis, and introduced steam engine technology, the overall strength of the French navy will never be comparable to that of Britain. Jerome Bonaparte's words made Walewski a little shocked. He suddenly thought of the topographic map of the Near East from the Presidential Secretariat, General Staff, some time ago. Did the president? Walewski couldn't help shivering. He never thought that the president would start planning a war against the Russian Empire just a year after taking office. Point compared with him, I don't seem to be born by His Majesty. Walewski has always been proud to be the emperor's son, even if only the illegitimate son, cousin. Before France and Britain decide to cooperate, you will go to Britain as my personal envoy to discuss many matters in the Near East and Africa with Palmerston and others. Jerome Bonaparte told Walewski said, of course, in order not to irritate the Russian Empire too much, the time for you to go to Britain may be next year, and you will go to Britain as my secret envoy. You should know now the capitals of various countries are covered with the eyes of hostile forces. If it is through official channels, it will spread all over Europe before you can make a move, so our actions must be carried out in secret. Jerome Bonaparte paused and then said, however, during this period of time, you are still serving as Secretary General. Resurrection. It is best to try to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to learn more about the situation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yes. Walewski responded. Okay. Cousin, please take a trip. Call Marcel Yeroja. I have something important to entrust to him. Jerome Bonaparte said to Walewski. Walewski left Jerome Bonaparte's study, and Jerome Bonaparte was left alone in the study again. Through the candlelight, Jerome Bonaparte seemed to see the figure of the Russian Empire struggling and begging in the Near East. Russia, I hope you don't let me down. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 256. Double-headed bet, win. The reading record, you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends. Questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 256, Dick. Of Paris. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Walewski brought Marcel Yeroja to Jerome Bonaparte and left wisely. He is proficient in court politics and will not interfere too much beyond his authority like Pesani does. When it comes to work, people like Walewski who are self-aware of their own authority tend to be more valued by leaders. Jerome Bonaparte would not have considered sending Walewski to Britain If his men had no qualified diplomatic talents apart from de Roos and Walewski, the entire Bonapartist party could have no other diplomats, and de Roos himself held the post of Minister of Foreign Affairs, which made his every move possible being overinterpreted by the outside world. If he is allowed to visit England, he will visit England on the first day. And on the second day, there will be rumors that France and Britain will cooperate. Unless Jérôme Bonaparte chooses to dismiss de Lewis. But after de Lewis is dismissed, it is not easy to find someone who can replace de Lewis. Can't let Pesany take over de Lewis's post. Compared to de Roos, Walewski is obviously a better choice. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Marcel Yeroja's voice called Jérôme Bonaparte back from his contemplation. Jérôme Bonaparte glanced at Marcel Yeroja and asked Marcel Yeroja blankly, "The recent progress on the organizational structure of the East and the National Intelligence Service." Marcel Yeroja reported the progress to Jérôme Bonaparte one by one. The list of people who will go to the East has been drawn up, and most of the members are receiving a French cramming education, striving to set off for the East by the end of this year. Compared to the progress in the East, the NIs also struggled in terms of organizational structure. After all, this is also Marcel Yerog's first attempt. According to Marcel Yerog's description, Jérôme Bonaparte found that there was a certain conflict between the functional agencies of the National Intelligence Service. Marcel, why don't you set up a department dedicated to external intelligence collection and a department dedicated to internal intelligence collection? In this way, the conflict and internal friction between the two departments will be greatly reduced. Jérôme Bonaparte made his own suggestion to Marcel Yeroja. In later generations, as long as the organizational structure is a little more mature, its internal and external departments are strictly divided, so as to achieve a relatively proper solution to the problem. Of course, sometimes it is not ruled out that the two departments collide with each other, such as the later FBI and CIA. After a moment of contemplation, Marcel Yeroja said to Jérôme Bonaparte that he would definitely accept Jérôme Bonaparte's advice. That's right. How many eyeliners are your people setting up at the embassies in Paris? Jérôme Bonaparte asked, after entering the topic. Your Majesty, we have been working on monitoring the eyeliners of other countries in Paris recently, so this work has just started. Marcel Yeroja responded daringly to Jérôme Bonaparte. Just starting? Jérôme Bonaparte raised his voice with a look of anger. I have given you sufficient time to prepare, and at the same time allocated a lot of funds. You actually told me that you have just started. The current situation is caused by my negligence. Marcel Yeroja immediately confessed to Jérôme Bonaparte. He understood that what the leader wanted was not an explanation but an attitude. I voluntarily resign as director of the National Intelligence Service job. Humph. Jérôme Bonaparte snorted coldly and said coldly, Mr. Marcel, do you think you can blackmail me with your resignation? Your Excellency, I'm not trying to blackmail anyone. I'm ashamed of my own neglect. I have betrayed your trust in me. Marcel Yeroja repeatedly emphasized that it was his own mistake. Mr. Marcel, now that your position has become acting director, you should understand what I mean. Jérôme Bonaparte decided to punish Marcel Yeroja a little and change the national intelligence at this stage. Court is really unwise. Your Majesty, I will definitely do my best to make up for my mistakes. Seeing this, Marcel Yeroja hurriedly expressed his position to Jérôme Bonaparte. I'll give you a task now. Jérôme Bonaparte, who had finished his punishment, no longer insisted on a question from Marcel Yeroja. He gave an order to Marcel Yeroja. From now on begin to pay close attention to the news of the Russian Imperial Embassy. I want to know the latest news of the Russian Imperial Embassy. Yes, Your Majesty. Marcel Yeroja, who escaped the catastrophe, hurriedly assured Jérôme Bonaparte that he would obey Jérôme Bonaparte's orders. Also, Jérôme Bonaparte continued, other problems cannot be taken down. If other progress cannot be completed because of monitoring the Russian Imperial Embassy, you should not be the director of the National Intelligence Service. I will definitely finish it as soon as possible. Marcel Yeroja responded immediately. The external liaison station should be concealed. It is best to use a single line of information for information. Only in this way can we effectively protect our intelligence network from being destroyed. Jérôme Bonaparte once again warned Marcel Yeroja. Understood. Marcel Yeruja suddenly realized that the president seemed to know more about espionage warfare than himself, and every time he was called over, he would have a new insight. If you need an additional budget, you can tell Walewski. Money often plays an important role in intelligence warfare. Jerome Bonaparte paused and emphasized, but don't be too superstitious about money. Be careful about everything. Those who can be bought by us with money may also be bought by others. Marcel Yerug nodded to show his understanding. Okay, you can go back to rest. Jerome Bonaparte ordered Marcel Yeruja to evict the guest. After Marcel Yeruja left, a tired Jerome Bonaparte decided to stay at the Tuileries Palace. Lying on the big soft bed of the Tuileries Palace, Jerome Bonaparte was unable to sleep until the sky turned white and a ray of sunshine lay on the Tuileries Palace. Nabil just fell asleep. Early the next morning. A large number of anti-Bonapartist newspapers, such as Gazette, National Office, Observer, the newspaper established by Proudhon, rushed to report Jerome Bonaparte's banquet at the Tuileries Palace. Articles uniformly described Jerome Bonaparte as an ambitious president. Among them, Proudhon's newspapers are the most straightforward. The old Bonaparte is dead, and the new Bonaparte will take on the face of socialism. Perhaps soon, we will be able to meet a socialist emperor, due to the fact that some legitimists and Orleanists were inclined towards Bonaparte. The article in the Gazette more euphemistically called Jerome Bonaparte the Parisian dictateur. What all those who opposed Jerome Bonaparte did not expect was that such reports did not make much waves among the Parisian bourgeoisie. The long-term wolf is coming effect has caused a kind of aesthetic fatigue to the citizens of Paris, and some people who are watching the fun and don't take it too seriously even clamored that it's long overdue to be enthroned. When Jerome Bonaparte woke up again and saw the content of the anti-Bonapartist newspaper placed by the bedside, he could not help but silently thank those newspapers that opposed him. It is precisely because they kept preaching that they were about to launch a coup d'etat day and night, so that the entire Parisian citizens were unwilling to believe such rumors. The threshold of Parisian citizens has been repeatedly raised by anti-Bonapartist newspapers. Even if a coup d'etat does happen one day, I'm afraid that Parisians will not have the slightest reaction. Time to test the attitudes of Parisians. Jerome Bonaparte was determined to complete the pre-coup probing as soon as possible. Jerome Bonaparte, who had left the bedroom, called Walewski again. "Your Majesty," said Walewski to Jerome Bonaparte. "Cousin, you." Jerome Bonaparte told Walewski of his plan. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's plan, Walewski showed a look of astonishment. "Is there a problem?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Walewski. "No." Walewski shook his head, then said hesitantly, "Are we really going to so fast?" "Cousin." Jerome Bonaparte patted Walewski on the shoulder and said earnestly, "We only have more than a year. If we don't act fast, we may have to consider slipping away. No, we can't fight unprepared. Besides, it's just a trial." Following the arrangement of Jerome Bonaparte, Walewski left the Tuileries Palace in a carriage and went to the Havas News Agency, where he met the president of the Havas News Agency, Charles Havas. Riyadh1.com Valais Secretary General Sky. "What is the mission of the president?" Charles Horus asked Walewski eagerly. "You." Walewski explained Jerome Bonaparte's task. "President." "No, Your Majesty, he finally wants to." Charles Horus said excitedly. "That's right." Walewski nodded and agreed with Charles Horus' guess, and he continued, "After so many years of development, your Horus News Agency has opened many branches in France, so this action is a great deal the best for you. Please rest assured, President, we will definitely complete the task assigned by the President." Charles Horus' old voice revealed firmness. On the afternoon of the same day, the Paris headquarters of Horus News Agency issued an order to its affiliated news agency, distributed in secondary cities in France, Lyon and the like, to work overtime for printing. On October 8th, an article, an open letter to the French people, spread throughout France. This article appears in almost every French municipal newspaper. However, the author of the article is none other than Jerome Bonaparte, President of the French Republic. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https, Make France Great Again. Mobile read, https, / For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 257 Dictuido in Paris, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, The Campaign to Amend the Constitution. France is neither willing to revert to the old system, whatever it may appear to be, nor to attempt harmful unrealizable fantasies. It is because I'm an opponent of both that France has placed its hopes in me. If my government fails to deliver all the planned improvements, it will be the factionalism to blame. One can see that for 2 years, when it comes to fighting chaos with repression, I have always had parliamentary support. But it refused to help me when I wanted to implement benefits and improve the situation of residents, the beginning of a new phase of our political era. Every French people should take the initiative to make their voices heard. If France realizes that people have no right to go beyond the constitution, to deal with the constitution, France has only to make one point. My strength and courage will not betray it. I'm determined to carry out its will, no matter what responsibilities the state asks of me. In my hands, France will not suffer. Once the article was published, it caused a storm in industrial / semi-industrial cities such as Paris, Lyon, Strasbourg, Nancy, Lodire, Dijon, etc. Anyone with a little political common sense understood that the president's open letter was aimed at the people. Parliament, he is calling on all the French to oppose the National Assembly, which they voted for. Is this guy Jerome Bonaparte so impatient to overthrow the National Assembly? At this moment, Thiers, who was staying at the mansion in Rue Portier, was even more gloomy. He sat on the sofa and looked at him angrily. Barrier, who was next to him, seemed to be questioning Barrier. Obviously, he can't wait. Barrier shrugged, showing a helpless expression. Our strength is no longer enough to confront him. When the National Assembly has lost its to check and balance the president will naturally not will be in the eyes of the National Assembly. The self-destruction of the Count of Chambord caused both the Orthodox and Orleanist camps to explode. The Legitimists, led by Brian Montalembert, separated from the Party of Order and joined Bonaparte. Count Lay chose to go into seclusion due to excessive disappointment, and Dodel and Barrow also left the Party of Order and moved closer to Bonaparte. The once largest party was completely split and became the last party, and Thiers and Barrier alone could no longer support the skeleton of the Party of Order. Fortunately, those social democrats have no intention of welcoming an emperor at all. Thiers calmly analyzed the current situation. He turned his attention to Barrier and said, "Mr. Barrier, we must act. Our strength alone is no match for Bonaparte." "What do you mean?" Barrier responded to Thiers. "We must find a helper." Thiers grinned slyly at the corner of his mouth. "Help? Who else?" Barrier subconsciously wanted to veto Thiers' idea. "Wait, you mean?" "That's right." Thiers nodded knowingly, confirming Barrier's idea. "But we are a royalist party." Barrier's thought, which is not very flexible in the moral bottom line, is undergoing a fierce struggle. "Monsieur Barrier, we are all Republicans of tomorrow." Thiers repeated what he had said during the February Revolution. "Since you've figured out a countermeasure, then I'll just follow you." Barrier seemed to have agreed with Thiers' actions, and he pretended to be reserved and handed the decision to Thiers. "Then, we will have a good negotiation with the Republicans," Thiers emphasized. At the same time that Thiers was conspiring with Barrier, the Duke of Broye, Montalembert and Dodel and Barrow, who had joined or half joined the Bonapartists, came to Jerome Bonaparte's residence, the Tuileries Palace. Since the last time Jerome Bonaparte stayed at the Tuileries, he has been rooted in the Tuileries. The Élysée Palace, which once served as the office and rest residence of the president, has completely become the residence of Prince Montfort. The Duke of Broye and his party entered a living room of the Tuileries Palace under the leadership of Walewski. The living room revealed a strong atmosphere of the First Empire. A half-open portrait of Napoleon was wrapped in a gold-rimmed frame and hung on the fireplace. Jerome Bonaparte sat on the sofa beside the fireplace. "Welcome to the Duke of Broye, Mr. Odilon Barrow, and the Count of Montalembert." Jerome Bonaparte got up and shook hands with the three of them and invited them to sit together. Jerome Bonaparte sat on the sofa with his legs slightly spread, his hands drooping on the sofa, leaning back in a relaxed posture and asking, "3. I don't know why you came to the Elysee Palace. Expensive, that's it." "Mr. President." Odilon Barrow recounted the news about Jerome Bonaparte they had read in the newspaper of the Havas news agency. "So, that's what happened." Jerome Bonaparte put his legs together and leaned on the sofa upright and asked with a serious expression, "Gentlemen, I think you should understand my purpose." "What exactly is it, Your Excellency?" "You still have more than a year, so you don't need to be so anxious." Montalembert advised Jerome Bonaparte, "You will cause some people who are interested in you to turn to the other side." "You mean Thiers?" Jerome Bonaparte said bluntly to Montalembert. "That's right." Montalembert nodded in response to Jerome Bonaparte. "The Count of Montalembert, Mr. Odilon Barrow, and the Duke of Broye." Jerome Bonaparte called by name in turn. "The time you have worked with Mr. Thiers is not short. Don't you realize that Thiers is a complete egoist? All he does is for himself. The party of order is formed to be able to check and balance me, and the disapproval of Changanier as the speaker is to prevent Changanier from taking him niche." Jerome Bonaparte ruthlessly criticized Thiers. "In a way, Thiers and Jerome Bonaparte are a type of guy. A man like this will never condescend under others. He is like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark all day, ready to bite you at any time when you are not prepared." Jerome Bonaparte lashed out at Thiers' slander. When the three of Montalembert heard Jerome Bonaparte's evaluation of Thiers, they were all silent. "Okay, gentlemen, since you all understand what I want to do, I would like to ask you to wave your flag to cheer after the parliamentary session is resumed." Jerome Bonaparte spoke gently to the three people present, said, "Mr. President, please be blunt. Your move this time is likely to fail." Duke Broye, who had been silent for a long time, said, "According to the Constitution, if more than 2/3 of the people agree, the Constitution can take effect. We are far less than 3/4. I just want less than 3/4. Jerome Bonaparte said silently in his heart. He knew that some people in his camp, including his father, Prince Montfort, were still hesitant to want both. Wanting to overthrow the Legislative Assembly without having blood splattered on them. Attempts to complete the coup in a legal way without killing the enemy pointed is part of the Bonapartist psychology. To want to do something, but not willing to bear the cost. Jerome Bonaparte can only tell them in the harshest reality of this kind of dude, that if they do not choose to completely trample the National Assembly under their feet, then the power they depend on will be destroyed in May 1852. Complete collapse in 2 weeks. Nothing is more sobering than a veto by the Legislative Assembly. I just want to see how many people in the parliament are willing to support us. Jerome Bonaparte explained to the Duke of Broye, in the next year, we only need to win this. The support of some people is enough. If it is not a last resort, I still hope that all this can be solved by referendum instead of force. 4 years in office is not enough to support me to do a great job. Duke of Broye, are you willing to help me? The words of Jerome Bonaparte once again confused the Duke of Broye and others. In their opinion, the president still respects the constitution. In order for the president to change the constitution without force, they have to compromise on the president's behavior. Of course, the Duke of Broye immediately agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's request. In the next 10 days, the Duke of Broye ran around for Jerome Bonaparte, and Montalembert also became the spokesman for Jerome Bonaparte's Elysee Palace. Thiers' carefully designed parliamentary standing committee has completely turned into the Elysee faction with the help of the Ghost. Even the Speaker of Durban, who was once hostile to Jerome Bonaparte and his faction, also gradually moved closer to the Elysee Palace. Riyadh 1.com. At the same time, a petition from the Gironde entered Paris. Your Excellency, the President of France is an indispensable presence, and his term of office should be extended. George Eugene Horseman, who was a senior official of the Gironde department at the time, also called on the French provinces to unite in public to send the petition to Paris, so that Paris see their attitude. Eugene Ottoman's public remarks undoubtedly pointed out the direction for senior officials in other provinces. In the case of the president suppressing the parliament, it is necessary to curry favor with the president, for a time, except for a few high-ranking officials in the stubborn royalist area. Other high-ranking officials in the other provinces expressed to Paris that they wanted Jerome Bonaparte to stay in office. The soldiers were not idle either. Under the arrangement of the Paris Military Agency and the War Department, the commanders of the Strasbourg Front, the Alps Front, and the Italian Front also expressed their attitude to Paris. Petitions poured into Paris from all directions, and Jerome Bonaparte's momentum reached its peak surrounded by high-ranking officials and generals from the provinces. Chapter 258, Imperial Village. The international environment affects the domestic small environment, and the domestic small environment also makes the international environment undergo turbulent changes, especially in a country like France that plays an important role in the European continent. The words and deeds of President Jerome Bonaparte have a direct impact changes in diplomacy across the European continent. Just as France is struggling with the issue of amending the constitution, a drama is being staged in the German region. The German region, which has never stopped since the February Revolution, is now finally about to usher in the final decisive battle. Prussia and Austria, the fateful compatriots in the German region, are fighting for German dominance. And the source of all this is closely related to Jerome Bonaparte. After the suppression of the Hungarian Revolution, when the ambitious Schwarzenberg began to plan to return to Germany, the Kingdom of Prussia also coincidentally created the Three Kings League to resist the ambition of the Austrian Empire to regain control of Germany. It's just that Prussia's ambitions were not very big at that time. King Frederick William IV of Prussia only wanted to unite with Austria, to divide North and South Germany with Saxony as a boundary. For a Protestant country like Prussia, an excessive Catholic population would lead to a serious dilution of the Protestant population ratio, which would trigger a sectarian crisis, and the separation of the North and the South would be the best solution for Prussia. Schwarzenberg pretended to agree with the Prussian North-South separation and the Three Kings Alliance plan, while encouraging Prussia to suppress the revolution in the German region. Prussia agreed to the Austrian plan, the Frankfurt Confederacy, which once supported Prussia to become the German emperor, was dissolved, the revolution led by the middle class was suppressed, and Prussia used bayonets and blood donations to make the Germans completely lose hope in it. Without the support of the middle class and the National Guard, Prussia could only survive on the Three Kings Alliance. However, the Kingdom of Prussia did not know that when Schwarzenberg was suppressing the revolution in Germany, he secretly attracted German princes and foreign forces. The German princes were persuaded by Austria's use of revolutionary fears, and Jerome Bonaparte of the French Republic was tricked by Schwarzenberg with part of the Rhineland in return. Schwarzenberg believed he had successfully deceived Jerome Bonaparte. Nicholas I of the Russian Empire similarly acquiesced. Chapter 148 Content. After courting the great powers in the German vassal states, Schwarzenberg began to provoke trouble. He used Hesse, Kassel as an excuse to invade Prussia on a small scale. In order to maintain its own authority, Prussia had to protect Hesse. Kassel, the name of the Haguenau Council, also adds to the bargaining chip. At that time, Prussia was dominated by liberals. The Prussian support action completely angered the German princes. After the two sides fought for a year and spent nearly 10 million francs, conversion, Schwarzenberg finally invited on September 2, 1850, except for Prussia. The foreign German princely states traveled to Frankfurt to participate in the German Confederation Parliament. Almost all the German princely states participated in the Confederate Assembly. On October 15, Austrian Prime Minister Schwarzenberg, Bavaria and Württemberg signed a military alliance, Chapter 252, and rushed to the imperial village outside the Russian Empire to meet Nicholas I. At this time, Schwarzenberg, who was sitting in the carriage, did not know that the storm rolled up by Jerome Bonaparte was hitting him. More than 20 kilometers south of St. Petersburg, there is a residence, which was a summer villa built by Peter the Great for his wife, Empress Katerina of the Russian Empire in 1717. The villa was completed in 1824 after 7 years. The two-story mansion with 16 main houses and the surrounding gardens were completed and opened In order to emphasize the significance of the new royal territory, it soon became known as the Imperial Village Point. In order to emphasize the significance of the new royal territory, it soon became known as the Imperial Village. 1741, when Elizabeth Petrovna, the daughter of Peter the Great, ascended the throne, she also took a fancy to this place that carries memories at a glance. Under her authorization, the best architects of Petersburg gave this place a slight interest. The modest manor was expanded, with the foundation laid by the 2 generations of Tsars. The following generations of Tsars completely turned this place into a place for daily settlement and rest. A garden rises up around the Imperial Village. The tall and straight bushes and lush green lawns make the entire palace embellished with greenery, and the changing seasons of the Imperial Village add a touch of beauty. However, all beauty is always an ornament of power. As the residence of the Tsar, the Imperial Village has a more important role, that is, the power of the entire Tsarist Russia. The developed transportation network made the audience move faster, and the great nobles living around the Imperial Village could better assist the Tsar in governing government affairs. It can be said that the entire Imperial Village was the nerve center of this huge empire. This country with a vast territory and a population of tens of millions is in its heyday. Tsar Nicholas I and his soldiers and ministers ruled the country with a ruthless iron fist, lashing the empire with bayonets. Large and small nationality. Any nation that is unwilling to surrender to the empire will be taught by the bayonet. It can be said that no one is not afraid of the direction the bayonet points. However, who knows that this vast empire with a population of tens of millions will soon become the laughingstock of Europe in a few years? Who knows that in a few decades, the Empire and Imperial Village, the 2 names that run through the Romanov dynasty, will become historical dust along with the Romanov dynasty. After the February Revolution, the Romanov dynasty fell. After the October Revolution, the Imperial Village was renamed Pushkin City. The Imperial family and the Imperial Village have turned into a Lois under historical circumstances, and the name of the poet who was once monitored by the Romanov dynasty for a long time will replace the Romanov dynasty and become the eternal memory of the Russian nation. As long as Russia exists, the name Pushkin will remain in the memory of the people forever, of course. In this era, the Tsar's fame is far greater than that of Pushkin, and the Tsar who lives here will also not know his destiny. Now Nicholas I is wearing a traditional black-breasted military uniform of the Russian Empire, concentrating on the map of Europe. On the desk on the map are dense arrows and troop numbers written in Russian. Nicholas I slowly moved his hand from St. Petersburg to the southwest, and soon moved to the Balkans. As his fingers continued to move southward, Constantinople fell under the fingers of Nicholas I. Constantine. Nicholas I murmured. His finger tapped on the map of Constantinople. His face was extraordinarily solemn, and had a sense of sacredness. While Nicholas I was muttering to himself, a knock on the door of the court attendant came from outside the room. Who? Nicholas I asked the attendant outside the door in a majestic voice. Your Majesty, Minister Ness already has arrived at the Imperial Village. He said that he wants to see you on something important. The court attendant outside the door respectfully said to Nicholas I, take him to the amber room. Nicholas I replied. The court attendants were ordered to leave, and met Karol Nesherody, the foreign minister of the Russian Empire, at the Catherine Palace. From 1822 to 1850, for nearly 28 years, the Russian court did not know how many ministers and how many conference chairmen were replaced. The foreign minister, however, has been firmly held at the helm of the entire Russian diplomacy. In addition to the trust of Emperor Nicholas I of the Russian Empire, Nesherody himself also has a good ability. Here, Nesherody's reaction is more than that of Alexander I. Karol Robert Nesselrode. Karol Robert Nesselrode, 1780 to 1862, Count, diplomat, Germanic origin, attended secondary school in Berlin, joined the Russian Navy at the age of 16, later transferred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and was appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia during the time of Tsar Nicholas I of Russia, 1822 to 1856. The court attendant humbly said to the veteran foreign minister Karol Nesselrody, Your Majesty will meet you in the amber room. Thank you very much. Karol Nesherody expressed his gratitude to the court attendant slightly. Under the leadership of the court attendants, Karol Nesherody entered the amber room of the Catherine Palace. The walls of the amber room were full of amber, including blood amber, gold amber, large and small, and others. Some of them are framed, some are glued to the wall, shining from lemon yellow to golden red. The splendor is suffocating. The whole room seems to be enveloped in gold. In the center of this golden shroud, Emperor Nicholas I of the Russian Empire was sitting dignifiedly on his throne, looking at the court attendants and Karol Nesselrode like a mortal in a godlike costume. The longer Nicholas I stayed on the throne, Riyadh1.com, the more he liked to use this method to swear his majesty and holiness to the nobles. The long-term rule made him extremely aware of the disposition of the entire Russian nation, from serfs to nobles, who only loved the tyrants who kicked their asterisk with spurs. Nicholas I believed that, if one day he became weak, the nobles would kill him without hesitation, and put his son Alexander II on the throne. The coup has become the curse of the country. However, the sanctity of Nicholas I's use of the blessing of the Amber Room can only make people who do not know Nicholas I fear. This set has long been clean and outdated. In order to coax this moody emperor well, Karol Nesselrode could only look at Nicholas I in fright, as if he had seen a ghost. Karol Nesselrode's expression brought a smile to Nicholas I's face. Minister Nesselrode, what news did you bring me? Chapter 259. Tsar in action. Looking at Nicholas I on the throne, he waved his hand and retreated from the surrounding attendants. Karol Nesselrode, who cooperated with tacit understanding, hurriedly came to Nicholas I's side. He bowed to the most honorable Tsar in Russia. Salute, Your Majesty. There is indeed good news. Karol Nesselrode responded to Nicholas I. Oh, what's the news? Nicholas I smiled and looked at Karol Nesselrode with a look of interest. Nicholas I believed that Karol Nesselrode would never let him down, because those who let him down would have to be dismissed. Your Majesty, this news came from France. Karol Nesselrode cautiously responded to Nicholas I. Karol Nesselrode knew that France had been a pain for His Majesty the Tsar since 1830, and that the corner of the original orthodoxy collapsed here, referring to the establishment of the Orleans dynasty, not to mention the one 2 years ago. From there came the revolutions that endangered the whole of Europe. After 2 revolutionary plagues, Tsar Nicholas I instinctively had a rebellious sentiment towards revolution and rebellion. If it weren't for the wrong timing, Karol Nesselrode had every reason to believe that Tsar Nicholas I would not mind, like his older brother, the whole-leaking Alexander, wishing to lead the soldiers of the Russian Empire into France. It's just that the current Russian Empire soldiers have the ability to invade France. Karol again. Nesselrode has always been skeptical after assisting Hungary in the battle on the Danube. Sure enough, after hearing the good news from France, Nicholas I withdrew his smile and his expression became solemn. He asked Karol Nesselrode in a serious tone and said, Nesselrode, are you sure that the good news you said came from France? Your Majesty, I'm very sure. Karol Nesselrode told Nicholas I in a firm tone. The news from the Russian ambassador to France from Paris. According to Vladimirovich's report, the president of the French Republic Jérôme Bonaparte has basically controlled the spread of the revolution in the Paris area, and they are actively seeking an agreement with the Russian Empire in some way. Jérôme Bonaparte? That playboy's son? Nicholas I mocked with a contemptuous expression on the corner of his mouth. That's right, Your Majesty. Karol Nesselrode responded to Nicholas I. Nicholas I got up from the throne and slowly walked down from the throne, turned his back to Karol Nesselrode, and was silent for a long time, then turned to Karol Nesselrode and asked, Nesselrode, the Empire, is there still any ability to launch an expedition? Karol Nesselrode instantly understood what Nicholas I meant, but Nicholas I still couldn't let go of the French Republic. Regarding Nicholas I's delusions, Karol Nesselrode could only politely dissuade him. Your Majesty, our finances cannot support us to carry out a labor-intensive expedition, especially when our country also lent money to about 8 million rubles in the Austrian Empire. The Russian Empire in 1850 can be said to be an empire riddled with holes. It has a strong-looking exterior, and its interior has long been eroded by corrupt military aristocrats and bureaucrats in the wave of industrialization. The Russian Empire has been left far behind. Not to mention the present-day Russian Empire, compared with the already industrialized Britain. Even the Austrian Empire, which has just started to industrialize, is slightly inadequate. Not to mention the fact that the Tsar, who was very happy, invaded the Principality of the Danube and helped the Austrian Empire to suppress the revolution, made the Russian Empire successfully bear nearly 10 million foreign debts and 8 million loans to Austria. When the war machine loses its financial nourishment, it will only become a pile of empty shelves. As far as Karol Nisherody has learned, the rifles of the Russian frontline troops are less than 2/3 equipped, and the rifles of many armies are still stuck in the period when Napoleon was defeated, and only a few armies are equipped with the same equipment as the British and French. Karol Nisherody knew these questions, as did Paskovich, who commanded the Russian army to suppress the Hungarian Revolution. Ivan Fyodorovich Paskovich, 1782 to 1856. Field Marshal of Russia, Count of Yerevan, Prince of Warsaw. As for whether Nikolai knew or not, Karol Nisherody didn't know. Money, money. Where has all my money gone? Nikolai couldn't help but scolded Karol Nisherody angrily. As the monarch of a country, do you want to be stumped by this asterisk money? Karol Nisherody bowed his head and said nothing. Karol Nisherody didn't dare to talk nonsense on this issue. If the trouble is not good, St. Petersburg will dislike another asterisk. Storm. Nikolai, who was venting at will, complained again with his unrestrained thoughts that day. Can't we find a way to borrow money from Britain? Just like before. When Nikolai said at the time he was referring to the Napoleonic Wars, in order to win over the European powers, to form an anti-French alliance, the Kingdom of Britain generously provided assistance to the European countries, of which the Russian Empire was the country with the most aid from Britain. Your Majesty, there are still some misunderstandings between the Kingdom of Great Britain and us. Karol Nisherody responded to Nikolai euphemistically. Their subjects do not want to believe in the great Russian Empire, and their newspapers wantonly slander our empire, so that their government also has to be hostile to us in order to cater to public opinion. It's a group of people who don't know how to be grateful. Nikolai couldn't help but scolded the British people. He who brought the Russian imperial system into the British system did not understand what Britain was doing. If they were under my rule, I must make them look good. Victoria is only a little girl after all. If she can be as bold as I am, the Kingdom of Britain will prosper in her hands. You're right. Karol Nisherody casually echoed. Although Karol Nisherody understood the operation of the political system of the British Kingdom, he would not have explained to Nikolai that it was better that the Tsar did not know about some details, otherwise it will be a political crisis. Okay. What is the agreement between France and us that you said? The Tsar, who had circled around for a long time, returned to the original topic again. Your Majesty, France has agreed to our expansion in the Near East and promised to support our demands in the Near East. Karol Nisherody first reported to Nikolai that Jerome Bonaparte gave the Russian Empire conditions of excellent. With a smile on Nikolai's face, he said proudly, the son of the Bonaparte family still chooses to bow to us. That's all because of your leadership, Your Majesty. Karol Nisherody once again praised Nikolai in a shameless spirit, and then added without leaving a trace, however, they hope that the empire can give them a small reward to support their expansion in the Rhineland. As soon as these words came out, the Tsar, who was originally smiling, tensed for a moment. He scrutinized Karol Nisherody with stern eyes and said, he actually dares to negotiate terms with me, the son of the Bonaparte family. When did you become so daring, Karol? Nisherody could only remind in a low voice, Your Majesty, he is now the President of the French Republic. President? Nikolai couldn't help but smile, a title that comes from the arms of the untouchables. The Bonaparte family treats it like a treasure. Your Majesty, France has always been a country of great importance, even if they were once defeated by our army. Karol Nisherody once again said to Nikolai with a humble attitude. I know. Nikolai seemed impatient. He waved his hand and said, you mean, if the Russian Empire wants to conquer Constantinople, it cannot do without the help of France, right, Your Majesty? Karol Nisherody's words already showed his attitude. We will never satisfy our enemies with the land of our allies. Not even an inch of land. Nikolai was resolute. In his opinion, even though the King of Prussia had some disrespect in 1848 to 1849, he still was a faithful ally of the entire Nikolai. and Nicholas I had to defend their interests, Your Majesty. According to the report from the Imperial Envoy in the British Embassy, the Prussian envoy seems to be in the process of negotiating an alliance with Britain. Karol Nicherody once again reported Prussia's problems to Nicholas I. Riyadh1.com. Nicholas I's face changed. He thought that King Frederick William IV of Prussia would be able to restrain himself. Unexpectedly, he chose to ask Britain for help. Hohenzollerns attitude annoyed Nicholas I. Compared with the submissiveness of the Habsburgs, there was even the idea of letting Austria completely replace Prussia. Nicherody, are you trying to persuade me to agree to Jerome Bonaparte's suggestion? Nicholas I asked Nicherody, Your Majesty, my suggestion is that we neither agree nor oppose it. If France has the ability to land from Prussia, then we can acquiesce to their behavior. Karol Nicherody to Nicholas I suggests, but after that, I'm afraid they will be the focus of Europe. By that time, no one will care about the problems of Constantinople anymore. People will only recall the original fear of revolution. Karol Nicherody's method is to fight fear with fear. As long as France's hatred value is higher than that of the Russian Empire, no one will care what the Russian Empire does in the Balkans. Chapter 260, Austria vs Russia. Oh, Napoleon's heirs are really bothering me, nephews, uncles. Nicholas I spoke leisurely, his tone did not fluctuate, and he did not see any signs of anger. It seemed that the Tsar also acquiesced to Jerome Bonaparte's proposal. Your Majesty, they have also created opportunities for us. If France does not want to invade the Rhineland, then our Russian Empire will become the target of public criticism. Since the European powers are not willing to let the empire recover Constantinople under your leadership, then we can only create a bigger threat in exchange for the acquiescence of Britain and other powers for us. Karol Nicherody was proud of his diplomatic strategy, using one threat to counteract the other, in order to achieve mutual compromise, a skill he learned from Prince Metternich. In order to repay Prince Metternich's teaching, Karol Nicherody deliberately concealed part of the unfavorable situation in Austria that had come from France. Referring to the transaction between Felix Schwarzenberg and the French Republic, the tacit cooperation with Nicholas I over the years has given Karol Nicherody the confidence to hide from Nicholas I. The headstrong emperor naturally complacently thought that he was the most loyal third hall and would serve her as his eyes and ears. In fact, the third hall had already become rotten, and countless false reports filled the third hall, making it impossible for the third hall, instead of destroying the report by themselves. In order to avoid accountability, the third office always fooled the Tsar with nothing to do today. Of course, when Crown Prince Alexander held the post of minister, he did not dare to be so fooled for fear of being discovered by Crown Prince Alexander. Now that Crown Prince Alexander has left the imperial village and entered the local army, the third hall can fool the emperor with peace of mind. The Tsar's office is the part directly ruled by the Tsar and has higher power than other departments. The first office supervises the implementation of the Tsar's orders, the second office compiles legal provisions, the third office establishes a military police regiment, which is responsible for political review, and the fourth office, the office is responsible for charitable and educational institutions. The fifth office improves the lives of state-owned serfs, and the sixth office is a temporary agency responsible for drafting administrative plans for the Transcaucasus region. Nicherody, we are betrayal. Although Nicholas I was satisfied with Nicherody's plan, the orthodox principles over the years always made him feel that he was betraying the Kingdom of Prussia. Your Majesty, the Empire will not directly ask the Kingdom of Prussia to hand over the land. Whether the French Republic can get it is up to them. Karol Nicherody swore to Nicholas I. I'll leave this to you. Nicholas I warned Karol Nicherody, however, I don't want to hear any negative news about the Russian Empire in this regard. Of course. Karol Nicherody responded immediately. For Karol Nicherody, it was the Austrian Empire that delivered the land. Whether the French Republic could obtain the land in the hands of the Austrian Empire would depend on their ability. By the way, has the Austrian foreign minister come yet? Nicholas I suddenly thought that Austrian Foreign Minister Felix Schwarzenberg seemed to be visiting St. Petersburg in the near future. The sudden question from Nicholas I made Karol Nicherody stunned for a few seconds, and he quickly responded, Your Majesty, not yet. However, it should be coming soon. When? The time comes, you can take my place and meet him. Nicholas I said to Carol Necharodi. Yes. Carol Necharodi was overjoyed. Nicholas I's decentralization undoubtedly gave him more room for mediation, and he could negotiate the terms with the new goodbye minister. Okay. I'm tired. You go back first. Nicholas I waved at Carol Necharodi. Yes, Your Majesty. Carol Necharodi bowed to Nicholas I again, and left. Nicholas I, who watched Carol Necharodi leave, returned to the study again. When his eyes noticed the map on the desk again, he subconsciously shook his head and murmured, France. On October 27th, the temperature in St. Petersburg was a few degrees cooler than in previous days, and the brief autumn was fleeting. The cold current from the Arctic Circle swept the streets and alleys of St. Petersburg. The nobles and big, small, bourgeois who curled up around St. Petersburg took off their autumn clothes and put on cotton clothes that could withstand the cold winter. Every household closed the windows and let the fireplace point in the bustling streets on weekdays. There are only 2s and 3s of people and police patrolling from time to time. In the middle of the night, in the alleys of the deserted St. Petersburg, you can see drunkards with rum bottles in their hands every year after October. Some drunkards in St. Petersburg die from drunkenness and cold. It was in such cold weather that a double bridge carriage slowly drove into St. Petersburg from outside St. Petersburg. If passers-by pay attention, they can find the golden family emblem on the side of the double bridge carriage. The engraved double-headed eagle pattern on the family emblem is exactly the same as that of the Romanov family. There is a group of cavalry around the double bridge carriage. They are uniformly dressed and wear a cylindrical military cap made of black leather and a red embroidered uniform on the upper body. The uniform has 3 rows of gold-breasted buttons, radiating dazzling light under the sunlight. The lower body wears black tight-fitting breeches, and a saber is slung around his waist. Judging from their attire, it is not difficult to see that they should be the Russian Guard hussars directly under the Tsar's command. This configuration is a treatment that is difficult for ordinary nobles to imagine. When the carriage entered St. Petersburg, passers-by stopped to watch it. People speculated that the people sitting in the carriage should be dukes and princes. Escorted by cavalry troops, the carriage gradually came to a mansion. The owner of the mansion was none other than the residence in St. Petersburg of Foreign Minister Carol Necharodi of the Russian Empire. The gate of the mansion opened slowly, and the cavalry captain in charge of escorting drove his horse to the carriage and told the guests in the carriage in fluent French, "Your Excellency, your destination has arrived. I want to return to Prince Paskovich. It's gone." "Yeah." A full-fledged voice came from the carriage, and the cavalry captain and his cavalrymen left. The carriage slowly drove into Carol Necharodi's mansion, and the driver driving the carriage drove to the center of the courtyard under the guidance of the mansion's steward and stopped. "Your Excellency, please get off." The butler stationed outside the carriage said to the airtight carriage. The carriage slowly opened, and Felix Schwarzenberg in a light blue military uniform appeared in front of everyone. "Your Excellency the Duke." The butler summoned everyone in the mansion to pay due respect to the Austrian Duke/Prince who had come from afar. Felix Schwarzenberg's expression did not change at all, as if all this was a matter of course for him. "Where is Count Kirill now?" Carol Necharodi was also named by Nicholas I. Count Felix Schwarzenberg to show intimacy. "Our master is still in the Imperial Village, and it may be very late to meet the prince. Your Excellency, please come with me." The butler still politely said to the foreign visitor. Felix Schwarzenberg nodded slightly. Under the leadership of the butler, Felix Schwarzenberg came to the room that Carol Necharodi prepared for him. "In the next few days, please take care of Your Excellency the Duke," the butler said to Felix Schwarzenberg. "I didn't come here to enjoy." Felix Schwarzenberg responded. In the afternoon of the same day, Carol Necharodi, who received Felix Schwarzenberg's arrival, returned to the mansion to meet Felix Schwarzenberg. "His Excellency the Duke, welcome to St. Petersburg." Carol Necharodi said to Felix Schwarzenberg as usual, "Mr. Count, this is a letter that the prince asked me to pass to you." Felix Schwarzenberg handed a letter to Carol Necharodi. A flash of surprise flashed in Carol Necharodi's eyes. He didn't expect the new foreign minister to get on good terms with the old man so quickly. From his appearance, he didn't seem to be worried that the old man would take his position. "It's nice to be young." Looking at Felix Schwarzenberg in front of him, Karol Nicherody couldn't help but sighed inwardly. Had he been 20 years younger, his foreign policy would have been very different. Karol Nicherody glanced at the letter that Prince Metternich wrote to him. The letter described the various friendships between Prince Metternich and himself, and also formally introduced Felix to Karol Nicherody. Schwarzenberg. At the end of the letter, Prince Metternich hopes that the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire can continue to maintain friendship. After reading the letter, Karol Nicherody handed the new fold to the servant and then invited Felix Schwarzenberg to sit down and speak. The fireplace was lit and the heat filled the room. Immediately afterwards, one of the servants brought pastries, coffee, and rum. Karol Nicherody first asked Felix Schwarzenberg if he wanted to drink alcohol. After being rejected by the other party, Karol Nicherody drank it. The slightly cloudy rum was poured into the wine glass, and Karol Nicherody took a sip of the rum and said straight to the point, "Your Excellency, I know the purpose of your visit this time. You are with Prussia, come from the war, that's right. We hope to get the permission of the Russian Empire. The actions of the Kingdom of Prussia have seriously endangered the interests of the Austrian Empire. This is simply a breach of orthodox principles." Felix Schwarzenberg righteously told Karol. Nicherody appealed, "Then, what is the matter with the proposal between your country and the French Republic? Is it also for orthodoxy, Karol?" Nicherody still looked at Felix Schwarzenberg with a smile, and Felix felt a shudder in this smile. How on earth did he know this? Who the **** told him. Felix Schwarzenberg was not frightened by the question of Karol Nicherody, he was just curious who had leaked the secret. "Mr. Count, who actually told you this?" Felix Schwarzenberg asked in a solemn tone. "You don't need to worry about this." Of course Karol Nicherody wouldn't tell him the truth. "I just want to know how you should solve these problems, Mr. Count. I don't think I need to explain." Felix Schwarzenberg spread his hands and said calmly to Karol Nicherody, "You have destroyed the order of the whole of Europe." Karol Nicherody said, "No, we are forging a new order." Felix Schwarzenberg also retorted, "The original continental balance of power has been destroyed, and we should forge a new balance of power." "You mean the balance of power is to let France get the Rhineland?" Karol Nicherody said to Felix Schwarzenberg, "It's just a corner of thrall." Felix Schwarzenberg responded to Karol Nicherody, "You will fuel France's ambitions like this." Karol Nicherody blamed Felix Schwarzenberg. "Ambition? Mr. Karl, every country has ambitions. Do we have to prevent the ambitions of very few countries and give up our interests for no reason? The situation that Prince Metternich has worked so hard to manage has only gone through more than 30 years. Failure, long-term suppression is never the solution." Felix Schwarzenberg's sophistry. "Then, what do you want to do?" Karol Nicherody wanted to hear the opinion of this young man in the political arena. "For a long time, the diplomacy of our European countries did not depend on ourselves, but on Britain. Behind every failure, there is a British figure, so I hope to remember that France's strengths work together to exclude Britain. Then the three countries of Russia, Austria, and France unite together and make rules. As long as our three countries are united, the remaining countries are not our opponents at all." Schwarzenberg ambitiously described Karol Nicherody. "Duke Felix, in the blueprint you described, I don't seem to see the position of the Russian Empire. Are you trying to exclude the Russian Empire from the system?" Karol Nicherody squinted his eyes slyly. The Linoob said to Felix Schwarzenberg. In Felix Schwarzenberg's mind, it is not without meaning that the threat of the Russian Empire to the Habsburgs is too great. However, now he also needs the Russian Empire. Of course, will not disgust the Russian Empire. How is that possible? Schwarzenberg shook his head and responded to Karol Nicherody. "Then, the Austrian Empire gets the leadership of Germany, the French Republic gets partial compensation from the Rhineland, and the Russian Empire owns Constantinople. How about this?" Karol Nicherody squinted and said his plan for division. "Your Excellency Count, with all due respect, this is too unfair for our country. Your country already owns the Duchy of the Danube." Schwarzenberg protested against Karol Nicherody's injustice. Reading www.urkanshu.com. "How is it fair?" Karol Nicherody asked Schwarzenberg, "unless The Russian Empire supports the Austrian Empire in claiming its former territory, Graz County, Schwarzenberg said to Karol Nesherody. Karol Nesherody hesitated. He didn't know whether he should agree to Felix Schwarzenberg. If the Russian Empire does not agree with Austria's proposal, then Austria may be difficult to create the Russian Empire. Schwarzenberg would not give in an inch. The stalemate between the two did not last long and finally ended with Karol Nesherody's concession. The Russian Empire will support the Austrian Empire's request for the county of Graz, provided that the Austrian Empire can defeat the Kingdom of Prussia. After the Austrian Empire's war with the Kingdom of Prussia, all efforts must be made to ensure the supply of the Russian Empire's troops in the Danube region. The two parties who have exchanged their respective conditions have their own careful thoughts and actions. Chapter 261. The Bitter Master is actually a good talent? October 30th, 1850. There are less than 2 days left until the opening of the Legislative Assembly. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. With a soft call, Jerome Bonaparte slowly opened his hazy eyes and felt an unusual touch from his hands. First, Jerome Bonaparte glanced at the lovely person under him, and then turned his eyes to the sky outside the window. At this moment, the sky outside the window is still full of moon and stars, and the black magpie is flying south. I'm sorry, the words are mixed. The sky outside the window is still pitch black, and a deep moon is hanging high in the sky, swaying it from the sun. With the borrowed light, the sky full of stars has become its embellishment, and it seems that it should be sunny today. Jerome Bonaparte withdrew his gaze and looked at Karenina sleeping in his arms again. The bright moonlight shone through the curtain like a curtain on Karen's white back and fat white buttocks. Jerome Bonaparte, who was in between the waves of asterisk and hips, was a little obsessed for a while. He gently pulled out his right hand and groped and rubbed down Karen's back. Dong. Dong dong, the doorbell rang outside the room, and Jerome Bonaparte stopped what he was doing and stretched his hand under the pink, embroidered pillow. When Jerome Bonaparte's hand was pulled out from under the pillow, a silver pocket watch appeared in Jerome Bonaparte's hand, and with the help of moonlight Jerome Bonaparte saw the time on the pocket watch. Although the stars were still shining outside the window, it was already more than 5 o'clock. There are still a few hours before the lovely husband returns. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte's face became hot, and after only a few hours of sleep, he still couldn't contain his heart, especially the desire to swell his lower body. Just as Jerome Bonaparte was about to start his next move, a hurried knock sounded from the door. Karenina, who fell into a deep sleep, was awakened by the knock on the door. She gave Jerome Bonaparte a charming look, then rushed out the door and said dissatisfiedly, "What's wrong, madam?" The maid outside the door heard the dissatisfaction of the hostess in the door, and she explained tremblingly, "Count Allais is coming back soon." "What?" Karenina turned pale after hearing the maid's response. She turned her gaze to Jerome Bonaparte, as if seeking a solution. It is not a big thing to export each other between French men and women, but it cannot be caught by the parties, and it is also best not to be at home. Otherwise, the face of both sides will be ugly. Calm down. Don't be nervous. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Marquise Allais in a flat tone and casually threw her clothes scattered on the ground. Afterwards, she put on her clothes, and when the Marquise d'Allais, who was calmly infected by Jerome Bonaparte, saw this, she also put on the black corset dress that Jerome Bonaparte handed her. The Marquise of Allais, wrapped in a long corset dress, is concave and convex, like a black rose in bud. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but kissed the Marquise Allais, and the Marquise ducked shyly. "What are you going to do now?" The Marquise Allais, who had changed her clothes, still looked at Jerome Bonaparte nervously. "What else can I do?" Jerome Bonaparte said to the Marchioness indifferently. Of course he went downstairs generously, but the Marchioness looked at Jerome Bonaparte with some concern. "Why do you think the Marquis of Allais has been silent for so long?" Jerome Bonaparte said to the Marquise with a smile. The Marchioness of Allais understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant. "Let's go." Jerome Bonaparte motioned for the Marquise Allais to go downstairs together. The Marchioness was reluctant to go downstairs, which she thought was a very humiliating thing. Jerome Bonaparte had to go downstairs alone. In the living room on the first floor, Jerome Bonaparte met the angry Marquis Allais. He looked at Marquis Allais with a surprised expression and said, "Mister, why are you so angry?" I want. When the angry Marquis Alais heard the voice, he turned to face Jerome Bonaparte. His originally angry face instantly revealed a flattering smile. Your Excellency, why are you here when you are free? Coming. Cough, cough. Jerome Bonaparte made a nonsense reason. Yesterday, I was tired from chatting with your wife for a day on literature, so I accidentally fell asleep. I hope you don't, Mr. Marquis, mind. Where? The Marquis of Alais responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a flattering smile. It is my honor to be here with your Excellency the President. 4. Marquis Alais, if there is no wife, he can find him again. As long as he is on the president's thigh, why can't he take off? Point in the past, the Marquis of Alais only heard rumors that his wife had some connection with the president, but now he has completely believed this rumor. As long as the president can promote him, he is willing to give anything. Yawn. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help yawning. Waking up at 5 o'clock was indeed a bit too early for him, not to mention working so late last night. Your Excellency, do you want to take a break? You are busy all day. It's really hard work. Marquis Alais looked at Jerome Bonaparte with concern, like a licking dog who usually greets him. Where? Jerome Bonaparte was so cheeky that he was a little embarrassed by Marquis Alais' inquiries to his wife. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the sofa in the living room and said to Marquis Alais, Mr. Marquis, can we? Of course. The Marquis of Alais immediately invited Jerome Bonaparte to sit down on the sofa and ordered the maid to prepare pastries and drinks. The maid, who had never seen her lover and the bitter master in the same room, was stunned for a few seconds before taking action. Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Marquis Alais, the sufferer in front of him, and said, how is the business of Mr. Marquis? Alas. Marquis Alais sighed and said with a bitter smile, to tell you the truth, I'm not a businessman at all. Many businesses are facing losses. If you didn't recommend the couple to buy railway bonds, I'm afraid we can only return to our home in the Loire. Jerome Bonaparte, who had never heard the Marchioness tell the history of the Marquis of Alais, asked with interest the history of the family of the Marquis of Alais. The Marquis of Alais told Jerome Bonaparte that his family had made a fortune from the era of Louis XII and was once one of Louis XIII's favorites, and the family was almost bankrupt due to the Great Revolution. Although the Restoration dynasty has been kind to the old royalists, the old production system has been completely destroyed, and the aristocrats can never return to the original era. Even the best of favor and support during the Restoration dynasty can only be said to be a sign of suspending the decline of the family, and families with empty blood can only rely on the only rent to survive. Many families who are unwilling to rely on land rent to survive want to invest their money in the real industry or seek agency, and most of these noble families are facing bankruptcy. Only a few survived tenaciously. When the kingdom of Orleans was restored, the aristocrats of the Restoration dynasty were no longer treated. Very few aristocrats who did not go bankrupt during the Restoration of Wancheo were also facing bankruptcy during the Orleans period. The allocation of resources depended on the king's sponsorship to survive. Because the Marquis of Alais family was aware of current affairs, because of the reason, they were not sent to the countryside. With the influence of their positions, the Marquis of Alais family became famous by river trade. Just when the family of Marquis Alais was in full swing, the Great Revolution of 1948 destroyed everything. Marquis Alais' father also died because of the bankruptcy of the revolution. Earl Alais took over the bankruptcy business, and many businesses were forced to abandon. When his wife got the news from the Élysée Palace, the Marquis of Alais, who was about to have nowhere to go, immediately chose to buy the railway debt. Many businesses have been buoyed by high interest rates on railroad claims. Right. Mr. Marquis, what was your previous major? Jerome Bonaparte asked Marquis Alais. After hesitating for a moment, Earl Alais responded, Your Excellency, I was a member of the Navy before. Why not stay in the Navy? Jerome Bonaparte asked Marquis Alais. Because of my status. Count Alais told Jerome Bonaparte about his past in the Navy. Due to the policy of the Navy as the mainstay and the army as a supplement during the Kingdom of Orleans, a large number of officers chose to go to the Navy. The Navy was inevitably branded with the Kingdom of Orleans after the collapse of the Orleans Kingdom. The Republic, in order to prevent problems with the Navy, dismissed a large number of naval officers while driving away Prince Joinville. The Marquis of Alais happened to be among them. Marquis Alais, who was kicked out of the army, had no choice but to go home and take over the job. Mr. Marquis, since you were born in the Navy, I have a question to ask you. Jerome Bonaparte said to Marquis Alais, what kind of navy do you think France needs to build? Count Alais, who had touched his knowledge, hurriedly told Jerome Bonaparte about his alchemy. Your Excellency, I think France will build an ocean-going fleet. Ocean fleet. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Marquis Alais in confusion and said, what is your reason? Your Excellency, there are still many places in the world for us to explore. France must build a global fleet that is not inferior to Britain, in order to protect our interests. To tell you the truth, I was fortunate enough to follow the fleet to the east of the country, where there are huge wealth waiting for us to discover. We would have been able to occupy it if our fleet had not been too small. If France can build an ocean-going fleet, we don't have to worry about such a situation at all. Chapter 262. Naval Construction Plan. How do you think France should seek its wealth abroad? There are many people in the government who think it is a mistake to focus too much on overseas. Jerome Bonaparte asked the Marquis of Alais with great interest, and he admitted that the sufferer in front of him did have two brushes. Your Excellency, please be blunt. Those who hold this kind of thinking are short-sighted. They only focus on their existing interests, and they do not think about the future of the French nation. Marquis Alais' tone was unusually excited, and he used his hands and feet together, as if to highlight the authority of his words. Judging from his expression, this should be a loyal supporter of grand navalism. At this moment, the maid brought pastries and 2 cups of steaming coffee, and she carefully bypassed Marquis Alais, and put the pastries and coffee on the table one by one. Jerome Bonaparte picked up the steaming coffee, blew the heat off the coffee gently, took a sip of the coffee and said, Mr. Marquis, now our part in Algiers is still in the stage of sustainable loss. How are you sure they will make a profit? Your Excellency, science. The Marquis of Alais responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a firm tone. I don't like the Great Revolution, but I have to admit that after the Great Revolution, the development of France has begun to take off. If we say that we pull the timeline to a few decades ago, and who can predict the development of the railway? Now the speed of the railway has reached the point of 15 to 20 francs per hour. 1 mile equals 4 kilometers. I believe that in the future the progress will only get faster and my ships will get bigger and bigger. There will be more and more things to export. By that time, it will be too late for us to regret it, although there are certain problems with some of the words of Count Alais. Jerome Bonaparte has to admit that what Count Alais said has certain truths. Why were there 2 world wars in the 20th century? It is not because of the uneven distribution of the interests of the colonies that the late developing countries cannot occupy the colonies, and the industrial products cannot be dumped. When there is no room for dumping of too many industrial products, the domestic market will fall into a slump, and too much unemployment will also lead to more turmoil. The First and Second World Wars were inevitable factors by chance, and the colonies that the late developing countries did not get enough dumping could only choose to let go. You mean that we will export more and more things, and then there must be enough raw material supply and dumping space, right? Jerome Bonaparte also tried his best to use simple and easy to understand language, said the Marquis of Alais. Your Excellency, you are right. I think France should learn from Britain and occupy as much land as possible. If France can build a fleet of ocean-going fleets, then we can go further. Marquis Alais in response to Jerome Bonaparte. But are the Navy is far inferior to the British Navy? Jerome Bonaparte said to Marquis Alais with a frown. The rash construction of a navy may arouse the dissatisfaction of Britain. Your Excellency, the Marquis of Alais said calmly to Jerome Bonaparte, even if we do nothing, we will still suffer from the malice of Britain. The emperor at the time scared the whole of Europe. We can only arm the navy to Britain. Only when they dare to despise us can they calm down and negotiate with us. The Osa people are a group of people who bully the weak and fear the hard, and their businessman thinking will not let them do business at a loss. The words of Marquis Alais made Jerome Bonaparte feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered that Marquis Alais' theory was not the fleet of existence that Mahan later said. Jerome Bonaparte thought about it carefully again. There were successful examples of fleets in history. he suddenly discovered that there was not much possibility of success in fleets at all. The German Second Empire of the OTL World Line wasted a lot of gold marks, and the fleet of existence that made the Kaiser proud was directly blocked by the British, and finally ended his life in a self-sinking way. Although Marquis Alais has a big misunderstanding about the ocean fleet, compared to his contemporaries, he is already at the forefront of the team, which undoubtedly refreshes Jerome Bonaparte's perception of this era. Jerome Bonaparte's silence made Marquis Alais a little uneasy. He decided to reveal another piece of news to the president. He believed that the president would not be in a hurry and would not pay attention to this news. Mr. President, before I leave my post, the Navy is developing a newest type of gunboat. If it is successful, we will be able to fight against Britain with a better warship. Marquis Alais excitedly told Jerome Bonaparte. Bay said, the nearest gunboat? The word ironclad appeared in Jerome Bonaparte's mind. If he remembered correctly, the country that built the world's first ironclad was France. That's right. We plan to wrap the outside of the hull with a thick layer of iron, and at the same time, use a steam engine as power. Marquis Alais said to Jerome Bonaparte incessantly. Jerome Bonaparte was even more convinced that the latest gunboat in the mouth of Marquis Alais was the ironclad of the future point. If it was said that he had offered him some compensation based on his guilt, then now he can't help but love the better master anyway. In the open and tolerant France, there is never the so-called hatred of wives. On the contrary, if you are too obsessed with your wife without a mistress, it will only be regarded as a symbol of weakness in the seriousness of the rebellious Parisian people. Marriage is only based on the combination of the two interests, and only the lover is the destination of their own feelings. Your Excellency, Your Excellency? The voice of Marquis Alais returned to the ear of Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte, who had recovered, showed an apologetic smile and said to Marquis Alais, I'm really sorry. No, nothing. Marquis Alais responded to Jerome Bonaparte, thank you for being able to sit down and listen to me, Monsieur Marquis. I have a suggestion. Jerome Bonaparte said to Marquis Alais, you said it. Marquis Alais made an expression of listening attentively. Mr. Marquis, I wonder if you are interested in returning to the Navy. Jerome Bonaparte said to Marquis Alais, I thought that someone like you should not condescend here. Jerome Bonaparte's words made Marquis Alais' mind go blank for a while. Of course he would not be willing to leave the Navy if he hadn't been forced to retire. General, Your Excellency, thank you very much. Count Alais shivered, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Nothing. It's just a gesture, said Jerome Bonaparte to the Marquis of Alais. Afterwards, he glanced at the time on his pocket watch. It was already 7:30 in the morning. A ray of sunlight came in through the window lattice of the mansion and shone on Jerome Bonaparte's face point in the eyes of Marquis Alais. Jerome Bonaparte was like an angel who came down to save his soul. It's getting late. I'm going back to the Élysée Palace. Jerome Bonaparte got up and said goodbye to Marquis Alais. Let me send one to you. Marquis Alais hurriedly got up and said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte. Marquis Alais, who had planned to the president himself, was sending Jerome Bonaparte to the outside of the castle, but found a carriage waiting outside the castle and the palace guards around the carriage. Monsieur Marquis, please stop. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Marquis Alais. Under the watch of Marquis Alais, Jerome Bonaparte took a carriage to leave Marquis Alais' mansion. Returning to the mansion, Marquis Alais hurried upstairs. He stopped in front of the Marquis's door and knocked gently on the door. Come in. Came the Marquis's voice. Marquis Alais hurriedly entered the door and he saw the Marchioness, who was looking out of the window. You. Marquis Alais couldn't help but want to ask, what's the matter? The Marchioness turned to look at Marquis Alais with a smile. Nothing. Marquis Alais shook his head and turned to leave. Anyway, it's just a benefit couple. What qualifications do I have to take care of her? Thinking of this, Marquis Alais showed a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Jerome Bonaparte did not immediately return to the Élysée Palace as he had said, and took a chance at the Admiralty building. The Minister of the Admiralty appointed by Jerome Bonaparte is a dutiful person who often goes to the port to inspect warships. The time he spends in the Admiralty can be said to be limited. Even so, he can always be excellent mission accomplished. When Jerome Bonaparte entered the Admiralty building, almost all members of the Admiralty looked at Jerome Bonaparte. "Is your minister there?" Jerome Bonaparte asked kindly. "Riyadh 1.com is there. Exist." The Admiralty's receptionist nodded in a chicken pecking style. "Take me to see him now." Jerome Bonaparte called the Secretary of State for the Admiralty, and he led Jerome Bonaparte to the minister's office. When Jerome Bonaparte gently pushed open the door of the office of the Secretary of the Navy, he was a little surprised by the scene in front of him. The piles of documents were visited on the minister's desk, leaving only a gap between the documents. In these gaps, Jerome Bonaparte saw the minister he appointed. At this time, he was lying on the table with his hands as pillows. It seemed that he was asleep. The chandelier and candles hanging on the ceiling of the minister's office had been burned out, leaving only strands of white tobacco. Various indications infer that the Secretary of the Navy probably did not rest overnight. The Secretary of State shook his head. He wanted to go and wake their ministers, but was stopped by Jerome Bonaparte. "Your minister was here all night." Chapter 263, New Gunboat Construction. That's right. The minister often stayed in the office all night to deal with documents. Every time he let us take a step first, and then handled the rest of the work by himself. Sometimes we didn't take a break for several days, and then we became accustomed to it. The Secretary of State's words were filled with respect, and it seemed that the minister appointed by Jerome Bonaparte had won the unanimous approval of the Admiralty in a very short time. In the relatively closed Admiralty, a half succumbed to the role of Secretary of the Navy cannot afford to coordinate the entire department, which requires both an iron fist and an attitude of leading by example. Jane Hen Theodore Dicot, who was born in a merchant family in the Bordeaux province, inherited the family business when he became an adult and became a shipyard owner in his port city. During his career as a merchant, he accumulated a lot of wealth, but also established a certain prestige locally. In France, any businessman with prestige would choose a political path. Dicot seized the opportunity to become a member of the Bordeaux department during the revolutionary turmoil of 1848, and then threw himself into the political circles of Paris. As a Dicot who has no clear political beliefs, he first joined the Republican faction, then turned to the Party of Order after June, and then after Jerome Bonaparte was elected President of the Republic, he resolutely pressed on Jerome Bonaparte. He believed that with the connections of the Bonaparte family, as long as Bonaparte did not make a decisive mistake, it would be very smooth. Of course, what really decided Dicot to become a minister was the resignation incident in October last year. After Jerome Bonaparte resolutely dismissed members of Odilon Barrett's cabinet, Jerome suffered from the lack of a qualified Navy minister. Mr. Bonaparte began to look for a candidate to replace the Admiralty from within Bonaparte. Mr. Dicot's shipowner status was selected by Jerome Bonaparte. Originally used as a transitional period, he also rose to the top. Secretary of the Navy, haven't you complained that the Secretary of the Navy I chose for you is not someone in your system? Jerome Bonaparte and the Secretary of State for the Navy sat on the navy blue cushioned sofa with great interest. Inquired. The Secretary of State smiled and did not speak. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte encouraged, "Don't worry. I will not tell your ministers, nor will I trouble you. I just want to know." Then, he swore an oath. "I pledge it in the name of the Bonaparte family." At the end of the aristocracy of the 19th century, it was also a harsh oath to use the name of the family as a guarantee, especially for a family as prestigious, not in the eyes of the royal family, as the Bonaparte family. Actually, there is nothing that can't be said. After hesitating for a moment, the Secretary of State reorganized the language and said, "When you gave the order to make Minister Dicot the leader of our Navy, we did have some doubts in our hearts. Some people think the Republic has abandoned the Navy and some jobs are starting to stall." When the minister took office, he set an example and asked us to keep pace with his work, and the entire department ran at a high speed under his leadership. Even the previous minister was not as resolute as he was. "Are you tired?" Jerome Bonaparte then asked. The Secretary of State nodded and replied, "I did feel very tired at first, but after a long time, I can gradually strengthen the pace of the minister." Immediately after a pause, the Secretary of State looked at Jerome Bonaparte earnestly and said, "The minister told us, before he took office, that France should not only build a world-class army, but also build a parallel with the army. Only in this way can we ensure the interests of France and maintain the peace of the French region. This is our mission. That's right. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but rely a little more on Deco. We must form a globalized navy so as to be more conducive to France, to safeguard our own interests. The reason why I came here today. Just as Jerome Bonaparte spoke in a low voice, there was movement from the desk of the minister's office. Jerome Bonaparte and the Secretary of State simultaneously lowered their gazes to the desk of the minister's office. Point at this time, Deco was waking up from the haze. He yawned and stretched. Point. When he got up from his chair, he suddenly realized that the people sitting on the sofa were not the president and his Secretary of State. President. Minister Deco looked at the president, who appeared in his office with his mouth open in surprise. Minister Deco, good morning. Jerome Bonaparte greeted Deco with a kind expression. Upon seeing this, Minister Deco hurried to the side of Jerome Bonaparte. When did you come here? Jerome Bonaparte took out his pocket watch and glanced at the time. It was already around 8:30, about half an hour ago. Why didn't you wake me up when Your Excellency the President came in? Deco's tough face showed a hint of sullenness. He angrily scolded the Secretary of State with a slap in the face, but did not elect Jerome Bonaparte as an outsider. I didn't let him wake you up. Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly cleared the siege. When he saw this, he patted Deco on the shoulder and said earnestly, Minister Deco, the matters of the Admiralty are indeed important, but the health, it's also very important. Your Excellency, I'm fine. Deco's slightly puffy face showed a flattering expression. Minister Deco, you still have to serve the government for a long time. You can't be sloppy about your health. Jerome Bonaparte scolded Deco with a stern face. I see. Deco understands that this is the president's concern for him, and ordinary people would not have such concern at all. Minister Deco, there is still a long way to go. Don't be in a hurry. Jerome Bonaparte softened his tone. Yes. Minister Deco resolutely admitted his mistake, and then turned the conversation and asked, Your Excellency, why didn't you notify the Admiralty in advance, so that we can be prepared? If I had notified in advance, I'm afraid I wouldn't have seen this scene. Jerome Bonaparte said to Deco in a teasing tone. Upon seeing this, the Secretary of State also left the office of the Secretary of the Navy with interest. After all, the president is here to meet the minister, who is just a Secretary of State. Point. After the Secretary of State left, Jerome Bonaparte invited Dick to sit down and asked, how does it feel to be a minister? Did you encounter any difficulties? Your Excellency, the Admiralty is of one mind. We have followed the president's orders without encountering any difficulties. Minister Deco immediately expressed his position to Jerome Bonaparte. I know. Jerome Bonaparte nodded. Point. After the two chatted for a while, Jerome Bonaparte gradually extended the topic to the construction of the navy and the asterisk of warships. If we have an army of 100,000 people logging in the Near East, can the naval asterisk formation support it as soon as possible? Jerome Bonaparte asked Minister Deco what he thought about supplies in the Near East. Mr. President, my point of view is that the Navy is completely possible to complete the asterisk mission, and I have confidence in our fleet. Deco first expressed his unswerving position, and then revealed his hidden worries. In terms of supplies, the Navy has. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the ships to complete this operation. How much additional budget do I need? Jerome Bonaparte asked Deco directly. It's not about the budget. Deco said to Jerome Bonaparte, after thinking for a few seconds. I personally think that too many transport ships produced by the Navy may cause the transport ships to be unable to handle in the later period of the war, and we should appropriately allocate it to the private sector. Transport. At this point, I think the Admiralty should have an agency that can coordinate with civilian ships. In order to prevent Jerome Bonaparte's suspicions, Deco tried to speak very euphemistically. You mean to coordinate and mobilize civilian ships to complete the supply task during the war? Jerome Bonaparte said to Minister Deco. That's right. Dick nodded and explained to Jerome Bonaparte, this can save unnecessary expenses and boost the French economy. This question, you try to do it first. If you have any questions, you can report it to me at any time. Jerome Bonaparte continued to Deco. Any questions? We don't have enough iron for our ships. Minister Deco made a request to Jerome Bonaparte. Iron? Jerome Bonaparte suddenly remembered that the reason why he came here was not to understand the ironclad problem. By the way, I heard that you have already studied a new type of warship. I don't know, is the news true? Minister Decaux showed a surprised look, as if to say, how did you know, President? He nodded and acknowledged what Jerome Bonaparte said. That's right. We plan to build a fleet of iron sheets in batches. This kind of fleet can effectively defend the enemy's coastal defense artillery, and at the same time, it can also effectively defend in close combat. With that said, Minister Decaux put a stack of documents in the office on Jerome Bonaparte's face, with a proud expression on his face. This is a latest fleet blueprint. Jerome Bonaparte picked up the first sheet of the document and watched it. A large number of Latin numerals were marked on the drawing, and the lower right corner of each numeral had the corresponding name written in French. Point in terms of style, it should be a kind of small gunboat. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the gunboat pattern on the blueprint and asked Decaux, have the things on the blueprint been tested? Not yet. Minister Decaux replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Not tested. Not tested. Jerome Bonaparte muttered in a low voice as he flipped through the information. Minister Decaux looked at Jerome Bonaparte nervously, for fear that the president would accidentally reject what he had worked so hard to find out. When Jerome Bonaparte looked at the gun emplacements of the gunboat, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly discovered that even this ironclad ship, which was at the forefront of the times, was still a semi-finished product. She still used a full-pass artillery deck in the first half of the 19th century. This greatly reduces the combat effectiveness of the ironclad. Jerome Bonaparte, a half-ironclad enthusiast, pointed to the main guns on both sides on the blueprint, and suggested to Decaux, Mr. Minister, you can make certain adjustments to the positions of the main guns, and move them around to the center of the battleship. In this way, we can strengthen the defense of the fleet as much as possible, and improve the survivability of our fleet. The method used by Jerome Bonaparte was the central battery method, later used by the British designer Edward Reed. Minister Dick seems to be moved. Increasing the survival rate of the fleet is indeed an attractive option, but he still has some concerns. This may cost our firepower. Firepower doesn't depend on the number of naval guns. Jerome Friction explained to Decaux. Besides, every outstanding naval personnel is an indispensable resource. I would rather sacrifice some firepower to improve their return. The possibility of home. 10 years of army, 100 years of navy. Every marine power needs a lot of accumulation. There is no ship that can be rebuilt, and the crew may collapse without inheritance. Jerome Bonaparte, who has experienced it once, understands too much the pain of having a boat and no one. In the case of the United States, the first industrial power in the later generations, with a large fleet, their artillery hit rate in the early stage is still terrible. Without the help of Britain and their policies, America would never have become a true naval power in a short period of time. Jerome Bonaparte's concern for naval practitioners warmed Dickard's heart, and he believed that the president was indeed as willing to work hard for the construction of the French Navy as he was. I have to work ***** the choice of the steam engine. Every fleet must be the pride of France. Jerome Bonaparte then ordered. Yes. Minister Decaux responded. You have to take a step forward. Riyadh 1.com After the successful experiment, a gunboat like this will need to be expanded. The main fleet of the French fleet can be replaced by this one. Jerome Bonaparte continued. Encourage the Admiralty. Tell me if anything is missing. Actually, there are still some small problems, said Jerome Bonaparte, Minister of the 3G section. What's the problem? Jerome Bonaparte asked Decaux. Decaux told Jerome Bonaparte about the lack of skilled workers in the state-built shipyard, and Jerome Bonaparte immediately said that a group of workers would be dispatched to work in the state-built shipyard. Yes, President. Minister Decaux responded to Jerome Bonaparte. After encouraging Minister Decaux, Jerome Bonaparte asked Minister Decaux, Mr. Minister, I actually want to trouble you with something. Please say it. Minister Decaux said humbly, knowing that it was just the president's polite words. Jerome Bonaparte told the situation of Marquis Alais to the minister's office, and told him all the naval affairs that Marquis Alais had talked about with him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Coup Plan. After listening to Jérôme Bonaparte's narration about the Marquis of Alais' question of French sea power, Deco showed a surprised expression. He did not expect that there would be someone in the world who had the same idea as him point at the beginning. In order to reverse the lack of attention paid to the idea of maritime power by the Naval Department, Deco gave up a lot of effort. Many commanders of the Naval Department in important positions were transferred to the civilian department or forced to retire because of their disagreement. As a result, a large number of noble naval officers were also forced to be transferred and replaced by a group of unhappy civilian officers. Deco's actions were met with strong resistance from the noble officers, so much so that the noble naval officers scolded Deco behind his back as Dick Tweed in the Navy. Point of course, those unhappy civilian officers really loved Deco to death. Without Deco's eclectic promotion, they'd probably never be able to get ahead in their entire lives. The Navy of this era still belongs to the territory of the nobles, and the probability of wanting to succeed in the Navy is lower than that in the Army. Take Montauban, the newly appointed commander of the 1st Division in Paris, who spent more than 24 years from serving as an ordinary lieutenant officer to a colonel. Remember, these 24 years are not 24 years of peace. Montauban participated in the Spanish expedition, fought the Arabs in Algeria for more than 20 years, and captured the Arab national hero. If not Jérôme, if Bonaparte was excavated, he would probably have to wait until 1855 to be promoted to brigadier general, and then major general. In the Navy, if a capable ordinary person does not have extraordinary luck, he may not be able to achieve the rank of colonel for a lifetime. The internal typography of the Navy is even more strict than that of the Army. One can imagine how happy the members of the Admiralty were when Minister Deco dismounted some of the aristocratic Navy who ate vegetarian food. Your Excellency, what position do you want Marquis Alais to hold? Minister Deco asked Jérôme Bonaparte carefully. If it is recommended by ordinary people, even if it is recommended by a colleague who is also recommended by the minister, Deco will refuse, because the Admiralty can go so far as to see the same iron rules, and Minister Deco must also abide by this rule. While the president was not within the purview of the Navy Department, Secretary Deco knew he had to meet the president's needs before he could continue to plan his strategic goals. You can figure it out. Jérôme Bonaparte kicked the balloon in front of Deco with a light sentence. Then, Deco thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, do you want Mr. Marquis to be the assistant minister first? Jérôme Bonaparte looked at Deco in amazement. The assistant minister is not a petty official. Every word and deed represent the will of the minister. It can be said that it is the kind of small and powerful naval officers. Deco, who misunderstood Jérôme Bonaparte's expression, hurriedly explained to Jérôme Bonaparte, Your Majesty, Marquis Alais has not stayed in the Navy for almost 2 years after all, and rash promotion will affect the deployment of the entire Navy. I plan to use him as an assistant, to get acquainted with the business of the Navy first, and when the time is right, I will appoint him as a local naval officer. Mr. Minister, you don't have to explain anything to me. Jérôme Bonaparte said to Deco, if I'm the president of the whole country, then you are the president of the Navy. The whole Navy will follow your command. Jérôme Bonaparte put on an air of complete respect for Deco, which made Deco feel mixed emotions. Okay, Mr. Minister, it's time for me to leave. There is one more meeting waiting for me to complete. Jérôme Bonaparte said to Deco, looking at the bright sunshine outside the window. Deco hurriedly got up to bid farewell to Jérôme Bonaparte, and when Jérôme Bonaparte declined, Deco just held the door of Jérôme Bonaparte's minister's office. Minister Deco, who watched the president leave from the window, immediately called his Secretary of State and explained something to the Secretary of State. Let the Design Institute revise the plan of the gunboat. You can try to remove the full pass gun deck and use the central gun position. At the same time, thicken the gunboat in the iron sheet. Deco conveyed the order to the Secretary of State and then added, if so do it without affecting the performance of the entire gunboat. In the end, Deco still didn't believe Jérôme Bonaparte's views on ironclads. Sometimes you have to obey the leader. Yes. The Secretary of State responded immediately, and bring the information of the retired Marquis Alais to my office. Dick continued. Clear. Jérôme Bonaparte, who had left the Admiralty building, finally arrived at the Élysée Palace after some tossing. It was already 9:15, and it was less than 15 minutes before Jerome Bonaparte's appointment. Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting in the living room, slept on the sofa in a half-lying position with a tired face, and fell asleep unconsciously. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It wasn't until Jerome Bonaparte's ear heard a shout again that he woke up from the haze, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Jerome Bonaparte finally saw the people around him clearly. He yawned and said to everyone present, "I'm really sorry, yesterday." Then, Jerome Bonaparte yawned again. Everyone present showed an understanding smile. The meeting officially started. Only when Jerome Bonaparte was completely awake. Attending the meeting were Minister of Justice Rouet, Minister of Finance Fuld, Minister of the Interior Baroche, Minister of Railways Morny, Minister of Public Works Pessigny, and Minister of War Eno. Secretary of State San Arnault and Secretary of the Secretary Walewski. This meeting is a crucial Bonapartist meeting of life and death, and the vast majority of those who join it are candidates who are important to the future process. Jerome Bonaparte looked around, and in their eyes Jerome Bonaparte saw determination, anxiety, and excitement. Although each person's expression is slightly different, the word ambition is revealed in each person's eyes. The Bonaparte faction was originally a gathering of ambitious people. It was impossible for people without any ambition to join the Bonaparte faction, nor would they be willing to follow Jerome Bonaparte in a coup d'etat. The meeting began after Jerome Bonaparte woke up. Jerome Bonaparte cleared his throat and said coldly, "Everyone, I think you know why I invited you here." Everyone present nodded. Of course they knew Jerome Bonaparte's intentions. Seeing the unanimous nod of everyone present, Jerome Bonaparte smiled gratified and said, "Through the ages, the winners are those who have some set goals and act decisively. They can work hard for a goal for 10 years, and even dormant for 10 years. For 20 years, he would immediately grab them whenever he had the chance." Then, Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. His expression became extra serious. "For me, only winning is in my dictionary. We can only be worthy of it if we keep winning. What we pay now? The goddess of victory has pity on us, because we are more decisive than them when they are still fighting for power in parliament. We have the government and the army in Paris. So as long as we do not hesitate, then the weak National Assembly is no match for us at all." Everyone present smiled, and they were already ready to settle the accounts with those guys in the National Assembly. Now, we have entered a new stage. We must formulate a new plan. Jerome Bonaparte's expression was stern, but the corners of his mouth could not hide his triumphant look. He turned his eyes to Walewski. "Secretary Walewski, how's the process of sorting out the petitions in the secretary's office?" Walewski reported to Jerome Bonaparte with a serious expression. "Your Excellency, as of today, the Secretariat has received petitions from the northern, central, and western provinces, and they all choose to support us. In terms of public opinion, we have nothing to worry about." "Okay." Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction. He turned his eyes to Rouet. "Mr. Rouet, can the Ministry of Justice help us avoid certain constitutions? After all, we are using bright knives and guns. Disband them." "You don't have to worry at all, Your Majesty. You represent the will of the entire French people, and no constitution can be higher than the will of France." Eugen Rouet replied in a flat tone. His demeanor and eyes were like a wave. Nabal analyzed. "After we win, we can make laws. At that time, who can stop us? We can make as many laws as we need. Your will is the embodiment of the laws." "Okay." Jerome Bonaparte applauded Eugen Rouet, and he turned his eyes to Morny and Pessigny. "Morny, Pessigny, Riyadh1.com. You two, how about one?" Morny and Pessigny also pledged that there would be no mishaps. During the coup d'etat, Paris must be cut off from the outside world. During that time, the railway could not drive a single car. Our enemies are not only in Paris. Jerome Bonaparte warned again. Immediately afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte asked the Minister of the Interior, Baroche, about the police. After receiving assurances from Baroche that he would restrain the police during the coup d'etat, Jerome Bonaparte also encouraged Baroche. During the coup, the police just don't make trouble for them. "Minister Fuld, how are you prepared for the Bank of France loan?" Jerome Bonaparte asked about the Bank of France's loan situation. Fuld, one of the directors of the Banque de France board of directors, told Jerome Bonaparte, the Count of Argaux is actively trying to win over the shareholders of the Banque de France to support you, and many shareholders have already been drawn back by him. It will not be long before the bank loan, if it can be approved in the name of bonds. We will never miss the time. Chapter 265. The support of the Banque de France is the key to the coup. In order to prevent more dramatic changes in the coup d'état, Jerome Bonaparte had to choose to pull the Banque de France into the water. In the history of OTL, the lessons of the Paris Commune made him always keep in mind to deal with this group of capricious groups only by pulling them into the water and participating in the action together. Minister Fault, remember that we have to ask the Banque de France to take out this sum of money, even if we don't hesitate to use other forces. Jerome Bonaparte revealed a firmness in his words. Fault was stunned for a few seconds. There was confusion in his eyes, as if he did not understand why Jerome Bonaparte had to borrow money from the Banque de France. Even with the help of their bankers alone, they could find a way to satisfy the army. In the end, it doesn't take many people to use the military coup. As long as the National Guard can be strictly restrained, it is only necessary to send a brigade of soldiers to guard important traffic routes, to prevent the Legislative Assembly from seeking assistance from the army in the same province. After it is settled and then lifted, a coup d'état can be completed. In the confusion of the crowd, Jerome Bonaparte explained, I once read a story in a book that Caesar during the Roman Republic, in order to ensure that the wealthy businessmen in Rome could support him, he first asked the wealthy businessmen in the city of the Roman Republic borrowed on a large scale. At that time, the wealthy businessmen in Rome could support him were not worried that Caesar, who was the consul, would not be able to pay off the debts. They only needed an expedition to Lassa to give them a richer return, but the wealthy businessmen did not expect it. It was Caesar who got a lot of money and did not choose to go far, but held celebrations from time to time in the city of Rome until all the money was squandered. Relying on the money borrowed from wealthy merchants, Caesar gained the love of the Roman people and a lot of debts. The debt is too large for Caesar to bear. For the rich businessmen, once Caesar leaves the position of consul, it means that all their investments will be lost, and the poor Caesar has no big son to use. Give them back. You said that in such a situation, how can a wealthy businessman get his principal back? Halfway through the story, Jerome Bonaparte smiled meaningfully and looked at all the ministers present. Support him to continue to serve as the consul. Fulgrim acted immediately, and he excitedly said his answer. Eugene Rouard and Morny also showed a clear expression. That's right. Jerome Bonaparte nodded to Fulgrim and responded, with the support of the wealthy businessmen and all the Roman people, Caesar continued to serve as the consul of the Roman Republic, and he led the Roman Republic to defeat the High Commissioner of the Roman Republic. Lu people, such a story does indeed come from Julius Caesar, but none of the people and events involved, Jerome Bonaparte, were right. Point however, none of the people present were historians of Roman history, and it was much easier to fool. Actually, we don't need their support, and we don't even need the support of the Paris bourgeoisie, but Jerome Bonaparte changed his words and said in a tough tone, I will never allow them to oppose me. The Second Empire in history was built on the position that the majority of the people of Paris did not oppose the establishment of the empire. Although Jerome Bonaparte has a higher approval rate than his cousin in the same period in history, it does not mean that all Parisians will agree with him to complete the coup. As long as they do not showing a clear attitude against Jerome Bonaparte, he still allows the people of Paris to complain in everyday situations. Like the Banque de France that balances the left and right sides of France, Jerome Bonaparte will never allow them to rattle both ends. Either choose to support him or go straight to extinction. Jerome Bonaparte admitted that killing the Banque de France would only lead to the collapse of his regime, but he did not care about the outcome. Now that the regime is doomed to collapse, why not take advantage of the downfall to bloom a more beautiful and flower of capital in France? Mr. Fault, you can tell those directors of the Banque de France. After the establishment of the empire, the government helped the Banque de France to expand their business to the whole of France and even the whole of Europe, just like the promise my uncle gave them back then. Jerome Bonaparte said to Fault, he decided to bow before the Banque de France. If they don't want to, then I can only express a little regret. The final counterattack of a political power that is about to collapse is very powerful. Yes. Jerome Bonaparte's attitude made Fuld feel a chill on his scalp. For a split second, did Fuld feel like it was a sensible thing to follow such a desperate maniac? However, in the next second, Fuld strengthened his confidence that only people who are crazy and decisive enough can control this world. I'm sure that the Banque de France will yield to you. Fuld said sincerely to Jerome Bonaparte. No, we and the Banque de France are nothing more than a pair of collaborators, said Jerome Bonaparte flatly. After Finance Minister Fuld had come to an end on borrowing, Jerome Bonaparte turned his attention to Minister Reynaud and General Saint Arnault. Before Jerome Bonaparte could speak, Minister Reynaud spoke first. Your Majesty, I wish to step down as Minister of War. As soon as these words came out, everyone including Jerome Bonaparte showed expressions of astonishment. From the dismissal of the Barrot cabinet to the present, Reynaud has served as a minister for nearly a year. Now is the most critical time. There were vigilant eyes on the faces of many, and Jerome Bonaparte also looked at General Reynaud suspiciously. Although Jerome Bonaparte did assure Saint Arnault that he would succeed Minister Reynaud in the War Department, it was during that period that Odilon Barrot and others had not yet joined Gérault. A no confidence motion will begin on November 1st, when Mr. Bonaparte was elected. In order to prevent the cabinet from chaos, Jerome Bonaparte could only make arrangements in advance. Now that Odilon Barrot and others have joined Jerome Bonaparte's camp, the power of the Élysée Palace faction is far greater than before. In the case that the no confidence motion cannot be passed at all, the subsequent arrangement also becomes a dispensable matter. Your Majesty, I understand my own character, and I'm not a qualified minister. Minister Reynaud turned his attention to General Saint Arnault. If Saint Arnault hadn't seen him check and fill in the gaps for me, I'm afraid the entire Ministry of War will not be able to keep the decree. The Ministry of War is all ministers. You have a good leadership. General Saint Arnault hurriedly said to Minister Reynaud. In the past year or so, I have found that I'm more suitable for a position as a general, rather than a coordinating Minister of War. General Reynaud looked at Jerome Bonaparte with sincere eyes. So I recommend General Saint Arnault to serve as Minister of War after me. He can better help us complete this plan. Jerome Bonaparte was a little caught off guard by General Reynaud's speech. After a moment of silence, he said to General Reynaud, Minister Reynaud, I agree to your request. Thank you so much. Minister Reynaud smiled. As a resigning war secretary, the Reynolds considered themselves ineligible to participate in the classified meeting. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Jerome Bonaparte said, but before you leave, you are still the Minister of War, and you must attend the meeting. Yes. Minister Reynaud sat down again. Since Minister Reynaud has chosen to resign, then General Saint Arnault will let you draw up the army plan in place of Minister Reynaud. We must ensure that our plan can wipe out them all. Only in this way can we eliminate as much as possible the enemy to us. Unfavorable influence, said Jerome Bonaparte to General Saint Arnault. General Saint Arnault. No, the acting minister of Saint Arnault should be asked to tell Jerome Bonaparte that he will definitely complete the task. That's right. And you have to make it clear to the soldiers under your command that you should not kill those parliamentarians who try to incite the people to rebel, and try to arrest them as much as possible. Jerome Bonaparte then instructed Saint Arnault a sentence. The blood of the Great Revolution is still vivid in my mind. When the heads fell with their own bodies, no one thought that they would not be the next sacrifice to the guillotine. Killing does not solve the problem. It can only intensify the conflict. Jerome Bonaparte can indeed kill all the parliamentarians, and then it will only lead to more Republican parliamentarians appearing. Riyadh1.com Those dead parliamentarians will be turned into statue harmless by later generations. On the altar became their monument, and then in the name of justice, Jerome Bonaparte was waiting for a bottomless assassination. Expelling some people and muting others is the most effective solution. Jerome Bonaparte's words made Saint Arnault abandon the idea of a second June massacre of Paris. Jerome Bonaparte, who arranged the coup d'état, finally made a concluding remark. Everyone, we must speed up our actions. We are running out of time. Once the National Assembly rejects our request to amend the Constitution, we will act quickly to solve the Legislative Assembly that does not conform to French democracy. Build a Legislative Assembly that belongs to us and all the French people. The Hearts of everyone present were also surging. After so long, they were finally able to completely solve the Legislative Assembly. "Okay, let's end the meeting," Jerome Bonaparte said to the crowd, after glancing at his pocket watch. Afterwards, he added another sentence: "Minister Reynaud is left alone." Chapter 266, War Department Reshuffle. You can search "Make France Great Again" search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters, after the rest of the ministers left one after another. Only Minister Reynaud and Jerome Bonaparte were left in the living room. Minister Reynaud, actually. Jerome Bonaparte smiled in relief and said in a slightly cordial tone, "Actually, you don't have to do this. Your Majesty, the Ministry of War must ensure that the decree is the same." Minister Reynaud's face was slightly vicissitudes of life, showing the decisiveness of the soldiers. "If I continue to stay in the position of the Ministry of War, I will be very concerned about you, me and Saint Arnault. Generals are a nuisance, especially at this juncture, Minister." Reynaud knew his own problems, and now he decided to withdraw, just to make Saint Arnault agree to the president. After all, Saint Arnault was also a major general with him, and being the Secretary of State was a resignation. Reynaud himself understood that Saint Arnault had come to take his place one day. Although he had some complaints about this matter, he did not delay the president's established policy because of this matter during the cooperation with General Saint Arnault. Minister Reynaud gradually understood the reason why the president asked General Saint Arnault to take his place. General Saint Arnault, who came from North Africa, did have more decisive attitude and determination to complete the task. Minister Reynaud, who stayed in the center all the year round, just wanted to seek cooperation through mutual compromise, while Saint Arnault ruthlessly drove all those who did not submit to them out of the army. This kind of character can only be honed in Algeria between life and death, and Minister Reynaud gradually agreed with Saint Arnault as his deputy. The vague sense of the military told him that after he helped the president kill Changanier, it was probably time for him to leave. "Your Majesty, I've been thinking about this for a long time." Minister Reynaud gave Jerome Bonaparte a smile that he thought was open-minded. "In the beginning, I didn't want to leave, but as time went on, I found that I still have a lot of places that are not in place, so I asked to be transferred to the place. Since Minister Reynaud what you already think, then I can't dissuade me." Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and said to Minister Reynaud, "You will go to Strasbourg as commander. How? I'm willing to obey your orders." Reynaud responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "After arriving in Strasbourg, you must pay close attention to the German side and report any problems to Paris immediately." Jerome Bonaparte cautiously warned Minister Reynaud, "I doubt the Kingdom of Prussia. There may be a war with the Austrian Empire." In Jerome Bonaparte's memory, the Kingdom of Prussia and the Austrian Empire will have the first round of tentative attacks on November 6 in Omimus, but the King of Prussia slipped and knelt faster at that time, and the Kingdom of Prussia there was no war with the Austrian Empire, and it ended abruptly. The reason why the Kingdom of Prussia was not punished after kneeling was partly due to Felix Schwarzenberg's strategic considerations, and partly because of the support of France and Russia, especially his cousin who was almost kneeling and licking style support. It's just that the support of the cousin did not get the goodwill of Frederick William IV, but the hostility of Frederick William IV. In history, the cousin supported the Kingdom of Prussia remotely in the Legislative Assembly the day before, and dispatched a large number of troops on the border. The day after, he was slapped in the face by Frederick William IV of the Kingdom of Prussia, who established a conservative coalition to interfere in France. When Jerome Bonaparte in his previous life saw this passage, he felt absurd. What was the reason that caused his cousin to stick to Prussia with determination? Could it be the plot? After experiencing the real conservatism in Europe, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly understood Louis Napoleon's thoughts. Putting aside the perspective of God, Bonaparte's notoriety far surpassed that of the Russian Empire after the Vienna Conference, and even the Austrian Empire, which hated the Russian Empire, had to unanimously express that it disliked France even more. Standing in the history of that time, Louis Napoleon could not completely tear apart the orthodox principle by relying on his own strength. He needed a collaborator and a challenger. The Kingdom of Prussia and the Kingdom of Sardinia just happened to be in line with the identity of the challenger. At the time, it seemed that the Kingdom of Prussia was far from being an opponent of the Austrian Empire, and supporting the weak against the strong was France's strategy for Germany. If the strong country wants to annex the weak, France will be the fighter of justice and strike it hard. It was when Jerome Bonaparte's cousin saw this that he chose to support Prussia against the Austrian Empire in order to achieve his goal, but he looked down on it, but also underestimated it. He looked at the integrity of Frederick William IV and underestimated the power of the Kingdom of Prussia. This made him pay a painful price in the subsequent Franco-Prussian War. It can be said that the Battle of Omimas directly affected the judgment of Russia, Austria, and France on Prussia. If the sliding kneeling technique of the Kingdom of Prussia is not so fast, I'm afraid that the subsequent unification war of Prussia will be dangerous. Jerome Bonaparte believed that Felix Schwarzenberg, who received the support of France and Russia, would never be satisfied with the punishment of Prussia. As long as the Austrian Empire oppressed the Kingdom of Prussia hard enough, then the Kingdom of Prussia will surely resist. As long as Prussia is mobilized, with his army of 550,000, it will definitely surprise the whole of Europe. If the Kingdom of Prussia conquers the Austrian Empire, then Jerome Bonaparte can advocate the retribution of the Kingdom of Prussia to expand the army. If the Austrian Empire wins the Kingdom of Prussia, Jerome Bonaparte can ask Felix Schwarzenberg for Tsar. If Felix Schwarzenberg chooses not to fulfill his promise, Jerome Bonaparte can also continue to promote the theory of revenge at home to expand the army. Reduce the time of the reserve service, increase the number of troops recruited each year, and set up a mobile guard. These actions depend on nationalist fanaticism driving them. Either way, France can win, commonly known as a win-win. Jerome Bonaparte's advice made Minister Reynaud realize how important the burden on his shoulders was. He hurriedly assured Jerome Bonaparte, "I will always pay attention to the movements of the Kingdom of Prussia, Minister Reynaud. Go back and prepare first. I'm afraid it will be too late." Jerome Bonaparte patted Minister Reynaud on the shoulder and sighed. Yes. Minister Reynaud nodded in understanding, and then left the living room October 31st, 1850. With less than a day to go before the opening of the Legislative Assembly, the Minister of War, General Reynaud, handed in his resignation letter to Jerome Bonaparte. The actions of Minister Reynaud made Montalembert and others a little puzzled. In their impression, Reynaud has always been a close confidant of the president. Why did he submit his resignation letter at this critical time? Could it be that the president has lost control of the military? Uneasy, Montalembert quickly went to the Élysée Palace, and under the leadership of Walewski, Montalembert met Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Excellency." Montalembert bowed slightly to Jerome Bonaparte to show respect. "Please, sit down." Jerome Bonaparte invited Montalembert to take a seat. He put down his quill and asked with a smile, "Mr. Montalembert, I don't know what you are doing here with me, Your Excellency. My friends and I are very worried about you, Your Excellency," Montalembert said to Jerome Bonaparte politely. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Montalembert with a half smile and said, "Mr. Montalembert, you want to ask about the situation of the army, right?" "That's right." Montalembert simply stopped hiding. "My friends and I are very worried about your control over the army. Please rest assured. This is just an ordinary transfer." Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly explained to Montalembert, "Prussia and Austria are now experiencing an unprecedented battle, and we must always pay attention to it. So I made General Reynaud commander of Strasbourg, in order to prevent France from being forced to be involved in the war. If that's the case, then we can rest assured Jerome Bonaparte's camp has not changed, and Montalembert and others will not choose to leave." He breathed a sigh of relief and spoke to Jerome Bonaparte in a relaxed tone. "Your Excellency, the Legislative Assembly is about to begin," said Bonaparte. "Yeah. It's time for me to sort out the speeches for the meeting." Jerome Bonaparte ordered Montalembert to evict the guests with a smile. After Montalembert left the Élysée Palace, Jerome Bonaparte showed a contemptuous smile, and he muttered in a low voice, as expected of the Party of Order. Jerome Bonaparte was really ashamed of the clumsy behavior of the members of the Party of Order compared with them. www.riyadh1.com. The members of the Bonaparte faction are really a clear stream. It's just that their daring behavior is in direct proportion to their corruption. Judging from Marcel Yerig's report, the Bonapartists have accumulated nearly 70 million francs of property in the recent period. Point among them, Morny, Minister of Railways, and Pessigny, Minister of Public Works, have the most, and the two of them have received funds within the legal scope with the help of public power. Jerome Bonaparte once considered whether Morny and Pessigny should be kept away from their positions. After careful consideration, Jerome Bonaparte found that the corruption problem between Pessigny and Morny was not the same. Instead of slowing down the progress of the project, it accelerated the progress of the project, and he simply turned a blind eye. Jerome Bonaparte could tolerate them, as long as French industry grew much faster than the money they had embezzled. On the contrary, they will face the blow of Jerome Bonaparte at any time. In the afternoon, a new appointment letter was issued. General Saint Arnault was appointed as the new Minister of War at the same time. Brigadier General Leboeuf was appointed as the President's aide-de-camp and served as the Secretary General, and the Secretary of State was served by the unnamed Benjamin Clemenceau. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https Make France Great Again txt download address https Make France Great Again mobile read https / in order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this chapter 267 War Department reorganization, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 263, Annual Summary of the Legislative Assembly. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. November 1, 1850. The Legislative Assembly reconvened after a 3-month recess. A lot of unexpected things happened during these 3 months, so that after the start of the Legislative Assembly, the seats of many members have changed greatly. The Bonapartists who were once rejected by the Party of Order returned to the seats of the Party of Order and spread out around the Bonapartists such as Prince Montfort and Pierre Bonaparte. The giants of the Party of Order, dynastic left-wing Odilon Barrot, Montalembert, and Broye, surrounded the Bonapartists like a group of stars, and the Bonapartists rose from a marginalized party to a members of the core faction. This change is not only on the side of the Party of Order, but also on the side of the Social Democrats. The members of the Social Democracy who were the targets of suppression suddenly found that the number of seats in their party had increased by more than 80 seats, and the number of seats of the Social Democracy had increased to nearly 240 seats. After careful observation of the Social Democrats' MPs, they found that many MPs were MPs from the Party of Order. Many MPs who don't understand what's going on will have the following scene. Victor Hugo, who rode the double bridge carriage through the early morning mist and hurried to the Bourbon Palace, did not pay attention to the changes in the seats in the Bourbon Palace. He was just sitting on the mountain pie seat, and he was about to put the notebook he was carrying with him, when spreading out on the table, a voice came from behind him. Member Hugo, hello. No one is more familiar with the owner of this voice than Victor Hugo. Logically speaking, the owner of the voice should sit on the side of the Party of Order. When Victor Hugo smiled and turned to look behind him, Remissa's face came into Victor Hugo's eyes. Mr. Remissa, why are you here? Could it be that your soul has called to you? Or is it that you can't hear the voice of your wallet? Victor Hugo satirized at Remissa at the beginning. Another way to continue to tell it again. Remissa, the follower and secretary of Thiers, answered Victor Hugo without shame. Mr. Hugo, your mouth is as sharp as ever, the same as the mouth, the better. No one stipulates that people with different political differences cannot stay in the same camp. An excellent party must seek common ground, while reserving differences to be successful. Besides, didn't we have some ideas similar to yours, the Mountain Party, before? Remissa's words made Victor Hugo feel the shamelessness of a power stick, and he could be sure that Remissa would never join them, because of the same philosophy. However, in order to maintain the unity of the party, Victor Hugo still welcomes Remissa to join the Social Democracy family. Of course, the Social Democrats are not all like Victor Hugo, who can unreservedly accept the former Party of Order for the benefit of the party. The addition of a small number of idealists to the Party of Order will inevitably make the whole party change. In the midst of smog, they put an end to former members of the Party of Order from joining. However, such people only exist in a very small number, and their refusal is destined not to be accepted by the Republican and Mountain Party leaders regarding the participation in the former Party of Order. The senior members of the Social Democracy thought that this was an opportunity to divide the Party of Order, and as long as it was handled properly, more and more people could join their ranks at 10 o'clock in the morning. The cold winds of autumn and winter dissipated, and the warm sun enveloped Paris again. Durban, the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly holding the heavy binding book of the Constitution of the Second Republic, had a grim expression. Under the gazes of many members, he walked to the Speaker's rostrum. He stood straight beside the rostrum, and then slowly put the binding book on the podium. On the rostrum, he held the Speaker's wooden palm in his right hand and solemnly knocked it 3 times. To show silence point, the members of the audience stopped whispering, and the entire Bourbon Palace fell silent for a while. Speaker Durban said in a loud voice, "Members, after 3 months, the Legislative Assembly has reopened. During these 3 periods, Speaker Durban reported to the Legislative Assembly the events handled by the Interim Committee for the past 3 months, including the Saint Arnault inquiry and the dismissal of Changania." Some of the Republican members of the Northwest region showed a surprised expression. They were almost isolated from the world in their own province. They did not expect so many things to happen in these short 3 months. Their eyes gradually turned. The Legislative Assembly Order Party side point after the report. Speaker Durban made a concluding remark. In the past 3 months, the Provisional Council has experienced a lot and made many untimely judgments. Many judgments are expedients. If any one members who have objections to this can appeal to the Legislative Assembly. Speaking of which, Speaker Durban subconsciously glanced at the Social Democracy camp. He seemed to hope that the Social Democracy would launch a charge. But to his disappointment, the Social Democrats did not have any meeting on his suggestion. Speaker Durban had no choice but to give up Xiao in his heart and move on to the next topic point at this moment. Fierce and Berrier appeared in the right corridor of the Parliament of the Palais Bourbon, and Speaker Durban immediately said, "Before the Parliament starts, I will announce one thing first. Senator Thiers and Senator Berrier will be joining the Republican faction, and their positions will be from right to left." As soon as these remarks came out, the Republican Party exploded. Congressmen who had no idea about the addition of Thiers and Berrier asked Kavagnak, Jane Bastide and others what happened. They could only explain to the Republicans what is going on. Compared with the chaos on the Republican side, the Party of Order appeared to be a special camp. There was no ridicule or abuse. The deputies just sat in their chairs in silence, their eyes fixed on Thiers and Berrier. Thiers and Berrier also smiled and bowed to the Party of Order camp, as if saying goodbye to their past selves, and then entered the Republican camp. After the completion of the new pattern, the next step is the annual report. Morny, Minister of Railways, was the first government minister to take office. Ladies and gentlemen, as of today, our country has built a railway network of 4,000 kilometers, 100 kilometers more than in 1848, and 80% of the main line specified in the Railway Act of 1842 has been completed. The trunk line is 6,520 kilometers, of which the 3 main trunk lines of Paris-Nancy-Strasbourg, Paris-Brussels, and Lyon-Marseille have all been opened to traffic. The passage of these 3 lines will greatly save our travel problems. The route is expected to be fully paved in 1852. Morny's railway project was steadily advanced under the strong impetus of Jérôme Bonaparte, and some of the railways laid only after the Crimean War have now been largely completed. The main railway line that originally only existed on the drawings has become a reality. Especially the opening of the Strasbourg-Paris direction is more conducive to the deployment of troops and the transportation of iron ore. Rapid railway construction doubled the production of steel and sleepers in France, and large quantities of steel plates were transported by train to the site where the railway was laid. As soon as they were produced from the factory point, the construction of the railway also led to the construction of other industries, especially the locomotives of the high precision industry. In order to make the open railway lines open to traffic faster, the Schneider factory of Leclerc was in Jerome Bonaparte's administrative order the next joint production with other manufacturers of locomotives in Paris, and at the same time, dispatched semi-bureaucrats in state-owned factories to supervise and guide point in the process of communicating with each other. Each manufacturer has basically made progress, and the cooperation of many manufacturers has gradually been honed in the production process. They suddenly found that compared with the previous single fight, it is obviously more effective to join forces together conducive to production. A federation similar to the cartel was gradually established under the guidance of Jerome Bonaparte. However, these manufacturers did not know that all they did was just an experiment in the initial industrial mobilization of Jerome Bonaparte. Taste point judging from the results, it is indeed faster after industrial mobilization than before. The interest production circle centered on the railway was combed by Jerome Bonaparte in the form of a federation. Of course, the construction of high-speed railways is indeed conducive to the improvement of employment rate and stability in France, but the dividend period of railways is not always there. Excessive expansion will inevitably lead to the generation of railway fever. Once the cost of railway acquisition is higher than what he invested, if the cost were high, the entire railroad industry would collapse in an instant. After Morny finished reporting, Thiers, who had joined the Republican faction, immediately stood up and asked, "Minister Morny, Riyadh1.com, I want to ask you a question, please. Say it." Morny responded with a smile, "What you reported is really beautiful. The speed of construction of the railway is indeed very fast." Thiers first boasted to Morny, and then changed the conversation. "Minister Morny, what I want to ask is, your railway, how many bonds has the ministry issued so far?" "I'm afraid I can't reveal this." Morny's expression changed slightly. He had long expected Thiers to question him. "The bonds of the Ministry of Railways are all purchased spontaneously by the citizens of Paris. In other words, Minister Morny, you don't know how many bonds have been issued?" Thiers set a language trap for Morny. If Morny does not know how many bonds to issue, then it means that Morny, the Minister of Railways, is unqualified, and they can launch a no-confidence motion against Morny. Although it is very likely that the no-confidence motion will fail, it can at least discuss Jerome Bonaparte and the others. Just because Thiers temporarily gave up overthrowing the Bonapartists doesn't mean he's going to give the damned Bonaparte a head. No comment. Morny refused again with a strong attitude. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click / favorites below to record the reading record of this. Chapter 268 Legislative Assembly Annual Summary, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends. Questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 268 Debt and Power. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. In order to safeguard the interests of all his colleagues and the Ministry of Railways, Morny had to forcefully refuse Thiers' request to view the accounts of the Ministry of Railways. None of the members of the Legislative Assembly present were fools. Just by looking at the real estate, clubs, and leisure places purchased by the Ministry of Railways over the years, you can get a rough idea of the internal accounts of the Ministry of Railways. It's just that the members of the Legislative Assembly are reluctant to stab the hornet's nest. It is true that the Ministry of Railways is not clean, but are they clean if the integrity review stick is smashed down? In all likelihood, the members present will be killed by their own smash. During the Third Republic period, there was a sluggish young man who was constantly slamming the issue of corruption when he was in the opposition party. He was directly ousted from office on the accusation of corruption in several successive cabinets, so he was also called a master of the attic. Therefore, he offended a large number of people. After the Panama Canal scandal, the cabinet at that time collapsed again. However, this collapse revealed that one of the parties to the Panama Canal scandal was a good friend. He was caught by the opposition and was quickly beaten. The people of Paris, who had been guided by him, were now charged against him by the leadership of the opposition party. When the Dragon Slayer turned into a dragon, the people of Paris would not worry about what the Dragon Slayer had done. The stunned young man was defeated in next year's cabinet elections over a corruption scandal. Sadly, he left the field. After Dangar came back again, his former sharpness has been smoothed out, and his life has become smoother. Under his leadership, France defeated Germany and became the victor of World War I. This man is Georges Clemenceau. Those who are in a system will never be demolished unless it is absolutely necessary. It is the norm in the 19th century to discuss certain matters in the Legislative Assembly and try to solve the problem within the framework. Under meritocracy, the common people are only forced to make choices. Even a party like the Republicans will only promise true freedom to democracy at the time of the election. When people really want freedom, especially freedom to strike, the Republicans will tear open the veil of hypocrisy and carry out brutal repression on the workers. If the British riot control method is the special police, the French traditional riot control method is the use of the army. Georges Clemenceau, yes, this one, Zédio Zouaran, who once supported the Paris Commune, happened to encounter a workers' strike when he was Minister of the Interior. In order to restore order as soon as possible, he was decisive. The army was used to suppress the workers. The so-called universal suffrage system before the First World War was nothing but a toy to fool people. Once the elites agree, they can repress the lower proletarians without any burden. Morny was tough and forced Thiers to retreat, and some among the elites could not be destroyed in his hands. However, Thiers' remarks also made Morny take a consensus step back, and he assured the members present, these bonds will not be repaid by the Ministry of Railways in a few years. According to the calculations of the Finance Department, the railway will be profit at 10% growth rate. Morny's words made the present members relax a little. Even if Morny's words were folded in half, it would still be about 5% every year. The annual interest rate of French government bonds is only about 4%, and railway bonds are more than public bonds, and probably should be able to pay off. None of the congressmen present knew that the only way to make money from the railway is to connect the main trunk lines in the big cities, and the remaining branch lines are mostly loss-making transactions. However, their president, Jérôme Bonaparte, was ambitious at this time to build a complete railway network, a business that was doomed to lose money and required the entire French people to pay the bill. By the way, in 2 years, Morny's Ministry of Railways has issued nearly 500 million francs of bonds, and the total number of bonds accounts for 1/3 of the entire French finances if it weren't for the fact that the Ministry of Railways bonds are opaque institutions. Morny has every reason to believe that the really large number of bonds is enough to scare off any parliamentary bureaucracy. The debt is opaque, the financial statements are fooled, and bonds are issued from time to time, so that Jérôme Bonaparte sometimes wonders whether the finances of France and the Eastern Roman Empire come from the same master. After the bond issue of the Ministry of Railways was resolved in an almost foolish way, Morny made a final report. The Ministry of Railways will build a first-class railway connecting major French cities in the next 5 years, as well as some second-class railways. Strive to build a total of more than 9,000 kilometers of railways in 1856. Morny's words made the members of the Social Democrats disgusted, and they did not understand what Morny meant. Morny bowed to members of the Legislative Assembly before he could ask questions. Next, he said that Biffy, Minister of Agriculture and Industry and Commerce, had already been trained as a minister for 2 years. Biffy had already trained his ability to adapt to the situation. He first reported to the Legislative Assembly on the construction of water conservancy and land reclamation, and then reported to the Legislative Assembly on the establishment of a request from an agricultural school and a proposal for a new type of cooperative. For a France with a long agricultural tradition, the development of agriculture is undoubtedly the most important relief. Even members of the Legislative Assembly, who criticize the government for abusing its finances, will not criticize fees in this regard. However, many parliamentarians are still quite critical about the issue of agricultural cooperatives. Some members of the Republican and Order parties believed that Biffat's agricultural cooperatives had brought France into the of utopian socialism. Biffy had to struggle to explain the role of the new agricultural cooperatives to allow farmers to have more capital to exchange with the city. My country's owners have the largest rural working population in Europe. Russia is automatically excluded here. According to statistics, the number of small land operations between 1 and 10 hectares is about 2.8-3 million, accounting for 2.8 million to 3 million of the total operating units, 3/4 of the land, but they own only 1/4 of the land. 10 to 40 hectares, occupying 20% of the management unit, and the land area is 30%. There are about 162,000 large land operators with a size of more than 40 hectares, occupying 4% of the number of operations. But the area can reach 45%. France should earnestly ensure the profitability of the agricultural population. We should not only focus on the big landowners, but also on the small landowners, who face the lowest and turn their backs to the sky. We set up agricultural schools and establish agricultural lectures, instructing scattered small landowners to establish new agricultural cooperative institutions. And I propose that Paris should establish an agricultural mutual credit bank to effectively benefit the agricultural population. Buffy made an impassioned presentation to members of the Legislative Assembly. Although most of these views were plagiarized from the mouths of physiocrats experts, and some were even utopian socialist views, he was still applauded by members of the Legislative Assembly. No one would object to such a politically correct thing. We should understand that poverty does not belong to the Republic, nor does the average belong to the Republic. France should blaze a path of its own. The agricultural environment of our country is different from that of Britain, and we should establish a set of agricultural policies that suit our own national conditions. A modern industrial road that suits the national conditions, and build a strong European country with modern agriculture and industry keeping pace with each other. Buffet made the final conclusion with impassioned words, and Buffet stepped down amidst bursts of applause. After the brief report was over, the next few ministers made brief reports to the Legislative Assembly in turn. The Social Democratic MPs did not draw the sword, like they did with Morny, nor did they get the rounds of applause they did with Buffet. After a smooth passage of several ministers, the Prime Minister of the French Republic, Ayoupur, made a final concluding speech. French Republic, November 1849 to November 1850, the tax output was 1.643 billion francs, pointed out to be 1.68 billion francs, an increase of about 100 million francs compared to 1849. From the financial statements, it can be seen that the French finance has gradually moved towards prosperity, and the economic depression that appeared in the Great Revolution in 1848 has gradually disappeared, but the expenditure in 1850 was nearly 100 million francs. One of the biggest expenses is administrative expenses. There are nearly 500,000 civil servants and parliamentarians in France, and their administrative expenses account for nearly 600 million francs. According to the government's inference, France still needs about 200,000 civil servants, but these civil servants are not a small expenditure. The second is defense spending, which is about 500 million francs jointly spent by the Admiralty and the Army. Among them, the Army occupies 270 million francs. Riyadh1.com Navy occupies 230 million francs, and the Navy has planned to continue construction between 1851 and 1855, with an expected annual increase of 100 million francs. On the Army side, due to the planning of the War Department and the office of the Secretary and Jérôme Bonaparte taking part of the power from the Army, the French Army has been reduced by nearly 100 million francs. Minister of War Eno was surprised to find that, even if the military's budget was reduced, it still did not hinder the normal operation of the military. It's just that this hinders the interests of some soldiers. All the soldiers who were obstructed were ordered to retire or sent to North Africa. After the defense expenditure, there is the situation of agricultural expenditure. The agricultural cooperatives and agricultural schools established independently by the government under the leadership of the government gradually spread out. This expenditure also cost about 300 million francs. Finally, there is the issue of compulsory education funding and the construction of Paris. The implementation of falafel has significantly reduced education funding in France, and the rise of some mission schools has effectively improved the financial problems in France. Even this cost 200 million francs expenditure. The remaining 80 million francs are all used for the reconstruction and construction of the city of Paris. For Paris, 80 million francs is a drop in the bucket. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt download address, https, Make France Great Again mobile read, https, / for the convenience of reading next time. You can click on the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 269 Debt and Power, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 269, The Last Constitutional Amendment. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. These are all the expenditures of France in 1849 to 1850. Prime Minister Opper calmly reported all the expenses and then stood on the podium in a standard military posture, waiting for the Republican MPs to question the parliamentary expenses. The Social Democrats members of the audience gathered together to whisper to each other, and the silent legislative assembly was clamoring again. Opper, who was standing on the stage, looked down at the Social Democratic MPs under the stage with a complicated expression. He has been the Prime Minister for nearly a year, and has not really faced the National Assembly once. This is his first battle and his last. In World War I, he had to draw a successful conclusion to his prime ministership. It's just that the Social Democratic MPs in the audience didn't seem to rush to Opper to ask questions until Speaker Durbin struck the wooden hammer. He cleared his throat and reminded members, please seize the time. After some tossing, the Social Democrats congressman finally chose Jane Bastide as a representative to question. Mr. Prime Minister, I have a question for you. Jane Bastide said without a trace of aggression, as natural as a friend sincerely seeking answers from another friend. Please, speak. Opper couldn't help straightening his body. His round abdomen trembled slightly under the influence of his body, and the congressman in the audience smiled knowingly at the funny scene in front of him. I remember that, when His Excellency Odilon Barrot was Prime Minister the year before, the French Republic's finances were about 1.5 billion francs, right? Jane Bastide turned his attention to Odilon on the side of the Élysée Palace. Barrot. The rest of the Social Democrats also turned their attention to Odilon Barrot. Faced with Jane Bastide's sudden inquiry, Odilon Barrot, who has been fighting for a long time, did not respond yes or not for the first time, but said lightly, this is already a year ago. How can I remember it so clearly? Come on. Odilon Barrot took out his handkerchief and wiped his monocle with an attitude of nothing to do with himself. In the face of Odilon Barrot, who was a non-stick pan, Jane Bastide still felt a little regretful in his heart. It would be great if the conflict between Odilon Barrot and Bonapartists could be successfully provoked. There is obviously no chance for Bastide to watch Prime Minister Opper on the stage give the data without hesitation. Although Congressman Odilon Barrot no longer remembers it, I still remember the original data. Last in 2008, when Senator Odilon Barrot was the Prime Minister, he reported to the Parliament that the annual expenditure was about 1.53 billion francs. Jane Bastide's tone became aggressive and said, is it because of the government's unrestrained spending that is not making ends meet, or is it because of other reasons? Mr. Prime Minister, I need a reasonable explanation for Jane Bastide's question. Prime Minister Opper was stunned for a moment, and then he reorganized his words in his mind and said plausibly, Mr. Bastide, all our expenditures are in accordance with the Make the Economy Faster, the principle of more stable recovery. In my opinion, increasing fiscal spending is not only a bad thing, but a good thing. Good thing. Mr. Prime Minister, I don't think it's a good thing for the government to take on huge foreign debts. Every cent of foreign debts is overdrawing the government's future national strength to meet the current affairs. Jane Bastide immediately retorted in a word. He holds financial conservatism views in some of the board members of Banque de France in general. If the government doesn't increase fiscal spending, How will those jobs be realized? How should workers find jobs? If they are left unemployed on a large scale, they will become social instability. The numbers of Lyon, Rowan, Paris and the losses brought to us by the second turmoil much more than those financial expenditures. Oppa criticized Jane Bastide from the perspective of revitalizing industry and reducing unemployment, and also played a role in dividing society. Democracy purpose point. Sure enough, the social democracy camp of the Mountain faction nods frequently to Oppa's theory point. Jane Bastide was also aware of the change in his own camp, and he also did not expect that the other party would use the phrase expenditure equals employment despicably. But Mr. Prime Minister, I did not list government expenditures in the column. See the economy you spend on jobs. In response to Jane Bastide's attack, Oppa showed a sympathetic look. Our government has done too much and said too little to make you misunderstood. We spend all of our jobs on jobs. Counting the two columns of administrative expenditure and agricultural expenditure, in our opinion, it is absolutely unnecessary to write so detailed. If you want, you can come to the Martin and Palace and I will organize the detailed information of the employment position and give it to you. Oppa's words made Jane Bastide feel as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He who had served in a government department certainly understood the government's economics of water injection, and it was impossible for him to find any loopholes. Bastide's silence gave Oppa a chance to counterattack, and he continued to plausibly sell the same rhetoric from Jérôme Bonaparte. Increasing spending is now saving France. Cutting spending is dogmatism. Now fiscal expenditures must be increased, and expenditures must be actively increased, especially the administrative and military expenditures. The people demand the French government to increase expenditures. If the expenditures are not increased, the French people will have no jobs. If the expenditures are not increased, the combat effectiveness of the army cannot be effectively guaranteed, cannot stand on the European continent. As soon as Oppa's voice fell, the Bonapartists on the Party of Order, headed by Prince Montfort, gave Prime Minister Oppa a warm applause. Applause resounded like thunder in the Palais Bourbon. Prime Minister Oppa bowed to the Legislative Assembly and the audience, and left the podium. When the master had already left, Jane Bastide sat down again. After the government's report was completed, the parliament also entered the next stage. After being silent for a long time, Speaker Durbin looked around and said slowly, "Members, do you have any proposals that you would like to submit to the parliament for review? If not, then the Legislative Assembly will be here first today." Me, Walewski, who served as the secretary, stood up from the crowd of the Party of Order and came to the podium. In the eyes of his colleagues of the Party of Order, members, as the people's chosen parliamentarians, should we abide by the will of the people? Walewski did not directly state the content of his proposal at the beginning. He first asked the parliamentarians present. The MPs did not speak. They responded with silence to Walewski, who replied to himself, "Personally, I think we should follow the will of the people. We have the people. By choosing to serve as a member of parliament, to betray the people is to betray ourselves." The Party of Order in the audience and some Republicans who don't know the truth agree with Walewski's words. Only now does Walewski get to the point, addressing the Legislative Assembly in a cadenced tone. During the recess, we received 250,000 signatures from the French provinces united. They came from all classes in France, including senior officials and lawyers, as well as workers and peasants. All showed their support for the president and the republic without exception. When Walewski said this, some of the Social Democrats put their heads together and whispered, "Look, the usurper finally shows his true colors." I knew that they would not be willing to sit for only 4 years. The whispers of the Social Democrats did not affect Walewski's performance. He spread his hands and said urgently and unquestionably, "The people want the president to continue in office and continue to complete the mission he did not complete. This request should be heeded, and we must obey the will of democracy. Revise the constitution." The Party of Order in the audience once again gave a warm applause. In the applause, Walewski sorted out his speech and nodded to the audience. "Thank you very much." The applause disappeared as Walewski returned to his seat of parliament. Next, it is time for MPs to think. At this time, the temporary leader of the Mountain Party came to Victor Hugo and asked Hugo's opinion in a low voice. "Victor, I'm very embarrassed. Jérôme Bonaparte has made all preparations to maintain his power. Should we support him? If not, UU Reading www.urkanshu.com may a coup d'etat. No. Victor Hugo responded resolutely, we cannot let fear dominate our votes. The Constitution of the Republic should not be threatened by fear either. If the Constitution is amended, Jerome Ponabas will have the greatest degree of power. Trust me, he will soon demand a step further. 4 years may become 10 years, and then life or even emperor. Victor Hugo's words confirmed the opposition of the interim leader of the Mountain Party. As for the Republicans, they have decided from the beginning to fight anyone who tries to amend the term of the Constitution. Voting begins. Speaker Durbin knocked on a wooden palm to announce the start of voting. The party of Order Campbell voted in favor of revising the Constitution that can only serve one term of president. As for the Social Democrats, with the exception of a few mountain factions and moderate Republicans, the vast majority of members voted against it. The final vote ended with 536 votes in favor and 214 against, because the number of votes this time is less than 3/4. The proposal to amend the Constitution will not pass. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. // for the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, the last revision of chapter 270, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 270. 12. 2-day coup plan. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. The proposal to amend the Constitution was opposed by the overwhelming majority of Social Democrats and ended. At this moment, even Bonapartists, who were inclined to amend the Constitution for re-election through Parliament, no longer believed in the Legislative Assembly. Since the Legislative Assembly was reluctant to hand over the dominion of France to the Bonapartists, they were not to be blamed for taking it. Of course, the Duke of Broglie, a new member of the Élysée faction, had no idea what the Bonapartists would do next. In their opinion, Jérôme Bonaparte is more than a year away from leaving office, so there is no need to rush into a coup d'état. After the dissolution of the Legislative Assembly of the Palais Bourbon, after Walewski reported to Jérôme Bonaparte what had happened in the Legislative Assembly, Jérôme Bonaparte once again brought together the core members of the Bonaparte faction. Exception for General Renaud, who went to Strasbourg to serve as commander, who was not present. All the others arrived at the Élysée Palace. Looking at the core members of the Bonaparte faction in front of him, Jérôme Bonaparte said with a smile, "Everyone, you must be very clear about what we are going to do next. Since amending the Constitution has failed to achieve our goal, then we'll have to resort to force. I plan to dissolve the Legislative Assembly on December 2nd. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked by what Jérôme Bonaparte said. Eugene Rouard reminded Jérôme Bonaparte in a low voice, "Your Majesty, isn't the time too short? Do you want to relax the time limit a little bit?" "That's right, Your Majesty." Minister of the Interior Barras also suggested to relax some time limit, so as to be able to prepare properly. Everyone. Jérôme Bonaparte raised his voice and said in a high tone to the core members of the Bonapartist faction present, "You are thinking about coups too complicated. Most of the coups in the past and present are after a wave of rising success. Unexpected situations happen from time to time, and we can never predict it completely. Now, we have complete control of the army in the Paris capital, as long as we make reasonable use of the inherent advantages of Paris. Those generals will never dare to join us to fight a war. As long as we can control Paris, it means that the whole of France will be at our command. The military coup is compared to whoever has lower fault tolerance and a bit of luck." Jérôme Bonaparte clearly remembers Chundu Huan's coup on December 12 in the documentary The Fifth Republic released by the Universe Kingdom in his previous life. The coup d'état made everyone laugh and cry. The government clearly had many opportunities to capture the leader and then disband the army, but they missed it time and time again. The defense minister who once dared to launch Alona was so frightened that the coup d'état didn't help. How many troops to use? Chundu Huan took only one night to control all the troops in the capital area to complete the coup d'etat point, not to mention the African entertainer, Dazeduo, who staggered into Tripoli, the capital of Libya, with less than 1,000 troops, and finally completed the coup d'etat point on this land. As long as you have enough ambition, nothing is impossible. Jerome Bonaparte's impassioned words infected the new Minister of War Saint Arnault. He was hesitant in his heart, and finally made up his mind. Go ahead, Your Excellency. With the statement of the Minister of War, the remaining people said one after another, go ahead, Your Excellency. On November 2, 1850, Jerome Bonaparte announced to the outside world the order to dismiss Prime Minister Oppa. The reason is that Prime Minister Oppa could not fulfill the expectations of President Jerome Bonaparte. As soon as the news came out, the whole of Paris vibrated again, and the political circles in Paris did not know what medicine Jerome Bonaparte was selling. However, Oppa's dismissal allowed some new entrants to the Élysée faction to see an opportunity point, especially someone as prestigious as Odilon Barrot, who is willing to cooperate with the president. Odilon Barrot, who was determined to become prime minister again, asked Ferdinand Barrot, his younger brother, who was the attorney general, to ask about the inside story of Jerome Bonaparte's removal of Prime Minister Oppa. I heard that it seems that Earl Oppa has made an agreement with His Excellency the President since he took office. Ferdinand Barrot was stunned for a moment and said to Odilon Barrot, what agreement? Odilon Barrot asked Ferdinand Barrot impatiently. Ferdinand Barrot spread his hands and said to Odilon Barrot, I don't know about this. It's nothing more than an exchange of interests. By the way, have you guys made any big moves recently? Odilon Barrot then asked Ferdinand Barrot. As a senior oppositionist, he keenly smelled an unusual breath in the air, and this atmosphere was very similar to that of the February period. I don't know. Ferdinand Barrot shrugged and said to Odilon Barrot, I haven't attended a Bonaparte party for a long time. Odilon Barrot glanced at Ferdinand Barrot. He sighed and said to Ferdinand Barrot, if it wasn't for me, this has nothing to do with you. Ferdinand Barrot smiled and comforted Odilon Barrot. As the Attorney General, I want to maintain the strictness of the judiciary, so what a formality. I often surround the president. From Ferdinand Barrot's mouth, Odilon Barrot, who did not know what Jerome Bonaparte would do next, could only wait patiently for Jerome Bonaparte's invitation. At this time he still believed that Jerome Bonaparte would choose one of them to be prime minister on November 3rd, under the attention of the Party of Order and all the members of the Élysée Palace. Prime Minister Oppa. No, it should be the Count Oppa, who put on a military uniform and stood upright in the year before Jerome Bonaparte. Just a day after he stepped down as prime minister, the Count of Orpole was again appointed governor of Algiers by Jerome Bonaparte. P.S. Due to the special circumstances of Algeria for French owners, the governor of Algeria is generally appointed by the president of the king. In order to reflect the importance attached to Algeria during the Kingdom of Orleans, the princes of the royal family of Orleans generally went to Africa to serve as governors. In times of war, distinguished generals served as governors. An attendant, escorted by 2 guards, held an aluminum tray and stopped in front of Jerome Bonaparte and Opple. Jerome Bonaparte lifted the red cloth covering the tray. A grand cross, legionary level, engraved with the head of Napoleon appears. Jerome Bonaparte took the grand cross in his hand and put it on for the Count of Opple. Count Oppa, thank you for everything you have done for France. I hope you can forge ahead and continue to serve France during your tenure as governor of Algeria. Jerome Bonaparte saluted Oppa. Your Excellency, I will definitely live up to my entrustment and manage Algiers well. Oppa responded to Jerome Bonaparte in a sonorous and forceful manner, and at the same time, returned a salute to Jerome Bonaparte. After the honoring ceremony, everyone burst into warm applause. After all the invited guests had dispersed, Jerome Bonaparte called the new Algerian governor, Ayoupoua, to the study. Your Excellency, Oppa shouted humbly to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting on the sofa, pressed his temple gently and said to Oppa, the importance of Algiers to France probably doesn't need me to repeat it to you. I will do my best to maintain the safety of Algiers. Oppa immediately expressed his attitude to Jerome Bonaparte. It's not enough to do these things. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the desk and said to Oppa, Monsieur Count, please help me get the map of Africa in the drawer. The Count of Orpa hurriedly fetched a map for Jerome Bonaparte, and Jerome Bonaparte pointed to Algiers and said to Orpa, "You have to go deep into the interior to expand. I hope that France's sphere of influence will expand to here." Jerome Bonaparte aimed at the Niger region. At this time, the central part of the Niger region still belongs to the Paul Empire, and Nigeria, which borders Niger, had long since become a quasi-colonial of the British Kingdom. "Your Excellency, if we continue to expand, it may lead to protests from the Kingdom of Great Britain," Count Orpa said worriedly to Jerome Bonaparte, looking in the direction of Jerome Bonaparte's finger. "That's why our scope is here." Jerome Bonaparte stopped in the northern part of Niger and explained, "Retain the central pool as a buffer area between Britain and France, and incorporate the tribes of northern Niger into the territory. When you have done this, Earl of Orpa, I shall see a marshal above the French horizon." Marshal? Orpa couldn't help panting. Point Riyadh. The temptation of the marshal was really irresistible for him. Even if the gold content of the current marshal is far less than that of the First Empire. "That's right, Marshal Orpa." Jerome Bonaparte continued to tempt Count Orpa with the marshal as bait. "I will do my best." Duke Orpa immediately saluted Jerome Bonaparte. "Before you march into Niger, don't forget to win over some tribal members. They will give you a lot of help." Jerome Bonaparte suddenly remembered the routine of the Belgian king when he acquired the Congo colony decades later. "You can first send the expedition, then order the expedition to sign a treaty with the local chief. Then the French army can march in the name of protecting the human rights of the local tribe." "Yes," Earl Orpa responded. On November 5th, when the Count of Orpa left Paris, Jerome Bonaparte announced that he would establish a superclass cabinet under his direct command, which meant that the position of prime minister would not be established again in a short period of time. As soon as the news came out, many members of the Party of Order who were eager to become prime ministers extinguished their own thoughts. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. // For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this chapter. 271. 12.2 Day Coup Plan, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Hypocrite Pact. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. The establishment of Jerome Bonaparte's superclass cabinet, although it dampened the enthusiasm of some members of the LZ faction, it also gave some social democrats people endless reverie. Many Republican lawmakers wondered whether Jerome Bonaparte wanted to use his position as prime minister to win over some Republicans, so that his plan to amend the constitution would be unimpeded. In the hearts of most Republicans, the name Jerome Bonaparte has been equated with power stick. He is a guy who will use any means for power. Some members of the Mountain faction, Victor Hugo, speculated that Jerome Bonaparte may be using this method to hide people's eyes and ears. Of course, this statement was opposed by most people. The reason for his objection was that Jerome Bonaparte still had more than a year to go, and he had time to continue to seek the consent of the Constitution, and then within the scope stipulated by the Constitution complete the coup. After all, for Jerome Bonaparte, the risk of a coup d'etat is too great, and his legitimacy comes from the Republic. The rash denial of the Republic was not good for his rule was popular among the Social Democrats. There is no impermeable wall in the world, especially for Marcel Yarouja, who has mastered the entire Parisian gang and secret police. Marcel Yarouja, who got the information through a servant who was placed in the house of a Social Democracy congressman, immediately reported the situation to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help laughing at the stupidity of the Social Democrats when he heard Marcel Yeroger's report point. In order to cater to the idea of the Social Democrats, Jerome Bonaparte decided to numb this group of Social Democrats on the morning of November 6th. A sudden torrential rain enveloped the whole of Paris, and the cold snap also swept the whole of Paris with the arrival of the torrential rain. The eastern end of the Champs-Élysées, the Élysée Palace. Jerome Bonaparte walked out of the Élysée Palace alone, took the umbrella that Walewski handed him, carefully propped it on top of his head, and walked slowly from outside the Élysée Palace accompanied by Walewski courtyard out of the gates of the Élysée Palace. At this time, there was no one on the Champs-Élysées Avenue under the heavy rain, only the faint sound of horseshoes and the whistling of the wind in the distance. The dense raindrops fell on the umbrella and made a crackling sound, and the raindrops clapped along the long bones of the umbrella. The earth is left behind to form a natural veil. Going out in a rainstorm is really not a wise choice, Walewski said silently in his heart. However, whoever made the president wanted to go out, he had to go out with Jerome Bonaparte. Walewski and Jerome Bonaparte set off south along the eastern end of the Champs-Élysées and soon came to the banks of the Seine River. Jerome Bonaparte looked at the distance and felt relaxed and happy. Walewski, who was standing on the side, did not have such a nature. He carefully avoided the puddle and came to Jerome Bonaparte and asked Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Excellency, we should go back. Don't be in such a hurry." Jerome Bonaparte walked under an eaves with a smile, shook his trousers slightly, and countless water droplets splashed everywhere. Facing the sudden torrential rain, although Jerome Bonaparte was holding an umbrella, he could only protect his upper body. As for his lower body, he was completely soaked from the trouser leg below the knee point. After waiting under the eaves for about 10 minutes, the power of the rainstorm gradually diminished. "Let's go." Jerome Bonaparte reopened his umbrella and stepped into the rain. Walewski could only follow closely behind, following Jerome Bonaparte. The two walked in the rain for another half an hour, and Jerome Bonaparte finally stopped in front of a mansion. "Let's go." Jerome Bonaparte entered the courtyard of the mansion amid the astonished impressive Walewski. After stepping up the steps of the mansion to the gate, he put away his umbrella and knocked on the gate of the mansion gently. "Who?" A female voice came from the mansion. "Is the Senator of Tocqueville at home?" Jerome Bonaparte asked kindly. The door of the mansion opened a gap, and a woman with brown hair appeared between the gaps. "Mr. President." The woman who saw the visitor's appearance clearly showed a surprised expression. "Madam." Jerome Bonaparte still smiled and asked Madame Tocqueville again. "Is the Senator of Tocqueville at home?" "Yes. Yes." Madame Tocqueville nodded her head like a chicken, and she opened the door to invite Jerome Bonaparte. "Mr. President, please come in." After Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski were arranged by Madame Tocqueville on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, Madame Tocqueville apologetically told Jerome Bonaparte that her husband did not know Gerald M. Bonaparte is coming, so he is resting on the second road. "Could you please let the Senator of Tocqueville come down?" Jerome Bonaparte replied politely to Madame Tocqueville. Mrs. Tocqueville hurriedly asked the servants to put out the cakes and coffee, and then went to the bedroom herself to wake Tocqueville. After Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski had enjoyed a pastry, the Tocqueville senator went downstairs. Looking at Tocqueville's sluggish expression and red eyes, Jerome Bonaparte instantly knew that Tocqueville must have slept all night yesterday. "Your Excellency, please forgive a person who stayed up all night for neglecting you." Tocqueville, who was sitting on the sofa, yawned and said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Huh. It seems that Mr. Tocqueville has a very rich nightlife." Jerome Bonaparte showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Tocqueville spread his hands and smiled helplessly. He didn't want to explain anything. Jerome Bonaparte, who was slightly active, turned to the topic and said, "Mr. Tocqueville, you must know something about the constitutional amendment a few days ago." Jerome Bonaparte's question made Tocqueville drowsy and turned to a grim expression. "If the president is here to persuade me, it doesn't have to be, because I voted in favor at that time." "Thank you very much," said Jerome Bonaparte, smiling at Tocqueville. "Nothing. I just think that, if you continue to lead France, France can slowly transition to a true republic. God knows what the next president will be. We may choose a king to come to power." Tocqueville MP. He waved his hand. Of course, there was still a word in his heart that he didn't say. That is, he was also afraid of a military coup by Jerome Bonaparte. No one knows a republic better than me. Jerome Bonaparte responded without modesty. But, President, you still lost. Your votes are still 3/4 dissatisfied with the revision of the constitution. Tocqueville said regretfully to Jerome Bonaparte. That's why I'm looking for you. Jerome Bonaparte hit the railroad in the heat. Mr. President, I have no ability to persuade my colleagues to support you. They are more stubborn than me. Tocqueville wanted to retort Roma Bonaparte. Please tell my Republican friends that I had some misunderstandings with them before, but I believe that the misunderstandings will be resolved over time. Now I need a group of talented Republicans in my cabinet to help me work together. Govern the country, said Jerome Bonaparte to Tocqueville. Tocqueville's heart was unsatisfactory with an impulse, and under the French official standard thinking, no one did not like to be a minister or head of the cabinet. After a short impulse, Tocqueville calmed down again. Mr. President, if you guessed correctly, you will have to pay a certain price to be your cabinet minister, right? I hope that the Republicans will vote in favor of the next amendment to the Constitution. Jerome Bonaparte said to Tocqueville, doesn't the Republicans believe that all power comes from the people? As long as the French people support me, if so, why do I need the approval of the Legislative Assembly? On the other hand, if the French people do not agree with me to stay in office, then I will never have the slightest nostalgia for it. Everything is up to the people. Jerome Bonaparte spoke to Tocqueville in a democratic manner. After a moment of silence, Tocqueville responded to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Excellency, I can help you try to convince my colleagues, but I can't guarantee whether they are really willing to change course. Mr. Tocqueville, as long as you are willing to help. Jerome Bonaparte responded overjoyedly to Tocqueville. Riyadh1.com. After the business was over, the two chatted for a while. From Tocqueville's mouth, Jerome Bon learned that he seemed to be conceiving a book about the end of the Bourbon dynasty. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly remembered Tocqueville's famous book The Old Regime and the Revolution. He half jokingly and half seriously told Tocqueville that he would definitely read it after the book was completed. It was 11 o'clock in the morning when Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski left the Tocqueville senator's mansion, and the torrential rain turned into a light rain. Jerome Bonaparte looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and said something inexplicable. Tomorrow should be sunny. Walewski looked at Jerome Bonaparte with an inexplicable expression. He didn't understand what Jerome Bonaparte meant. Is the president talking about the weather, or is he referring to it? Come on, said Jerome Bonaparte to Walewski. The two with umbrellas returned to the Élysée Palace, while the rain eased a little. At the same time, a war in the Hesse Castle host country, a few hundred kilometers away from Paris, is about to start here. The two sides of the war are Prussia and Austria, the two most powerful countries in the entire German region. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https, Make France Great Again. Mobile read, https, / for the convenience of reading. Next time, you can click the /favorites / below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 272, The Hypocrite Agreement, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 272, Prince of Prussia. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. The continuous drizzle has been falling for several days in the feudal area of the Hesse Castle Principality. The originally leveled dirt road was full of potholes under the scouring of muddy water. It also revealed a strange damp and musty smell, which made the people of the Hesse Castle Principality living in the city feel very uncomfortable. People in the Fulda region could endure it if it just rained. After all, their ancestors have lived in this place for generations, and they have long been accustomed to the unpredictable weather in Fulda. But there is something worse than rain happening in this area, and that is war. What is even more unacceptable is that the leader of the war is not the Duchy of Hesse Castle, but the Kingdom of Prussia, who supports the Parliament of the Duchy of Hesse Castle and the Duchy of Hesse Castle. Before electoral Austrian Empire point the two German brothers, who are not in a fight with the Principality of Hesse-Kassel, can be regarded as compatriots. They have been stationed in the country for a long time, and they have been stationed for more than a year. This is simply hitting the face of the Principality of Hesse-Kassel. However, the Parliament and the Duke of Hesse-Kassel have never once condemned this blatant invasion of the territory of other countries. They will only fight each other. When they insulted each other, the big brother who was backing them tried to get the big brother's full support. As for the life and death of the subjects and the people, the electors call the subjects, the parliament calls the people. How can it be compared with the great ideal of their crown? Of course, there is nothing worse than worse. The contradiction between the Kingdom of Prussia and the Austrian Empire has intensified over time, especially after October. The military operations of the two countries in the Fulda region have reached the point of confrontation point every 2 or 3 days. In the forest on the outskirts of Fulda, the rumbling of artillery can be heard, some from the military camp of the Kingdom of Prussia, some from the camp of the Austrian Empire. And what is even more broken is that every time the artillery is fired, it was in the middle of the night, and the sound of guns every 3 days prevented the residents of the Fulda area from getting a good night's sleep at all. The long-term lack of sleep has deeply tormented the people of the Fulda region. Under the strong request of the residents of the Fulda region, the city council members and the mayor chose a suitable opportunity to come to the Prussian military camp and the Austrian military camp to reach the highest point in the Kingdom of Prussia. The military commander William I and the supreme commander of the Austrian Empire, the Archduke Albrecht. The original history of the Kingdom of Prussia and the Austrian Empire in the Fulda region were not the two highest military commanders. In addition to William I and the Archduke Albrecht, is also not based in Fulda. William I, who had not experienced the suffering of King Prussia, was like a template junker noble who had undergone strict militarization training. William I, who routinely inspected Fulda, was accompanied by cuirassiers and Prussian line infantry. Arrogant gestures to meet with the mayor and councillors. The flying dust, neat lines, shiny bayonets, and the continuous sound of gunfire not far away undoubtedly made the members of the parliament fearful, and the mayor, who was forced by the residents of Fulda, had to face this situation. William I, known as the Prince of Shotgun. Dear Prince. The mayor of Fulda, dressed in traditional bourgeois style, bowed politely to William I on horseback. William I did not respond to the mayor immediately. After he looked at the mayor with a condescending attitude, he said to the mayor in an orderly tone, "What exactly are you breaking into the military camp for, William?" His bell-like voice combined with his standard Prussian military expression made the mayor and councillor tremble. He showed a stiff smile and said intermittently, "Your Excellency, we represent the Fulda city. The people want you to restrain your army." Impossible. Before the mayor made his request, William I ruthlessly rejected their request and ordered the soldiers to expel them from the barracks. In the eyes of William I, the Prince of Shotgun, who has always looked down on the people, they are just a bargaining chip for his brother against Germany, and a chess piece still wants to order the Prussian army. It's ridiculous. The mayor of the Fulda region left the Prussian barracks in humiliation, and William I smiled with satisfaction and his face turned rosy, as if he had done something incredible. At this moment, a military horse carrying a soldier came to Prince William. Although the soldier looked about 50 years old, he had a round and energetic face. The strong brown hair and the mustache make the soldier a little more handsome. He glanced at the departing mayor and reminded in a cautious tone, "Your Excellency, I don't think you should really treat them. They are still on our side after all." Prince William didn't take it seriously. He came to the soldier's side and laughed, patted the soldier's shoulder and said, "Ron, when did you become really indecisive?" That's right, the soldier who reminded William I in front of him was Albrecht von Ron, who laid the foundation for the foundation of the German Empire in the future, and was also the blacksmith who forged the sword of the German Empire. Ron, who had just been recommended by William I to be a major general this year, came with him to the Duchy of Hesse-Kassel to fight against the Austrian Empire as an adjutant of William I. At the same time, Ron also served as the Prussian of Fulda stationed in Kassel, an operational bridge between the regional headquarters and Berlin. Orders from Berlin first passed through the hands of Ron, before reaching the hands of William I. "Your Excellency, this is not indecision. Ron hurriedly defended William I. Maybe, the next form is far more severe than we imagined. Ron's words made William I smile, and he asked Ron with a serious expression, did something happen to Berlin again? William I had no doubts about the combat effectiveness of his Prussian army, and he even arrogantly believed that one Prussian soldier could defeat two Austrian soldiers. The military strength of the Austrian Empire in 1848 to 1849 has been taken to the bottom. Not only him, but many of the Prussian military also believed that Prussia's victory over Austria was a matter of course. However, a military victory did not mean a diplomatic victory, and William I also understood that the Austrian Empire was best at using diplomatic methods to achieve its goals. His older brother is also a man of unsteady will. When William I was the King of Prussia in the third level parliament, and was beaten to autism by the Prussian parliamentarians, he would recall the difficulty of his brother. This also laid the foundation for William I to fully delegate power to Bismarck and let Bismarck fight against the three-tier parliament. Bismarck's family and the Hohenzollern family can be said to be feuding, not to mention that Bismarck also offended William I's wife. If there was no other way, William I was reluctant to choose Bismarck. Once his brother compromises, the Prussian army, even if it has the greatest ability, can only obey the king's order to compromise. As Prince William had guessed, Ron spoke to Prince William with a solemn expression. According to reports from Berlin, Prussian Foreign Minister Radowitz is likely to be impeached and resigned, and he will probably be replaced by Brandon, Count of Denburg. Prince William's face changed instantly after hearing Radowitz's dismissal, and his hands clenched the reins involuntarily. Although he said that he hated the liberal Radowitz, he had to admit that Radowitz was a hardliner against the Austrian Empire and the entire Prussian court. Such a hawk, even if he is a liberal leader, will be well intentioned by Junkers nobles. For Junkers, there is nothing more exciting than fighting a war. Now that Radowitz has been dismissed by his elder brother, does his timid uncle take power as a sign that his elder brother will give up his plans with the Austrian Empire and instead ease the conflict with the Austrian Empire? What did Earl Rangel say? Prince William asked Ron again. Count Friedrich von Rangel is Prince William's political and military ally, and he is also the current garrison commander of Berlin and Brandenburg. It can be said that, as long as Count Rangel is willing, it only takes one day for the Kingdom of Prussia to replace a new king. It's just that the Kingdom of Prussia is not like the next door of the Russian Empire, hoping to have a Tsar with 2 strokes in 3 days. Count Rangel would be willing to help Prince William become the regent, unless Frederick William IV suddenly spoke out all Junkers' crazy words. Ron said to Prince William with a sad face. The Earl of Rangel also said that it is not optimistic what Riyadh1.com thinks. Ron glanced at Prince William and was reluctant to say it in front of everyone. Prince William, who had been tacit understanding for many years, immediately understood what Ron meant. After he sent the people around him, he asked again, "What did Your Excellency the Earl say?" Ron hesitantly responded, "Count Rangel believes that His Majesty has lost the fighting spirit that a monarch should have, and the poison of liberalism will destroy Prussia. A compromise with Austria will bring Prussia back to that shameful position superior. This is the right Earl's style." William I commented calmly, "If necessary, he hopes that Prince William can serve as the regent." Ron continued, his tone could not help revealing a little excitement. He expected William I to serve as the regent. William I's face changed drastically. Of course he understood what Count Rangel meant. The actions of the Austrian Empire had already named the way for the Kingdom of Prussia. In the face of Earl Rangel's suggestion, Prince William said unswervingly, "Please tell Earl Rangel, it is absolutely impossible for me to replace my brother. Make France Great Again latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt download address, https, Make France Great Again mobile read, https, / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click the / favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 273 Prince of Prussia, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 273, Austro-Prussian War. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Prince William's attitude did not exceed Ron's expectations. Although Prince William, who is close to the military forces in Ron's heart, is much better than the current Prussian king, it does not mean that he supports Prince William unconditionally. A coup d'etat had sought this position. Ron knew very well that King Frederick, Wilhelm's brother, was not the deposed Emperor Ferdinand of Austria. Even if his ideas were not liked by the top military, he still had a group of soldiers loyal to him. Not to mention that the newly established Prussian constitution made King Frederick forced to win over the support of a group of liberal parliamentarians. Once the military chooses to depose the Prussian king, there will inevitably be large-scale turmoil in Prussia. If not, there will be a civil war. Under the internal and external troubles, the overall interests of the Kingdom of Prussia will inevitably suffer losses, and there will be a danger of overturning if there is trouble. Ron regretted that William I could not become the regent, and at the same time, looked at William I with relief. Prince William already has the big picture that a king should have. Unannounced to Ron, Prince William simply backed down because he was afraid that he would not be able to deal with complex domestic issues. His Royal Highness, Ron asked meticulously, "Do you want me to send someone back to Berlin to explain to the Count? Go." William I nodded in agreement with Ron's idea. Yes. Ron hurriedly used the reins to gently restrain the warhorse under his crotch. The warhorse, which had undergone strict Prussian training for a long time, turned around after receiving Ron's signal point. Just as Ron turned the horse's head back to the headquarters, William's voice reached Ron's ears again. "By the way, I ordered someone to tell my wife not to do anything that would harm the Kingdom of Prussia during this time," William I said in a slightly tired voice. Ron turned his head and nodded to William I and left under the watch of William I. Watching Ron's voice drifting away, William I couldn't help but sigh again. "I silently prayed to my ambitious wife not to do some meaningless stupid things. The Kingdom of Prussia can no longer withstand internal friction." After Ron left, William I continued his hunting. On the other hand, after leaving the Prussian military camp, the mayor and councillors went to the Austrian Empire military camp not far from the Prussian army again with the mentality of trying it out. When Fulda sages first stepped into the camp military of the Austrian Empire, they were subjected to an interrogation that was several times more severe than that of the Kingdom of Prussia. The Austrian Imperial Army in this period was different from the mixed army of landowners and nobles in the Kingdom of Prussia, and also different from the civilian army of the French Republic. The duties of the entire army were held by large and small nobles. Noble army. Noble children in the Austrian Empire are eligible for admission without examination, which means that, as long as the noble children want to, they can become an officer without passing an examination. In the Austrian Empire, where the primogeniture law is firmly enforced, many middle and small nobles are willing to put their own. The second son was sent to the army or church to prevent them from clashing over property. In this era of the decline of the aristocracy, there are very few nobles with ambition and action. Most of the nobles adhere to the style of eating and waiting for death, especially after entering the army, not to mention the salary of the army of the Austrian Empire. It is pitiful, unable to survive on meager salaries, and they began to eat empty wages and make extra money, which also caused a serious decline in the combat effectiveness of the Austrian Imperial Army. Venice and Lombardy, where Marshal Radetzky is located, are fine. At least they are under the care of Marshal Radetzky. The army in Hungary, Austria, and Bohemia has been seriously decayed. The 2 years of the Great Revolution made the army collapse at the touch of a button. Often, the army was sent to death in groups. Many non-existent troops and soldiers were killed by the invincible Hungarian Revolution exterminate. During that time, the new Emperor Franz Joseph could not help but get furious when he saw the frontline battle report. Felix Schwarzenberg certainly understood the tricks of the army, but he did not stop it. When the free raid reached Felix Schwarzenberg's psychological expectation, Felix Schwarzenberg decisively invited that Tsarist Russia, and the Austrian Empire's army instantly counterattacked, as if it were full of blood. During the attack on Transylvania, Russia and Austria staged another farce of massive war losses. After some fast tossing, the Austrian Imperial Army finally ruled out most of the air wages, and its combat effectiveness has also increased, but its inherent aristocratic characteristics have not disappeared. Arrogance still runs in the bones of the Austrian Imperial Army. After some interrogation, the humiliated mayor and councillor of Fulda finally came to the castle, where Albrecht was located. This castle on the outskirts of Fulda was originally the mansion of a wealthy businessman. After Prussia and Austria were stationed in Fulda, the wealthy businessman who saw the bad situation hurried to Frankfurt with his family. The castle also became Albrecht's carriage. When the mayor and councillors met Archduke Albrecht, they were amazed at Albrecht's age. Albrecht, born in 1817, is still only 33 years old, and it is amazing to be able to serve as a supreme commander of an army at the age of 33. When the adjutant introduced Albrecht's family background to the mayor and city councillors, they realized that the too young general turned out to be the son of Archduke Karol. No wonder he can be the commander of the Austrian Empire at this age. Everyone subconsciously put the label of the second generation of the army on the head of Archduke Albrecht, and their eyes showed a trace of contempt. In their hearts, how could the second generation of the army like this lead this war well? Archduke Albrecht, who had been looking down at the map, did not notice their eyes. Facing the arrival of Fulda and others, Albrecht also calmly asked them the purpose of coming to the barracks. "Your Excellency," the mayor said respectfully, "on behalf of the residents of Fulda, we hope that your army will be able to fire artillery during the day." Albrecht raised his head sharply, feeling like the mayor who was being targeted by a wild beast held his breath for a moment, and he showed a smile that was even uglier than crying. The city councillors also swallowed hard. They were a little afraid that Archduke Albrecht would order them to pull them out and shoot them directly. After a while, Albrecht finally said, "Forgive me for not being able to agree to your conditions. All military deployments of the empire are planned, and even as the commander, I cannot change these plans without authorization. We are all here to help you defend against the Prussian aggression. If nothing else, you are the one to leave." Archduke Albrecht issued an eviction order to the mayor and city councillors of Fulda, then lowered his head and continued to check the map of the Fulda area. Upon seeing this, the adjutant hurriedly ordered 2 soldiers to invite the mayor himself out of the city council. The mayor and city councillor were invited out of the Austrian Empire camp, and the mayor and city councillor who returned to Fulda explained to the people of Fulda the situation of going to the Prussian army. The citizens of Fulda had no choice but to continue to endure the aggression against them by Prussia and Austria. Of course, not everyone has thought about leaving Fulda and taking refuge in Frankfurt. However, all the same Frankfurt roads along the way are blocked by Prussia and Austria. Everyone who wants to go to Frankfurt or other areas has to pay a lot of tolls, commodity fees, army maintenance fees. In short, after Prussia and Austria, in order to make up for the long-term occupation of the military, they have begun to unscrupulously loot the money of the entire Hesse-Kassel Principality. In the early morning of November 3rd, before the fog cleared in the forest, a carriage, escorted by a group of Austrian hussars wearing eagle helmets, entered the camp of the Austrian Imperial Army. The military leaders headed by Albrecht went out to greet him, and the carriage slowly parked in the garden outside the castle. The door opened, and Felix Schwarzenberg, Prime Minister of the Austrian Empire and Minister of Foreign Affairs, got out of the car. "Your Excellency Prime Minister." Archduke Albrecht hurriedly stepped forward and said to Felix Schwarzenberg, "Mr. Commander." Felix Schwarzenberg slightly at Albrecht. The 2 entered the castle with a group of generals of the Austrian Empire. After everyone took their seats at the long dining table, Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg, who was sitting in the main seat, roughly swept the generals who were gearing up in front of him. He cleared his throat and said frivolously, "I know you want to be cruel, a tough lesson for the ignorant Prussia. Read 1.com. I think the same as you. The German region can only have one leader, and this leader must be the Austrian Empire. The Kingdom of Prussia only needs to obey the Austrian Empire's arrangements, and be honest, just be a follower." Felix Schwarzenberg's words resonated with the generals of the Austrian Empire present. Many Austrian aristocratic officers who were still stuck in the Napoleonic War still believed that Prussia could succeed only by picking up leaks. if it weren't for the fact that the conflict between the Austrian Empire and Napoleon had seriously overdrawn the country's strength, so that the subsequent Vienna Conference had to compromise with each other. Where would Prussia show its might? The self-proclaimed big brother in the German region will never allow any arrogance by Prussia. Everyone must also understand that I'm under the order of your majesty to go to the Russian Empire to discuss with the Russian Empire about punishing Prussia. Emperor Nicholas I of the Russian Empire has promised us that he will not interfere with our punishment of Prussia. Therefore, everyone, you can do what you want to do with confidence and boldness. Felix Schwarzenberg vaguely gave the order to mobilize. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https Make France Great Again txt download address. https Make France Great Again mobile read. https / for the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the / favorites below to record the reading record of this. Chapter 274 Prussian-Austrian War, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends. Questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 274 Battle of the Famous. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. The Austrian Empire soldiers present did not understand what Felix Schwarzenberg meant, so they hurriedly asked Felix Schwarzenberg to fight. Compared to the eagerness to invite the generals, Archduke Albrecht, who was the head of the army, seemed particularly calm, but he still bowed his head and thought. Felix Schwarzenberg also noticed Albrecht's movements. He waved his hand to ask the generals to be quiet, and then asked the Archduke Albrecht in a gentle tone, "Albrecht, as you are commander of the troops, don't you have anything to say?" Felix Schwarzenberg's voice reached Albrecht's ears, bringing Albrecht's thoughts back to reality. Albrecht looked at Felix Schwarzenberg and said, "Your Excellency Prime Minister, I'm thinking about the deployment of our army and the Prussian army." Huh? Felix Schwarzenberg asked with interest, "Can't the number of troops stationed in the Austrian Empire be comparable to that of Prussia?" As the conflict escalated, Austria and Prussia increased their troops to varying degrees in the Fulda region after October. At present, the Prussian kingdom has about 40,000 troops in the Principality of Hesse-Kassel, and the Austrian Empire has 50,000 troops. From the perspective of the existing troops, we are indeed stronger than Prussia. Once the Kingdom of Prussia chooses to increase its troops, our existing troops may be stretched. Albrecht responded to Felix Schwarzenberg. The army that the Kingdom of Prussia can mobilize has about 172,000 standing troops and 246,000 secondary and tertiary reserves, which means they have nearly 500,000 troops. I once heard my father praise the Prussian army. The military system, he said the system of the Kingdom of Prussia would allow them to have more troops to carry out their plans. Archduke Albrecht's praise for the Kingdom of Prussia made the generals of the Austrian Empire present feel a little embarrassed. Right now, during the period of invitation to war, Archduke Albrecht's words were undoubtedly a blow to morale. But no one dared to deny the father of Archduke Albrecht. Archduke Karol can be said to be Austria's best general in recent years. Some of the people present were soldiers of the Archduke Karol at the time. Albrecht continued to guide from a purely military point of view, excluding some of the troops that cannot be used. The mobile troops that can be used in Prussia are about 200,000 to 230,000. Once a full-scale war occurs, it means that the Austrian Empire must have the same scale army. Mr. Prime Minister, if I take the liberty to ask, does the Austrian Empire have any extra troops? According to Engels' War of the Holy Alliance against France in 1852, the 200,000 to 230,000 troops that Albrecht said belonged entirely to the field army. Felix Schwarzenberg thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I have read the report of the Ministry of War. Austria's existing troops are about 470,000. Italy, Hungary, and Galicia all need to send troops to maintain law and order, and the new reserve team is also undergoing drills, so we can use about 150,000 troops." Felix Schwarzenberg's words undoubtedly poured cold water on the heads of these generals who invited to fight, and many generals calmed down and looked at the gap between themselves and the Kingdom of Prussia. However, we have already won the support of Bavaria and Württemberg. Felix Schwarzenberg turned his words and gave the crowd a booster. Before I came to the barracks, I was with Carol Lou. Baron Epforton had a meeting with the nobles, and Baron Epforton told me that the Bavarian army would be dispatched at the start of the war between Prussia and Austria. As the foreign minister of Bavaria, Baron Karl Ludwig von Epforton undoubtedly represented the attitude of the Kingdom of Bavaria. The general who asked for the battle sobered up from his slump, and they also looked at Albrecht. If Bavaria is willing to send troops, then our troops will be above Prussia. Albrecht said to Felix Schwarzenberg, Prince Paskevich also promised us that we would contain some of the Prussian army in Poland. Felix Schwarzenberg continued to break the news. This time Albrecht decisively abandoned the previous idea of conservative war, but chose a relatively risky attack method. Prince Albrecht will never forget what his father said to him, that war is to concentrate superior forces, to attack relatively weaker directions. Your Excellency Prime Minister, since the Empire has chosen to start a war with the Kingdom of Prussia, then please allow me to explain the deployment to the generals present. Albrecht asked Felix Schwarzenberg. Of course. Felix Schwarzenberg, the Prime Minister, said to Albrecht with a smile. In military affairs, Felix Schwarzenberg did not want to interfere too much with the frontline commanders. Albrecht's Austrian generals deployed accordingly. On the night of November 6th, the Austrian Imperial Army began to operate under the cover of the sound of artillery. Since the general headquarters of the Kingdom of Prussia is in Kassel, and there is only one road from Kassel to Fulda, as long as this road is contained, Albrecht will be sure to close the door and fight dogs. A team of about 10,000 people is stationed in the Fulda area, more than 3,000 infantrymen, with 600 people, a battalion, as a group unit, helped carefully spare the Fulda area in batches, and strived to launch the aftermath of the breakup of the Kingdom of Prussia. Without the Prussian kingdom's army being discovered. Point. If it was a rigid German general, Albrecht's actions could indeed be called a surprise attack. Unbeknownst to Albrecht, however, the temporary commanders of the 10,000 Prussian soldiers opposite were none other than Ron and Prince William. At about 1 AM on November 7th, Prince William, who was sleeping, was forcibly called up. When Prince William opened his eyes, it was none other than his adjutant Ron standing in front of him. What's wrong, Ron? Prince William looked at Ron suspiciously and said, is there any information from Berlin? Ron shook his head and reported to Prince William with a solemn expression. Report, Prince. Our reconnaissance cavalry found a change in the western forest of Fulda, and the concentration of test-fired artillery in the Austrian barracks today is far more than not before. What? Prince William's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly got up and came to the headquarters with Ron. At this time, the headquarters was already full of people, and the heads of the regiments headed by the division commander all looked at Prince William I. William I no longer hesitated and quickly asked, how is the situation now? The division commander hurriedly explained to Ron and William I that a small group of scout the cavalry had found the Austrian infantry in the Braunschel forest west of the Fulda region. After the two sides came close, the Prussian scout cavalry killed and wounded dozens of people. What is the size of the small force? Prince William asked with a serious expression. About 400 to 500 people. The division commander responded immediately and then added, because of the forest, there may be more people. Prince William lowered his head and looked at the map in front of him. After learning about the location of the small group of troops, he drew an X on the map with a pencil. Afterwards, the general slapped the table with a drawing pen and pointed at the other end of the Blanchard forest. The Austrian Empire wants to block our back road. I'm afraid they have more than one army. If you want to contain us, you need at least 2,000 people. Ron also calmly analyzed. His Royal Highness, do we want to? The division commander suggested to Prince William and Ron to leave the camp as soon as possible. Prince William glanced at Ron, and he hoped that Ron would come up with a solution. After all, he was the one who asked to arrange the reconnaissance cavalry. If they didn't arrange the reconnaissance cavalry, I'm afraid they would become the turtle in the urn point. After thinking for a moment, Ron quickly gave his own judgment and said, His Royal Highness, we must leave. Otherwise, we will not be able to leave. If we want to leave, after he has completed the encirclement, then, Ron added, however, we can't escape in such a hurry, otherwise the Austrian team will definitely pursue us. What do you mean? William I said to Ron. You reading www.kanshu.com. His Royal Highness, I suggest that the 1st and 2nd Regiments of the 3rd Division launch an attack on Austria, and then retreat slowly. Ron gave a solution. Artillery. The division commander suddenly thought of his more than 20 artillery pieces and supplies. Now fire all the artillery towards the Austrian barracks as much as you can, and quickly evacuate after 2 rounds. Ron ordered to the division commander. The division commander seemed a little unwilling, and Prince William immediately said to the division commander that Ron's order was his order. Yes. The division commander, who was deeply disciplined by Prussia's strict military discipline, could only obey. Your Highness, you are leaving with the 3rd and 4th Regiments. Ron said to Prince William. What about you? Prince William asked. I'm staying here, said Ron firmly. After the strategic deployment, the Prussian army moved quickly, and the 1st and 2nd Regiments were assembled at an extremely fast speed point. Just as Ron was about to order his soldiers to attack in the direction of Austria, artillery shells from the Austrian Empire landed on the barracks of the Prussian army ahead of schedule. In just an instant, the entire Prussian military camp turned into a sea of fire. Make France great again. Latest chapter address, https, Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https, Make France Great Again txt. Download address, https, Make France Great Again. Mobile read, https, / For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this, chapter 275 Duel of Famous Generals, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 275, Fulda's Killing. You can search Make France Great Again search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapters. The city walls that were once used for defense are now in ruins, and the tents that provided the Prussian soldiers to rest were also fired indiscriminately by a round of artillery. One of the cannonballs accidentally hit the wooden room where the cannonballs were stacked. The explosion of the cannonball ignited the entire room, and Ron only heard a deafening sound behind him. 4 Prussian soldiers and a warrant officer who were responsible for carrying the cannonball were killed on the spot, and the wood after the explosion turned into pieces of wood. The high-speed moving shrapnel mercilessly harvested the lives of the surrounding Prussian soldiers. Save me, God, please. Many Prussian soldiers affected by the explosion lay on the ground and wailed in pain. The wailing sounded like a plague, instantly infecting the surrounding Prussian soldiers due to the National Military Service and the 3-level reserve system adopted by Prussia. Many Prussian soldiers have been transferred to the 2nd-level reserve when they have just become veterans. The site in front of him is a **** on Earth for the Prussian soldiers who served less than 3 years in peacetime. 1 second you were a fellow in the trenches, and the next second, you might be covered in blood, your intestines oozing out, lying on the ground, and calling you for help with your hands covered with blood and dirt. How could any recruit be able to suffer such torture? Some Prussian soldiers were so frightened that they couldn't even hold their guns, and a small number of pampered Prussian soldiers were so frightened that they wet their pants. These phenomena are very normal behavior in the barracks, especially in the Prussian army for the first time in the war. However, none of the Prussian soldiers dared to escape, and the military discipline, so severe that it was almost perverted, made the Prussian soldiers not dare to make any extra moves when they were no longer a last resort. Here I have to mention the first 3 articles of the Prussian military training dogma. The first one is soldiers are scumbags, the second one is, if you treat scumbags, you have to fight them, and the third article makes soldiers afraid of cane whips rather than bullets. King Frederick, who established this army at the beginning, once punished the soldiers with his own hands, and was called the Soldier King by the soldiers kindly. Although Prussia after the Napoleonic Wars has somewhat restrained the habit of whipping soldiers, the grassroots officers still go their own way and impose severe corporal punishment on soldiers. Every year in the Prussian army, some Prussian soldiers are accidentally disabled. August Bebel's father was maimed in the Prussian army. Bebel's father said angrily, when he was dying, "I would rather let him starve to death than let him join the army." Some soldiers closed their eyes and prayed for God's blessing. Officers who were accustomed to tragic situations did not hesitate to draw out their swords to seek relief for the seriously wounded soldiers. As the commander of the army, Ron did not have the slightest pity in his eyes. He immediately gave the commander of the 1st and 2nd regiments beside him the order to meet the coming Austrian army point undecided. The two regiments quickly followed Ron's order and began to act. They issued the order to the battalion commander in their respective camps, and the battalion commander issued the order to their respective regiment leaders. Prussian company commander was made of strict discipline. They ordered the warrant officers and sergeants to regroup. Thanks to the fact that most of the soldiers in the Prussian army were soldiers who had completed primary education, after Ron's order was issued, they were able to quickly complete the assembly and reorganization of the troops. If it was a group of serf soldiers like Tsarist Russia, Prussia would probably collapse at the moment when the Austrian artillery was concentrated, because the army could not be assembled. Of course, in the face of this situation, Russia also has a solution. The famous Russian general Suvorov once said that the bullet is a soft egg and the bayonet is a hero. As long as the Russian army charges the enemy before the rout, everything will be fine. The battalion-based hollow phalanx was established in less than 10 minutes, and the regimental staff immediately reported the casualties to Ron. Major General, the 1st Regiment and the 2nd Regiment lost a total of 340 people in this round of shelling, including 3 second lieutenants and a captain. The report of the regiment-level staff officer made Ron feel a lot of heartache. At the beginning of the war, almost 2 companies were lost, and the Prussian army's ability to respond to emergencies was a little anxious. However, it was not the time for Ron to rectify military discipline. The 1st Regiment advances in battalion-level units, followed by the 2nd Regiment. Ron gave an order to the regiment staff again. In the age of roaring for communication and running for trust, riding a horse is undoubtedly the fastest option. The regiment-level staff hurriedly gave Ron's order. After the regimental staff left, the Prussian Scout Cavalry Company commander drove to Ron's side and reported the enemy's approximate location to Ron. Ron hurriedly spread out the map, and the guards on the side hurriedly brought over the kerosene lamps in the tent that had not been damaged. Under the influence of the kerosene lamps, Ron marked them one by one according to the positions provided by the cavalry company commander. Hey! Looking at the suspected position of the Austrian army on the map, Ron couldn't help but sigh. The other party's appetite doesn't seem to be small. Then, he asked the guard on the side, "Do you know who the commander on the other side is?" After thinking for a moment, the guard responded, "I remember, it seems to be Albrecht Friedrich Rudolph." Ron also remembered what Prince William once said about Albrecht, and he couldn't help saying again, "It's worthy of being the son of Archduke Karol." "General, what's wrong?" the guard asked Ron suspiciously. "Look here." Ron pointed to the place marked by him and said, "There are forests on the left and right sides of the Fulda area, and there is only one passage in the same castle for one day. In theory, as long as this passage is blocked, our army will not be able to act on a large scale, and by then, I'm afraid we can only pass from here." Ron pointed to the forest on the left side of the map. It is undoubtedly a taboo for a large-scale team to cross the forest, especially when marching in the dark. Also a big problem point. The reason why Suvorov's Great Detour in the Alps can be called a great achievement in the history of military academics is also because he was able to decisively abandon the risk of being cut off from logistics to carry out detour tactics, and then defeated Moreau and MacDonell in one fell swoop. Nabanjul were the 3 armies in 1940. Kamerling vowed to ensure that the German army would not choose to go to the Ardennes forest is also based on this factor. Ron continued, "However, the commanders on the opposite side not only want to block our back path, they also want to prevent us from breaking through the forest. If I'm not wrong, our flanks are already full of Austrian troops stationed. The Austrian army in Fulda is probably more powerful than we thought. What should we do?" the guard asked Ron again. "Come on. Ron responded, "We must fully attract their forces, so that His Royal Highness the Prince will have enough time to withdraw." Under Ron's order, the hollow phalanx of battalions continued to advance, and behind them were the only 20 or so bronze smoothbore guns of the Prussian army. The Prussian army in 1850 was still using bronze smoothbore guns, and after more than 40 years their army was still the same as it was at the time of the Battle of Jena. No, it should be said that it was worse than the Prussian army at the time of the Battle of Jena. Prussian and Austrian troops meet south of Fulda Point. The commander of the Austrian Imperial Army, Albrecht, rode on a horse and looked at the Prussian army in front of him with a telescope. He clearly gave the opposite Prussian army plenty of time to escape. Why did the Prussian army rush to death? Who is the commander on the opposite side? Albrecht asked the lieutenant general of the same rank beside him. The lieutenant general shook his head and responded, "I don't know, it's probably some little known person." If every little person in the Kingdom of Prussia was like this, it would be very difficult for us to win. Albrecht couldn't help shaking his head when he looked at the phalanx on the opposite side. The lieutenant commander couldn't help but want to scold Albrecht for his excessive praise of others, but when he thought of Felix Schwarzenberg's order, he had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. After the Prussian army was completely within the effective range of Austria, Albrecht quickly gave the order, "Fire the gun." The 75 artillery pieces of the whole army were concentrated by Albrecht, and bursts of artillery firing sounded. Under the suppression of the powerful artillery of the Austrian Empire, the strict Prussian army had a tendency to be defeated for a short time. Riyadh1.com. If it were not for the prestige of the Prussian officers at all levels in the Prussian army, I'm afraid that the solid phalanx of Prussia would have at risk of collapse. It was only now that Ron discovered that the first round of shelling was likely to be the intentional release of water from the opposite side. It can only be delayed for a while now, and I hope that Prince William can rush out smoothly. Fire. Ron also gave the order to fire. Compared with Austria's 75 guns, Prussia, with only 20 guns, was slightly struggling. At the same time, the hollow phalanx was also formed into a 3-column phalanx under Ron's order, and attacked the Austrian army against the artillery of the Austrian Empire. Austria also fought back, not to be outdone, with both sides firing from less than 400 yards apart. Under short and medium range shooting, the Dresden needle gun of the Kingdom of Prussia finally recovered some lines, and the Austrian Empire column phalanx continued to suffer casualties. However, these casualties are simply insignificant for the veterans who have experienced the bloody war between Hungary and Italy. After the previous one fell, the next one made up. The Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia killed each other in Fulda at night. Make France Great Again latest chapter address. https. Make France Great Again. Read the full text at https. Make France Great Again txt download address. https. Make France Great Again mobile read. https. // for the convenience of reading next time, you can click the /favorite below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 276 Fulda's killing, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Make France Great Again, please recommend this book to your friends, questions, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.